Merry Christmas. Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Green Line 743.
Oh, hello. I'm not Christmas out yet. Give me a moment.
Oh, man. Shame. Footnum?
Hello.
No internet. There he is. Okay. And Baby Shark.
I'm just a shark this time.
Are you? Yeah, I guess you are. You're regular shark.
I'm not the baby shark version anymore. I grew up.
Appropriately aged shark. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 2 weeks since we had a podcast, and I want to end my suffering once again. So this is going to be a long episode. It's going to be a little bit rough. So we're going to jump right into it. A lot of topics. Fucking Game Awards had to happen right before we do the damn
Fuck
show.
the Game Awards.
All right, here we go. Jumping in. So, first and foremost, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, oh, that's the wrong window. Here it is. I invite you to go over to ocapodcast.com/support. We are a viewer-supported show. We do not take sponsorships because they haven't been offered. Despite me being an incredible spokesman for G Fuel, right? So, you guys can head over to ocapodcast.com/support. You can donate to us directly, or you can head over to our Patreon, clicking this link. You can go to my Patreon for videos unrelated to the podcast. We also created, at your guys' request, a subscribe star on Ko-fi, so fucking use it. And you can also support us indirectly by shopping at Tenga, Right Stuff, or through Humble Bundle. Anyway, jumping right in, I want to remind you, last podcast 2 weeks ago, we talked about this. Bear enters Japanese supermarket, pounces on customer as nationwide toll reaches new high, right? We talked about that a little bit. We also talked about them sending in the military, right? But the reason I want to bring this, hold on, I want to share this with audio real quick. God damn it. Share screen with audio this time. Because I want to remind you of this video we watched. Boom! Fucking idiot bear over here. What the fuck? Now, innovation in Japan moves at a very rapid rate because whenever a problem arises, they've got the solution within a week, right? So that was the problem.
Funny as it was.
Funny and dangerous. The best combination. Any second now. Close the damn tab. Punchline. Japanese company is selling bear-proof automatic doors. The two things we just looked at, right? Okay. Fulltech and
All because
Miraido.
a bear went on a bender, apparently.
Fulltech and Miraido are two companies that have been developing Miraido door. This automatic door can communicate with smartphones via Bluetooth and was originally intended for use by people with varying levels of mobility so they could adjust the speed at which the door closes to suit their needs on their phones.
I'm glad
Now-
they considered me when making this door. Thank you.
When we marketed it as a inclusivity tool, nobody bought. But when we said anti-bear, right, through the roof. So it seems kind of weird to me because I can't imagine that you'd have an issue with the door closing on you. Because don't the doors work through like a
Motion
weight?
sensor?
Yeah, no, isn't it like the weight on the pad?
I don't know.
If you leave next time I go to the grocery store and it does the door thing, I'm gonna stand on it and just see how long it'll stay open. It just so happens that these doors are also really good at keeping bears and other wildlife out of buildings. Miraido door can also be set so that only people with smartphones can access the door's automatic feature. And since bears are currently unable to purchase such devices, they cannot go through. But the app had better have a clear no bear clause in its terms and conditions. One drawback is that you need to install the Miraido Door app on your phone for it to work. But once you do, it works all on its own when near a compatible door. But even without the app, the doors have touch switches and are still relatively easy to open. I suppose a bear could hit the touch switch too, but it's still a much bigger hurdle than conventional automatic doors. Given the rate at which the bears have managed to disrupt our infrastructure, I give them about 3 years before they acquire quantum computing technology that can decrypt the elliptic curve discrete logarithmic problem and override the door's controls. Hopefully, by that time, better bear-proof encryption for wireless devices will have been developed.
I can't wait for a bear to eat somebody and just swallow their cell phone and just gets in anyway.
Oh, yes. That's like the call is coming from inside the house, right? But this time it's inside the bear. Yes, this is in fact the prequel to Cocaine Bear. I don't know what I would call it though.
Cocaine baby bear.
Retard bear.
Adderall bear, right? Okay. Anyway, so just to keep this
Gateway drug.
I'm closing tabs. This should get faster. Security guard jumped by a bear at a public restroom in the middle of Numata City. The situation is getting so bad. There have been so many attacks. We covered it last podcast that there were 1,500 bear incidents in a single week in Japan. And naturally, bear has been voted Japan's kanji of the year for 2025 in an extremely close race. The vote was actually incredibly close, with the kanji for rice coming in at just 180 votes behind bear. The third place kanji was the one for high, both signifying the rising prices of just about everything this year, as well as the first half of the newly appointed Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's family name. It was followed by a rather abstract kanji that is used in reference to veins, pulses, and hope, but it is pronounced as Miyaku in honor of Miyaku Miyaku, the mascot character of the 2025 Osaka Kansai Expo. The top 5 was rounded out by the kanji used for 10,000, but it's also the first half of the Japanese word for expo to once again celebrate that memorable event. I think it's hilarious that Bear won. That's fucking funny, right? Anyway, moving past this into topic numero 2. We haven't covered this. This is from October. I just want to get it out of the way before the end of the year, just so that we're all on the same page. Ken Akamatsu has stepped down as parliamentary vice minister. That's it. That's the news. Also, Japan had elections. We already talked about the prime minister changeover. But just in case this isn't going to help us at all, maybe. Nobody help. One of these politicians is not like the other.
Still didn't help it over. Oh god. There, not that.
There you go. He's incredible. Female massager. There you go. Moving past that. All right, we can get rid of the baby and the AI obfuscating bush. All right. So last podcast, we also covered, come on, baby, get out of here. We also covered that China interrupted that, I think it was the theme song for One Piece singers concert in China. They killed the lights and ushered her off stage and got her out of the country because they fucking hate Japan. I'm going to cover this article because from what I skimmed, there's additional instances in here. So it's not just that. And I am trying to paint a picture for you. China rudely canceling concerts by Japanese musicians amid diplomatic tensions. As diplomatic tensions between Beijing and Tokyo rise, China has abruptly scrapped all remaining 2025 concerts featuring Japanese artists, a dramatic cultural ban that has left musicians, fans, and promoters scrambling. Chinese authorities have ordered the cancellation of a wave of concerts featuring Japanese musicians, citing a broader clampdown on cultural exchanges as diplomatic relations between the two countries deteriorate. Music venues across China were instructed that any planned shows for Japanese artists must be canceled, no exceptions, with authorities also banning promotions or booking applications for future Japanese performances. One of the worst hit acts was 80-year-old jazz bassist Yoshio Suzuki and his quintet, who were preparing to perform in Beijing. The group had gone through months of visa screenings and were reportedly in the middle of sound checks when plainclothes police entered the venue, instructed the owner to cancel the show, and barred the performance. According to the concert promoter, the band and their crew were crushed upon hearing the news. Another instance was Maki Otsuki's performance at Bandai Namco Festival 2025 in Shanghai. That's the one that we watched last podcast. Other cancellations reportedly affected a variety of artists covering genres from pop to rap. Some concert goers described arriving at the venue only to be told the performance had been called off at the last minute, provoking anger and confusion among fans still waiting in line. According to industry insiders, the cultural clampdown forms part of a broader retaliation by Beijing. The crackdowns began with economic measures such as boycotts on Japanese seafood, and now has expanded into the realm of arts and entertainment, pushing even long-planned cultural events into cancellation. The impact on China's live music industry is likely to be severe. Promoters say many venues that had already booked international artists now face cancellations, lost revenue, and uncertainty moving into 2026. Even more troubling, several venues have been told not to accept booking requests for Japanese performers next year and are barred from sending promotions about upcoming Japanese concerts. So we also looked at last podcast a anti-Japan sentiment among the Chinese population to the point where anybody cosplaying is literally getting beaten at venues and stuff. And we looked at one in a mall specifically, and it was ironic because the specific characters they were cosplaying were from a Chinese mobile game that wasn't Japanese, right? So furthermore, any second now. God damn it, there it is. China's crackdown on Japanese entertainment could expand beyond anime. Following recent diplomatic friction, China's pressure on Japanese entertainment has intensified, delaying films, shutting down concerts, and even canceling stage productions. Analysts warn this could escalate into a long-term anti-Japan restriction, similar to China's years-long ban on Korean pop culture. Pressure on Japanese entertainment within mainland China is rapidly growing in response to comments made by Japan's prime minister. We'll look at those in a minute. What began as delays in anime-related releases has now widened across multiple sectors. After the film Cran Shin-chan had its China release postponed, Annie-song performances in Shanghai were forcibly halted, and the Sailor Moon musical scheduled for China was abruptly canceled. The pattern has raised concerns that cultural exchange, long seen as a symbolic of, The pattern has raised concerns that cultural exchange, long seen as symbolic of Japan-China friendship, is now closing off. Experts note that this kind of informal culture pressure from China is not new. One-sided example is the Halyuban, known as the anti-Korean restriction, which has lasted more than 8 years. This suggests China's measures against Japanese entertainment could also persist for far longer than expected. Analysts explain that cultural and entertainment pressure is attractive to Chinese authorities because it can be imposed unofficially. State media can frame restrictions as independent decisions, making it difficult for affected countries to pursue WTO, World Trade Organization action, right? If instructions are delivered orally, no evidence remains. Since China is also a major importer of entertainment, it can easily inflict economic damage on exporters while maintaining plausible deniability. Japan's gaming industry may be particularly vulnerable. Over the past 2 years, Japanese titles made up about 30% of all foreign games approved in China, meaning a freeze similar to what hit Korean games after THAAD deployment could cause significant harm. Although no concrete restrictions on Japanese games have been seen yet, experts say the possibility cannot be ruled out. Because these measures are unofficial, they are difficult to address through diplomatic channels. In Korea's case, even large concessions did not lead to the lifting of the anti-Korean ban, which remains in place. If China were to implement a similar long-term anti-Japan restriction, Japan may ultimately have to accept the loss of the Chinese market altogether, a shift that could reshape the future of Japanese entertainment exports. Who knows if they'll even have China to help animate? You know what I mean? For the anime sector, right? Any thoughts before we continue?
I mean, that last little bit was like, oh, it may affect things in the future. It's like, it's already, as we covered in the previous article, already affecting things.
Yeah, and I mean, this is December 2nd, right? So we hadn't done a show in 2 weeks here, but this is pretty soon after our last episode, right? Blue and Rosie says, good evening. Hey, I hope we have a good show as well. Hope you're doing well as well. Anyway, so China, as we've sort of discussed here, has put in a travel ban to Japan as well. So for fuck's sake, these tabs. Close. There we go. So Sword News 24 has written a slew of articles with titles such as "Is Kyoto Less Crowded with Tourists After China's Don't Go to Japan Warning?" China's Don't Go to Japan Warning seems to be affecting Osaka's Namba and Dotonbori neighborhoods. Is China's Don't Go to Japan Warning affecting tourist crowd sizes in Nara? And is China's Don't Go to Japan Warning affecting tourist crowds in Shibuya's Don Quixote? So just to give you a sentiment here of what the answer to these questions is, we casually asked a staff member, have Chinese customers really decreased here? Yes, they have definitely decreased recently. That's the impression I get from working at the register. So it seems that our observations were indeed correct. Chinese tourists really have decreased in number because this multi-story branch of Don Quixote was a lot quieter than we've ever seen it. That left us with the burning question. If their absence is affecting business at this popular store, where else will the effects be felt? Indicating, of course, economic stagnation due to lack of tourism, right? Now, I closed 4 tabs at once. Just give it a second. I say, there we go. All right, so you guys remember we covered this. Japan's parliament elects Sanae Takaichi as the nation's first female prime minister. Guess what this bitch went on to do? Japan and China trade barbs after Prime Minister Takaichi says, quote, an attack on Taiwan would be an existential threat to Japan. Literally, the first chance she got, she said, we will go to war with China. Like, holy fucking shit. Do I need to remind you that after we dropped a nuke on Japan and they surrendered, part of their surrender agreement was that they had to form a new constitution that forbids them from declaring war. They have a self-defense force, not an offensive army. This woman comes out and says, listen here, China, I hold the reins now and I will fuck you up if you move on Taiwan. To which multiple outlets have reported that apparently the prep materials for the speech indicate that her controversial Taiwan remarks were made on the spot, as in unplanned, as in this woman felt the power of the room and just said, and you know what? Fuck China. You're like,
that wasn't in the teleprompter.
yeah, exactly.
Kaishi, can you check on that? She didn't say that. That's on the teleprompter. What do we do?
Blue and Rosie says, I clicked on it. I promise I did. Try again. There we go. Loose lips sink ships. Her stating that destroyed Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle's likely chances of crossing 1 billion globally with Chinese audiences revenue. It was barely in theaters for a month because of this. Theater screenings were immediately dropped the day of her statement. Yeah. And just wait to hear what she has to say after this. So Trump
Make Japan great again.
Yeah. Trump has bonded with Japan's new prime minister and says her nation is delivering on U.S. investments. Meanwhile, the Japanese media outlets have leaked, any second now, have leaked that what Trump actually said in his call to Kaichi was, quote, don't interfere in the Taiwan issue. Whereas Takaichi announced to the press the day after, President Trump told me that he and I are extremely good friends and that I should call him anytime. We're buddies. He said so. All right. Meanwhile, Japanese beer giant Asahi says data breach hit 1.5 million people. Japan's largest beer producer has finished investigating the cyber attack and found that the incident impacted up to 1.9 million individuals. The compromised data includes full names, genders, physical addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses, which could be used in phishing attempts.
Dude, so now we can tell if someone's a non-trinary because it has genders listed.
So, piss off Chinese people. Simply say we won't let millions of you move here. Suddenly, massive data breaches in multiple Japanese-owned businesses. It's almost like China is literally evil. Now, next. Japan's prime minister quotes Shingeki no Kyojin, or Attack on Titan, to urge foreign investment. Okay, just putting this into perspective here. The day she stated that she would fuck up China if they moved on Taiwan, theater screenings were dropped, right? For Demon Slayer. So now she's urging foreign investment. At an international conference in Saudi Arabia, Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi surprised attendees by quoting Attack on Titan, using one of the anime's famous lines to call for greater investment in Japan. Prime Minister Takaichi attended an international conference hosted by the Saudi Investment Institute on the 1st, where she highlighted Japan's economic policies, and then ended her speech with a surprising reference to one of the country's most globally popular anime series. Quoting Attack on Titan, she declared, "I kara damate zenbu watashi ni toshishite," or just shut up and invest everything in me, which is what Aaron says when he is in the like tribunal or whatever, the military tribunal, and they're trying to decide if he's going to go to the scouts or if he's going to get murdered by the wall cultists or whatever. And then Levi kicks his tooth out, right? It seems Takaichi is not familiar with what happened to the character after uttering this remark. The unexpected anime line was delivered as a humorous closer targeted at the local audience, where Attack on Titan enjoys strong popularity. But beneath the joke, Takaichi stressed a serious economic message, strengthening Japan's supply-side structure and creating a positive cycle where global capital flows into the country. She emphasized her administration's intention to support private sector investment and accelerate economic revitalization. She also addressed economic security, pointing out the risks of depending too heavily on foreign suppliers for critical materials such as rare earths. Taiwan. Rare earth minerals and things for chips and whatnot, right? Which obviously the rare earths are coming from, they're harvesting those in Africa mostly. But anyway, Takaichi stated that Japan aims to diversify supply routes, push forward crisis management investment, and ensure a more resilient economy capable of sustainable growth. You need people to do that. You need people. You need that birth rate to go up. Revalue your currency. Now, in the meantime, it was probably not the best decision to link yourself to Attack on Titan, because people couldn't help but notice that Sanai Takaichi looks an awful lot like the Cart Titan.
Oh my.
It's painfully uncanny, is it not? Holy shit.
Is there an edit of her snout being elongated?
No, not that I've seen. Yeah. Anyway, so I've got a video of her delivering the line. We'll watch it right now. She delivers it in English, believe it or not. I'm told, I've heard from people that she says it in English and Japanese. I haven't heard her say it in Japanese yet. I might be missing it, but I'm just saying, like, I haven't noticed her saying it in Japanese. Here it is.
サウジアラビアでは日本の漫画アニメが非常に人気だと伺いました。キャプテン翼、ワンピース、鬼滅の刃など、ありますけれども、本日は進撃の巨人の有名なセリフを借りて、私のスピーチの結びといたします。Just shut your mouths and invest everything in me. 皆さん、もう、お願いしたいことはお分かりだと思います。Japan is back. Invest in Japan. ということで、ご清聴ありがとうございました。
And then she proceeds to wipe out half the world.
Damn.
We could only be so lucky. All right. Anyway. So, I've also got this article. Good. We're making good time. Japan aims for a $20 trillion in overseas sales as the Prime Minister pledges support for creators. So, I think this is connected to what we just watched and what she was doing there. China is the worst. Hold on. China was the worst consumer base to piss off. It's also the worst consumer base to become subservient to get addicted to the teat of, right? Like, it should never have crossed that bridge. Now, look, for Japan, they're right across the sea. I understand, right? But like in the West, especially, we bent over backwards in order to make them happy, to the point where now apparently the United States doesn't acknowledge Taiwan either. Yeah. Anyway, Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi has announced an aggressive push to boost Japan's cultural exports, declaring that the government will directly support musicians, manga artists, animators, and game creators in expanding overseas, with a staggering 20 trillion yen overseas sales target set as the long-term goal. Prime Minister Takaichi revealed the initiative on Twitter, stating that the government will strengthen its support system to help Japanese artists perform, collaborate, and build audiences abroad. She emphasized that Japan's musicians should be able to hold concerts and cultural exchange events across Asia, Europe, and North America, positioning the country's creative output as a global force rather than a domestically contained industry. Takaichi said that the government will also invest in manga, anime, and game creators, highlighting them as core pillars of Japan's identity and economic strategy. These industries already rival sectors like semiconductors in global revenue scale, and the government now plans to capitalize on that foundation by intensifying overseas promotion and infrastructure. Naturally, many are concerned that these creators might be forced to censor their content as a result of attempting to sell overseas, as the West has become politicized to the point that certain forms of fantasy are now considered haram. A recently approved supplementary budget exceeding 55 billion yen will be funneled into this effort, launching a multi-year public-private partnership designed to elevate Japanese content into new markets and reinforce existing footholds. The stated goal, achieving 20 trillion yen in overseas sales, underscores the administration's intention to treat cultural production as a central export industry. Takaichi concluded by saying the government will work hand in hand with artists and creators to secure Japan's presence in the global cultural marketplace, aiming for a future where Japanese music and storytelling resonate across borders with far greater reach than ever before. Welcome, Randy, just in time.
Hello.
You guys ready for pickups? Because I got fucking pickups.
Me too.
I got pickups, and I also didn't open this tab, so it's a good thing I noticed that.
Well, I'm sitting here wondering. I'm like, how many tabs are we gonna have to go through before we get to pickups? Because I didn't even. But I just now noticed on the corner of my eye, like the Kickstarter tab. So I'm like, oh, surely it's coming soon. So
yeah. So if you'd like to go first, be my guest.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna.
Are you not ready?
No, I just have to find those two tabs that launched all the way to the other side of the, or I guess the other side of the thing.
That's fair.
I'm just gonna grab those.
Well, I don't know what pickups I should do first. Do you want me to do the non-anime pickups first or the anime pickups first?
Oh, whatever floats your boat.
Okay, I am going to do the anime pickups first. So I picked up on my road trip because I went to Disney Anaheim.
Oh shit,
so
that's right.
On the way there,
I worked that day, if you can fucking believe it.
I know. I was kind of bummed because I remember us talking to it weeks ago, like, oh, maybe I'll join you and show up for a day. But
damn, while you were down here, I should have given you the address for all the book offs and whatnot.
Right? Oh man, I would have been hardcore broke by the end of that trip. But, so I pick a went to a secondhand shop
or Shangri-La.
No, Shangri-La.
Yeah.
So mid, but it was cheap. It's the limited edition.
Hold on. What is the UPC?
The UPC is it on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Where would I? 1, 4, 2.
What are the last? Let's say the last four.
The last four. Oh, should I be really concerned?
No, I'm just curious. Just tell me.
2524-8. Oh wait, is that the wrong number? Am I looking at the bottom of the barcode or the top? Oh, my bad. Okay, so the last four are actually
just show us the barcode.
2, 1. Here, I'll
just put the barcode to the camera.
I'll just put the barcode on the camera, like Reese just suggested. If my fucking camera will pick up the fucking barcode. It won't. It refuses to do
5212, right? That's what it ends in?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So the reason I bring this up is because if you can, that's the DVD limited edition, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing that's really weird about that. That was the time when Funimation first rolled out the what do you call it? The save edition.
Oh,
So the limited edition is the one that you have that ends in 5212. But there is also a save limited edition that looks identical to it that is ending in 5243.
okay. Wow.
And you want to know something else that's really fucking funny? And if anybody knows where this is, here, let me pull these on screen real quick. So you guys know I'm not pulling shit out of my ass.
We would never accuse you of that.
Sorry to derail. Right? Okay, right here. Oh, you already did it. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at Shangri-La, right? I opened this part 1 limited edition and then the 2 save editions, right? So the one that you have is this one that ends in 5212, right? And then the other one, the save edition, complete edition that ends in 5243 looks identical to it, right?
Huh.
And what's funny about this, and I don't think it shows it here. Yeah. So this is when they first released this shit. Like they were like among their first, if I'm not mistaken, for the save edition line. And I'm dead serious. It got released into stores saying property title goes here on the spine.
Yeah.
What the? Oh my lord! I wish I would have picked that version up. That is hilarious.
Dan showed that to me at Fry's Electronics one day, and I laughed my ass off. And I didn't buy it, and now I can't find it.
Oh no!
So they did make one once they released that, they realized their mistake and fixed it to now have Shangri-La on the spine.
That's so fucking. I'm sure that's like a grail for some people. Like,
yeah.
Oh look.
So I've been trying to get it for the bootleg series, like just like weird shit happens, you know. Like,
yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
Back to you.
Back to me. So this is gonna make some people angry because I picked up the inferior version, but I wanted the collector's edition. So Grenadier, the DVD
Nice.
collector's box set with titties on the front. So I mean, I had to
Titties.
like, and the back too. But it is the inferior DVD copy from Media Blasters. So take of that.
Isn't
what you will.
Grenadier the set that like the Blu-ray doesn't have chapters? Or is that just like Juden Sean or something?
I was
Maybe
Grenadier.
it's both.
They had a fucked up thing. It was Grenadier does have a weird thing with the chapters. Yeah, like I brought that. That was one thing I brought up with
For the
Media
Blu-ray or the
Blasters over
DVD?
the Blu-ray.
The Blu-ray.
Media Blasters.
Okay.
The
Well, I didn't.
Media Blasters Blu-ray.
Wouldn't that be funny if the DVDs had chapters, but the Blu-ray era, they're like, oh, we'll think about putting chapters.
I messaged Media Blasters like, hey, what's the deal? Oh, you guys want chapters isolating the opening and ending?
Yes.
What? Like, how long have you been in this business, you fuck ass? Like, I don't want to skip through the chapter and find myself in the middle of the episode, or skip the opening and find myself in the middle of the episode.
Yeah. So it's a bit beat up, but to add to my ADV collection, Neoranga.
Nice.
The ADV set that Discotheque has
is
yet.
that
It's
the
a bit
thin
beat
pack?
up, but yeah,
It's a
thin pack.
right? Yeah.
Thin pack.
I have the big one.
Nice.
But it has a nice slice through it.
The big one I think has the different artwork. I preferred this artwork.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's more salacious, but you know, it is what it is. I'm sure the bigger collection, the first edition, like collector's edition, is probably like better quality. I imagine this one's kind of beat up, and I've seen a lot of those online where they're just beat up to hell. I don't know what it is about Neoranga that's beat up to hell. Umarinka from ADB. So there's that, and in typical
I heard this show
ADB
sucks
fashion,
ass.
well, it was cheap. It was like $15. I was, you know. And then lastly, for my anime pickups, Sentai, I picked up Nyankoi for not uber expensive, but it was kind of expensive because I think this is out of print. So waiting for a re-release. Well, I am not anymore because I have it, but because it says it's the new English dub, but the dub's been out for fucking ever now. So for my Disney pickups, this is my roommate's, but I purchased it for him for his Christmas present. So this is like one of the main things that I like to get when I'm at Disney is artwork. So I picked up a print. This is Alice in Wonderland. There's that print. And then my print that I bought framed that the following day I met the artist. He's like, "Oh yeah, I picked this up, blah 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 blah." And then out of the corner, the artist who's drawing in the in the workshop is like, "Oh, I drew that." He's like,
Can I get your autograph?
He already put his autograph on here as part of
Okay.
the thing, but it is Max and Roxanne from a Goofy movie. So,
nice.
There's my. Oh, sorry. Can you not see it because of the glare? I didn't even think about that.
Okay.
We got it.
There you go. And those are my pickups.
All right.
I got a few more, but like they're pins, so it's like Disney pins. I don't think anybody wants to see, but
I'm trying to grab an image real quick to. Okay, I'm not gonna find it. That's all right. I was planning to do
he's
that.
not
Okay,
gonna find it.
all right. So real quick, I want to share with you my favorite experience in Australia. Okay. This is going to seem pretentious as all hell, and I'm sorry for that. Any second now. Any second now. Here it comes. There it is. Okay. So this is the hotel that I stayed at on Market Street. Hello. There it goes. So this is the Swiss Hotel, right? Immediately across the street is the State Theater. Oh, God. Right? Weirdly, this was also from Christmas time. So it has the Christmas decorations. I know you wouldn't ever guess that this was Christmas because, they're below the equator and it's fucking summer and miserable. And the most you could fucking get was, beach balls. Those are ornaments, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best you could get. So while I was there, see this right here? I can't get you a good shot of it, right? You go past it, but there's this like opening here directly across from where I would walk out of the hotel, right? And I've got photos here. I took a photo. Have you guys ever heard of the YouTuber Any Austin?
I don't think so, no.
So there's a guy, obviously his name is Any Austin, and he creates the most unusual content that I think I've ever seen on YouTube, where, for example, you've probably seen, Randy, you've probably seen like a TikTok of his, or of his video going on TikTok, where he traced all of the power lines in Red Dead Redemption to find out where they go. He also he sat down, he got a like the code, the California regulatory code guidebook that they have for like the official, city workers for street signs. And he went through GTA 5, which is based on Los Angeles, California. And he rated the how up to code the street signs were and found that I think only one intersection was actually up to code or something like that. So he's like super autistic in the best possible sense of the word and does these really dry humor videos that explore these very interesting like what if questions that nobody else would ever have the patience.
That would be so fucking boring to try and do.
Yeah,
all that.
right. But when somebody else does the work and delivers it, it's actually really entertaining, right? So he also does a series where he talks about liminal spaces, and the way that he describes a liminal space is a space that you are intended to pass through, not linger in. So like a hallway would be considered a liminal space under his definition, right? It's a place where you're actually going is an offshoot of the hallway, but he likes to stop and appreciate the weirdness that is places you're not actually meant to look around in. You're just supposed to pass through them, right? And he's sort of opened my eyes to looking at the world in a different way, and it's been very entertaining for me. So my favorite memory of being in Australia was that I came out. Come on, mouse. I came out here, and I looked across the way here, and this is what I saw. Any second now. There it is. Okay. So this is what it looks like. Now I'm going to give you a closer look. So that red, like painting on the wall there says stage door. And I just thought this was so strange that the stars would align, that we're across the street from a stage, right? Like a theater. There's the stage door sign, and it's being lit in an inverted spotlight by the shadow of another building casting on it perfectly as soon as I walked outside. That was my highlight of Australia. That's how boring of a trip it was. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Right? Anyway.
You're welcome.
So,
did you walk down that hallway?
I did not. I should.
Maybe it was painted like that, and that's
no.
light.
Because I went. I thought to myself the next day, like, shit, I should have taken a video, not a photo. And when I went there again, it never lined up like this ever again. The whole time I was there. Yeah. And then one other thing that's important for me to show. So here is. Come on. Once again. So this is the door that I would leave to leave the hotel. I take about 20 steps this direction. And it's hard to see, but this is like a mall. And literally I would come out, I would go into this, where this woman is, stand on this escalator, and at the bottom of the escalator is a place called Sushi Hub. And it's basically a grocery store level sushi place, like, where they just kind of make it and put it out. But bomb, delicious, like thick, the thickest sushi ever. Like, how like sushi, they make the roll and then they cut it. Mm-hmm. So they give it to you uncut, uncircumcised sushi, right? So it's like eating a burrito of sushi. It's amazing. So every 10 a.m. I would go there, and then on the last day, for some reason, my friend went there, and they gave him a little mystery box toy, and it turned out to be this guy. All right. Anyway, I preface all of this to say that while I was in Australia, my daughter sent me on a mission, because the last time I went to Australia, I picked up, go that way, that Hello Kitty, right? The one dressed up as Kenshin, right? So I went to all these places, and because Australia has a huge Asian population, there was a lot of stores that were catering to my daughter's interests specifically, that I normally wouldn't be able to shop at. So weirdly, after bringing her back a shit ton of Cinema Roll and Hello Kitty stuff last year, or I guess in March this year, she only wanted a little cat that I found. It's from something called Mofu Sand, something like that. Anyway, she wanted that. That's literally the only thing she wanted. I bought that little cat thing at Kinokuniya, the bookstore, last time I was in Australia, in Sydney. And so I went there, and the only thing that they had in the section where they used to have a bunch of little cat things was one of those things that you put in front of your stomach when you're typing on a keyboard, and it's like a little keyboard pal, right? So it's like much bigger than what I got her last time. And I'm just like, man, I don't know. This isn't really it, right? And I started to get a little bit nervous because like I wasted a whole day not finding anything. While I was at that Kinokuniya, though, they had a gachapon machine that had scrunchies of Sanrio characters. And I, just so that you guys know, gachapon, there's a lot of different capsule toys. Gachapon specifically is expensive as fuck. It's like $5 for one coin, right? I put that shit in and I thought, shit, I got Pom Pom Purring. Put it in again. Pom Pom Purring. Put it in again. Pom Pom Purring. Put it in again. Pom Pom Purring. I'm quitting while I'm ahead. Fuck this. All right. So turns out
You're a fucking idiot, and that's not what you actually got.
I was looking at this. Where, Jesus, I was looking at this, thinking I got Pom Pom Purring, not realizing that it's actually just where it folds and shows. So it turns out I didn't even get Pom Pom Purring, but I did get. Fucker, go back in there. But I did get 3 Keroppi scrunchies and 1 Pochaco for her. For fuck's sake, how am I so bad at this? Right? So I got her that. That's how my like I'm gonna get her something journey went. Then I went back to the store where where I got the Hello Kitty in the Kenshin outfit. And the exact thing I was gonna buy from Kinokuniya, except I think it's the medium-sized one. There's like 3 different sizes. I got her that. This is the cat I was talking about, right? We call it Shark Kitty because it's a shark kitty, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway, so I got her this, right? And that was like if I can't find her something better, at least I got her that, right? Then my daughter loves Cinnamoroll, right? This is her favorite Sanrio character. This is from her advent calendar set, right? So I'm always keeping an eye out for this character because it's not as popular in the States as it is elsewhere. And when I'm in Australia, it's like pretty much the only time it's like all over the place. So I'm always keeping an eye out for her. So I see this hole in the wall, like arcade almost. It's not an arcade. It's exclusively a couple of capsule machines and then like claw machines and the one where you like cut the rope, like huge scams. I see this one. I go in there and I see a little Cinnamoroll in a go-kart kind of thing, like a little car, right? And I'm like, my daughter would love that. So I go over to the thing, right, with the card reader, and it's, I'm making it bigger for you, but like this is where you would tap your card. In order to select how many coins you want, it's separated into 4 quadrants: top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. I click on 10 coins. And then Nick's wife points out that there's a bunch of like plastic cups. Like, oh, grab one of those. They're about to like put them in there. So I throw my hand underneath into the hole. And the hole's pretty big. And wouldn't you know it, the very center where logic would dictate this shit's going to come down is the only place that a coin did not fall. So it all falls around my hands. And I shit you not, 66 coins come out of this fucking machine. Okay. Now, first I thought I won the slot machine, right? Because it's raining coins. Then I notice that in those quadrants, the top left is 1 coin, the top right is 10 coins, the bottom left is 22 coins, and the bottom right is 66 coins. So they fucking mapped this thing. Even though I hit 10, it registered 66. And there's nobody working here. I can't get my fucking money back. I'm just holding all these coins. Like I have to spend them, right? Now the great thing about Australia is that their money sucks ass. So anytime you spend it, it's like you're really only spending about 60% of it, right? Because like $5 in Australia is like $3.50 in the US, or maybe even less, right? Probably less, $3 even in the US. So anyway, so I only wanted to try to get this one little car, and I got all these fucking coins. And
$1.67.
you'll never guess. First try. First fucking try. So then I'm literally just like, I don't know what else to fucking do. Like, holy shit. And by the way, these are like bootleg. Like, these aren't even real. These are fucking bootleg ones, right? So I get this. I think I also got this from there, right? This one's a little bit better. So I'm going around. They have all of these like claw machines, and fortunately, like the gachapon style ones were like 10 coins each, but the claw machines were only 1 coin each because they know you're gonna fucking waste all your coins trying to do it. But we managed to get cinema roll. My wife first thought these were goat horns and that this was like a goat cinema roll. My daughter's convinced that that's what it is, but we have since come to realize it's probably that cinema roll is an ice cream with like chocolate chips stuck in it, like kind of like the ice cream here, right? Anyway, so that's what that is. This was her favorite thing that I brought home, I think, even though I'm pretty sure it's bootleg and all that shit. So I still have shit tons of coins left at that point. So we do a different, smaller claw machine and win this cinema roll like keychain with a little bell on it, right?
Sorry,
And
how much did the 66 coins cost you?
I don't even want to know. Okay, I don't even want to know. I will find out when I do my taxes. Right? So anyway.
So are these like coins specifically for claw machines, or like actual like just currency?
No, they're coins for the arcade thing.
So they're okay. So they're tokens. They're tokens.
Yeah,
so
they're tokens.
actual.
Yeah, I couldn't use them any other way, right?
Okay.
So anyway, so I think we did that, and then in that same place, we came to the realization, like, shit, I gotta. And this always happens. Like, Australia is like a treasure trove of stuff for my daughter, but it's not really like, there's nothing my son really likes. So we're like looking around, and this is like when we still have all these coins, and we're like, was there anything my son would like? He's like, well, he likes Kirby. And then I'm putting the coins in, and Nick's wife says, which Kirby do you think he's going to want? He's like, probably the Meta Knight. Boom, first try, right? Like fucking, gotcha. And you know that they're bootleg because they put the ones that you want in there more than the ones that are normally rare, right? So anyway, after that, I go to a store. If you guys remember in March, I don't think I have anything in here from it, but if you guys remember in March, I bought my daughter a bunch of cinema rolls that is like Hello Kitty dressed up as cinema roll. One of the ones I got from there was one of those. So I went back to that store. Store-wide sale, 50% off. Holy shit, man.
It's Christmas.
It's already 50% off because of the exchange rate. And then the whole store is another. She made out like a goddamn bandit. I bought her this little cinema roll hair clip. I bought her fucking that cat she wanted, the size she wanted, dressed up as Hello Kitty. Like, could it get any better? Right? I bought her this little bunny ear thing where it has like an armature in it so you can make the ears go different ways. And then I saw something for myself while I was in there. I bought Shin-chan dressed up as Action Bastard. Anyway, okay. So then to wrap this up, I went to a couple more places. Eventually I found a couple more gachapons, and I saw this so this thing, I saw gachapons of this cat seemingly, or maybe they're not even this cat. Maybe I just mistook it for this cat. But this kind of cat dressed up as Sanrio characters, and one of them was Cinema Roll, and I'm like, fuck, I have to get it. I burned a shit ton of money on that machine, but I got whatever this salmon character is. I got Pom Pom Purin, like 5 of these, right? And then I got Keropi, and then Cinema Roll, right? Perfect. Okay. Now, then I went around and I found that same one where I got, when I first tried this guy in March. You guys remember? You guys remember when I got Foodnum, right? So I went back there and they didn't really have anything that good, but I'm like, I gotta get something. So last thing I got, I didn't even put together. It's like you have to put it together like a gun plug, but it's a little car, right? Right. But you have to snip out the stuff, so I haven't bothered with it. But the other thing I got was this guy.
Nice.
Yeah. He holds chopsticks or a pencil. Do I have anything like that? I have a right. And then the last thing I got to go with my freak shows was this little meat wearing, leek holding samurai guy with the tiny head. So these guys are now my desk mates. And those are my pickups from Australia. Meanwhile, in the US, you guys recall that I got this from
Crunchyroll?
This is not the one from
Crunchyroll. Amazon.
That I got this from Crunchyroll, right? And it had the slice kind of through it. So I got a replacement. I got to send this one back. Anime collector Patreon exclusive tip. And then last, you guys remember, I got Gushing Over Magical Girls from Crunchyroll, and it was dented. And I complained about this. And they offered me a $25 gift card or a refund of 20%, and I get to keep the item. And the refund is $30 some odd. And I wrote back to them, why the fuck would you even offer me 2 options of monetary value when one of them is obviously higher and the other one is for store credit, of which you have given me no reason to believe that anything I order from you coming up in my next order where I would use said store credit is going to arrive undamaged. And I basically tore them a new one. And they said, basically they relented and sent me shipping labels to return. And I bought this from
Amazon?
From Amazon. It arrived in a fucking bubble mailer in pristine condition, thank God. Right. And I would have just used that special tip that we always hint at that doesn't actually exist. But because the Lupin Castle of Cagliostro Steelbook was a Crunchyroll exclusive, I just decided I will email them about both, because otherwise, what's the point of only doing one? So anyway, I got that. Things are looking up. Hopefully that Lupin one's good, because I got this for $70 on Amazon and over $100 on Crunchyroll. So I made out like a bandit there. I don't know how much I spent on this, but I'm sure it wasn't cheap. That time I got Reincarnated as a Slime Season 1 and Season 2 Steelbooks, right? And then I am mad. Kamen Rider the first, Kamen Rider the next.
Is it supposed to be upside down?
And the spine.
What the fuck?
I fucking god. This is a Media Blasters exclusive.
Well, yeah, and it really does show, I guess.
Anyway, I also picked up the dollar store DVD of the Legend of Snow White, A Little Fairy. I now have episode 23 and 24. Slowly but surely closing that gap. All right, let me put these down here. Can these fit? Oh, actually, I got to keep the Mushoku Tensei ones out, so I remember to send those back and get my money back for that one. All right, your boy Kong Ming from Sentai. Nice. This looks like it's in great condition. Happy about that. I parry everything.
Oh, shit.
This
How
one is
heavy is
not. It's very heavy, and it's
That's a big boy.
not in great shape.
Oh,
I'm gonna order this from Amazon and see if I can do better. Right?
Patreon tip.
Look at that shit.
Oh, it's all just done it up. Oof.
Yeah, fuck that. Not doing that. So yeah, I'm gonna try. Oh god, that's even worse up here. Yeah, I'm gonna try that one again. And then perhaps the most hype thing that I obtained while we were away was Dagger of Kamuy Kickstarter and Kickstarter exclusive chipboard art box. Fuck. You guys will recall, I guess, that they did an art book that was oversized, and I guess we rioted enough that they still gave us a chipboard art box, but the chipboard art box holds literally just the Blu-ray. I don't know if we won this battle, boys.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's that.
Did Putnam leave?
He did, apparently.
Motherfucker.
All right.
He could have corroborated the whole shit with the
Could have.
Kickstarters.
Damn.
He was here earlier, right?
Oh. It's a good thing I put this fucking reminder in for myself. I put in this reminder. God damn it. Full screen layout. Yeah, I put in this reminder for myself, and apparently I needed it because I did forget again. It's on the left side of my screen over here.
My internet went out. What was the most hype thing you got?
The Kickstarter for Dagger of Kamuy.
Oh.
And Footnum is
Footnum
back,
is
so
back.
he can corroborate about the really, really tiny chipboard art box.
Show him the box.
He's muted. I don't know if he... There's my art box.
That is tiny.
Yeah.
For the Kickstarter?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we were... Oh, shit. I totally forgot. There's two other things here. So at the store where I bought the little one and the hair clip and the bunny ears and stuff, I also picked her up a Cinema Roll water jug. And then at a separate store, I saw something that I bought for her, knowing my wife was going to steal it, and I was right. And that is a Cinema Roll Yeti style cup, right?
Nice.
So there you go. That's those. And then the last pickup is needing a little assistance on the exfiltration. That's a nice word, isn't it? There we go.
So your daughter got all this stuff, and your son only got the Meta Knight thing.
Yep. But when I go to London in February, I'll probably buy him some stuff he likes there because they're a little bit more up his alley and away from my daughter's interests. So I got Radical Japan from a UK distributor, Radiance. It is region A, B, and C, which is why it was worth getting. I don't know why the fuck. I can clearly see a circular sticker sticking directly to my case. So the reason I bought this is that this is a limited edition of only 5,000 copies. And I thought, might as well pick it up. It contains The Catch, Death by Hanging, Diary of a Shinjuku Thief, Boy, The Man Who Left His Will on Film, The Ceremony, and Dear Summer Sisters. Oh, I guess I could have read it on the back too. Anyway, that's what I got. I hope you enjoyed my TED Talk. This is what it looks like from the spine side. Let's go into...
Okay, before we go into that, but no, what was the Kickstarter that had them like back out on the chipboard, and then we complained and we said no, give us the chipboard? Was that Dagger of Kamuy?
Are you referring to Macross where it was like, let us buy the chipboard separately instead of with the art book?
Was it Macross? Yeah, okay, might have been.
It was never
thinking,
on the table that they wouldn't give like a chipboard or whatever. It was just with
you had to buy the book, and
Yeah.
I didn't want to buy the book. That was the whole thing. And so, but I couldn't. I thought it was. I wasn't sure if it was Dagger of Kamuy or if it was another one. So if it was Macross, then I don't know. I feel like maybe he continued the same practice of just chipboard over just the Blu-ray case.
Because the Macross one was like that as well, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, that one
Because
had
that was
to actually get in our hands.
Didn't we? Oh, no, I'm thinking of Megazone 2-3. Maybe. Okay. In response to...
Hold on. The Macross one was after Dagger of Kamuy?
I don't think so.
No, I think the Macross one was before, but I think that Macross had a weird thing where it's taking a little longer.
I think because it's 4K, it's taking 4 times as long. Am I right, guys?
Oh, okay. I don't even remember if we got it or not. But anyway, the practice of how he did the chipboard started there, I guess, and probably carried over to Dagger Kamuy.
Very much.
So it's probably going to be the same thing for Macross then.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I think Macross did say it's going to have like a... Did it say it's going to have a booklet?
So the reason he's asking is because before you came on, like before we started the episode here today, he and I were talking about what went on with this, and we couldn't remember. Our interpretation was, and we might be thinking of Macross instead of Dagger of Kamuy, that there was an oversized art book, and that they had said in one of the updates that they were going to not do the chipboard because the book would not fit in it. And then we rioted, and they said, okay, we'll do a chipboard and the book. But we didn't want the book because it's too big and won't fit in the thing anyway. So we're not sure now if that was Dagger of Kamuy or in fact Macross. And it might have been Macross.
Because I didn't back Dagger of Kamuy,
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know what the updates are.
Yeah,
but
if you didn't back Dagger of Kamuy, then it was probably Macross. Because you were the one that you posted on the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Like a comment about it.
It must have been Macross. Cool. Green line.
From my memory, anyway.
In response
Could be
to your pickups, Blue and Rosie says, wow, what a thoughtful gift giver. Lucky roommate. Merry Christmas indeed. And then regarding mine, Mofu Sand is beyond adorable. Obsessed with that brand too. My daughter loves them. The artist is on Twitter and posts daily. Oh. And then Barbaric Ape says, how's life? How have you been? Hope you've been good. It's trekking on. Life will be great when I finish the manifesto. How about that? Let's move into pickups on the Discord. So Bobby Hill, you picked up Maiden Railways. Why is this? Am I zoomed in or something? That's weird. Also,
you have to click directly on the image.
It was no, but it was weird because it was like off-centered, like it was down here for some reason. Anyway, Maiden Railways, the manga, it looks like. Nadia, Secret of the Blue Water complete series on Blu-ray. How is this Blu-ray? Is this a upscale or native, I wonder?
Downscale.
It's got a
because the 4K came out, the 4K scan and everything.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and that's what was
Nadia?
used for that.
I thought that was
Is
just for
Nadia-
like the movie one.
Wait,
The movie didn't even get a 1080p, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, I don't know. I haven't kept up with this because I already own it on disc. Right. Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War.
Part 2
Part 2, yes, and Tokyo Godfathers.
with a slipcover.
Nice. Enriv picked up Final Fantasy Tactics for the Switch. And Trinity 7. He had the DVD and wanted to upgrade and got the second chance, but also got it in the vain hope it can convince Sentai to license and dub the movies. Enriv also picked up. Nice. Also picked up Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon? Is this part 1 and part 2 of season 4? I'm guessing.
Presumably.
Oh, you also got cucked on the. Wait a minute. Wait. A minute. You must have flipped it, right?
Surely.
Yeah. And then Reese.
I picked up Blue Exorcist, Blue Knight Saga, Konosuba Season 3, Spice and Wolf, The Merchant Meets Wise Wolf, Season 1, Part 1, finally, and Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill, Onvis number 3.
Mm-hmm. Randy. King Arthur and the Knights of Justice?
Yes. Arthur and the Knights of Justice. Great show. Well, great theme song. I don't really remember the show too much, but I liked it as a kid. And Mega Man. Super fighting robot. Unfortunately, Mega Man came crushed, damaged. Although the silver lining is
it was meant to look destroyed.
Yeah, the art already looks broken, so I was like, you know what? It was from the States, like to return it to the States and like try and get another one. I was just like,
yeah,
fuck it, I'll just leave it, whatever.
The things that matter came in unscathed, like Golden Boy.
Yes.
And Deers.
You should have picked me up a copy.
I don't really know why I even bought it, but I did. It was on Black Friday deal, so it's like, okay, whatever. Kanekon.
Cool. You also got Kanekon and Amazing Nurse Nanako.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
I just felt like wasting money on Black Friday, you know.
I know that feeling. I did that all the time I was in Australia. All right, cool.
And you didn't donate it to the OCA podcast?
I don't think we streamed on Black Friday. If we had have streamed, could we have done the Black Friday deal?
Black Friday donations.
Our Black Friday deal is still going on. Give us money, and we're twice as happy about it. More paying for your buck.
Will personally identify the money as double. And by that, we mean half price to you guys.
Yeah.
Got the gooning goods. Okay. Question, Enriv. That was you, right? Who picked up
Kamen Rider.
Fuck. Where'd I put it? Here it is.
Is your Kamen Rider flipped.
I assume it is. I can't imagine they have two different versions of it printed where it's not upside down on one side, right? Just curious. You can confirm since I've got you here. Yes. Okay. Knew it. All right. Supreme
Imagine
Court.
he said no, and you'd be so jealous.
Fucking mad.
Have to buy another copy just to have that one for the bootleg series.
No, you buy another copy and it would come in the same way, and he would just maintain.
No matter how many I buy, because he was lying.
Yeah, he just maintain. No, mine's proper.
Just in particular.
Yeah. Supreme Court to decide if Sony can force ISPs to cut your internet over piracy. Shit, man. The Sony Music Entertainment-led lawsuit against Cox Communications forces the question.
Cox.
Should internet providers be allowed to shut down a person's internet access if they fail to block repeat music pirates?
What?
Who the fuck pirates music these days? Download it off YouTube like a normal person.
That's pirating.
Imagine you download a YouTube video and you're like, sorry, you can't have the internet anymore. It was my content. Fuck you. All right. The U.S. Supreme Court is now weighing that exact possibility, and the stakes couldn't be higher for how we all access the internet. The legal battle started when the major labels accused Cox of materially contributing to widespread music piracy by failing to ban users who repeatedly downloaded and shared thousands of songs illegally. A 2019 jury agreed and handed down a $1 billion damages verdict, though the penalty was later overturned and remanded for a new trial. Imagine.
I don't know why anyone would send Sony money. Like, god damn it.
Imagine.
I would like.
Imagine being called? Sony in that situation. It's like $1 billion. Oh my god! Yeah, they're popping champagne, and it's like not so fast.
If it's a court case against Sony, I'm like jury nullification the shit out of that. Like, oh, Sony, you're suing someone for money? No, you do not win. Sorry.
On December 1st, 2025, the Supreme Court of the United States began hearing arguments in Cox Communications v. Sony Music Entertainment. At issue is whether ISPs can be held liable for copyright infringement committed by their subscribers, and crucially, whether that liability includes the power to terminate internet access for alleged repeat infringers. Should the court side with the music companies, that could set a precedent in which ISPs are compelled to act, potentially blacklisting or cutting off users based on copyright infringement claims. That raises massive concerns for the future of universal internet access, particularly for those that rely on always-on broadband like education, telework, or medical connectivity. Not to mention, there are some parts of the United States where Cox is the only thing available. Cox, Comcast, right? Usually Comcast, actually. But specifically, like, there's entire swaths of the Midwest where the only internet you have available is one brand, right? Supporters of Cox warn that such a ruling would make internet providers into de facto copyright cops, forced to police user behavior preemptively. On the other hand, record labels argue that secondary liability is essential to protect copyrights, and that refusing to disable accounts only encourages further illegal sharing. A decision from the court is expected by May 2026, and without it, a potential rewriting of how we view internet access as a right or a revocable privilege tied to copyright compliance. Any thoughts on this? Other than fuck Sony, right?
Fuck Sony, yeah.
I mean,
I just heard supporters of Cox and stuff like that out of context.
I don't know if it was Cox, but
we support Cox.
Yeah, there was a internet company that was essentially they had like a I don't know, let's call it a 3-strike rule, where if you were caught, or like it was expected, or like most people have a 3-strike rule or something, but then they had like a 20-strike rule, where it was like if you got caught 20 times, they would finally cut your service off, but then they would turn around and let you back on anyway. So it wasn't even really a 20-strike rule. It was kind of just like, you're muted. We don't know what you said. Okay, bye. Anyway, so if that was Cox, then like I can understand Sony's like complaint, kind of like we keep saying these people are infringing and they keep doing it, but you keep giving them service against your own policy. But also, like, no, fuck you. Like, you to be cut off from the internet, and for a third party being Sony to have a say in like interfering with two other parties' contract, right? Because it's technically a contract between the client and Cox. Like, Sony shouldn't have a say. That's kind of dumb. They might be able to get money from Cox. They might be able to get money from the client, but they shouldn't be able to force Cox to shut it off.
Sony can't deny his Cox.
Give Reese all the Cox.
I have Windstream. Thank you very much.
My Kamen Rider Diad is also flipped. Well, there you go. Maybe that's why it was flipped. They were trying to stick to the pattern. I know that.
Was that the other one? What was the other one? I don't know.
Oh, on the back of the first?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't that Diad or whatever it is?
Well, I would assume no, because otherwise this would be a given.
Let's look at Kamen Rider Kamen Rider the next, Kamen Rider the first.
Yeah.
Maybe the next is Diad.
There used to be like books that have like probably books too, but comic books that had like
Haha. So that is the thing we were talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay. He was replying to AC, I guess, saying yes, it is flipped, and then
this is basically
like,
just confirmation. Yeah.
Two parts of the same comment. Not yeah. A little bit confusing, but we figured it out. Well, then maybe they didn't have an excuse. There was no pattern to follow. Goddamn. They should have known. What I was saying is comic books sometimes do the reversible cover where like you'll have like issue 1 on the front and then issue 2, like some other issue on the back. But because it's a book and generally you open the book from right to, and you read from left to right, you need to flip the book upside down to read from the back so that it's like you're reading a book still, right? So maybe that's why they flipped it upside down, but it's kind of weird because you're not reading it like a book.
Yes. So the thing that's annoying, okay, I get it now that he explained that, because I was going to say that Media Blasters does have a history of releasing 2-on-1. They did it with Yu Yu Hakusho, one of the OVAs or movies or whatever, and Ninku. And they had Ninku on one side and Yu Yu Hakusho on the other, but flipped. And they had the spine says Yu Yu Hakusho / Ninku in a way where, depending on which way you put it in your collection, it reads that way. The reason I thought this was weird, because I didn't really read beyond it. I just noticed that there was only one. So I thought that it was strange that they only bothered to put one on, but he's right. Dyad is the name of the collection with both in it. However, you guys are correct. There is another complete collection they did of the one that's like, highlighter green, like highlighter yellow colored. And that one is the one where they put like KKK, the Common Rider complete collection or whatever.
Yeah.
Sadly, that's out of print and I haven't gotten it. Anyway, cool. All right. So moving past this, I closed the tab a good while ago. It's still on its way. There it goes. All right. Japanese sci-fi horror movie Subjugation, no CGI monster film from Doug Ruse. It has 24 hours left if you guys want to back it. It's only $100 for the super uncut with more nudity and gore version for Kickstarter. So anyway, that's it. Moving past that. Not wasting any extra time. We're already an hour and a half in. Let's keep going. Hurry up. Okay. New film in the Sonic the Hedgehog universe to open in 2028. While no title has been confirmed, a December 22nd, 2028 premiere date has been announced for another feature film entry in the Sonic universe. This will also be separate from Sonic the Hedgehog 4, which was announced for March 19th, 2027. That's a little weird, right? Like, they must be really, like, I mean, I know that they've done very well. So they're like, just greenlight it. Fuck it, whatever. Sonic 5, I don't care. Get on it. Right?
Well,
Maybe.
I mean, they take so long to make too, so they could do like a Shadow movie and a Sonic 4 movie, right? Yeah. Because they did the Knuckles Paramount TV series.
Fever Dream?
Was it a Fever Dream?
Yes.
I didn't watch it.
Holy shit.
But they might be saying, well, we are not really making money on the streaming service series, so let's just stick it in. Like, instead of doing that, we'll do an actual film
I see.
and stick it in theaters.
You're saying they might do a film because putting effort into doing a streaming only series didn't return the investment.
Well, it just I don't know specifically about the Knuckles series, but just in general, it doesn't seem that companies have been able to get a return on their investment on investing into series specifically. So it seems that movies are more profitable.
So Enriv says, I'm worried about this next movie because the Knuckles show sucked, and I feel like if the main movie guys aren't doing it, they might fuck it up. The Knuckles show, again, like, get some hardcore drugs. Like, shit that's illegal in all 50 states. All right? Like, that is what it will take to get through this. It is just, first of all, it is painfully obvious how many episodes were written specifically to put CGI characters in it the least amount of time possible. It is painfully obvious. The main character, spoilers for anybody who is actually planning to at some point get around and watch it, but the main character is the guy who James Marsden, Donut Lord character, his like deputy on the police force, like the smaller cop, like less important. He's the main character, and he's like buddy palling with Knuckles. And there's a whole crazy plot where his dad left when he was a kid, like went out to get milk kind of thing. And the whole plot is about him, you know, and the childhood trauma that came from his dad leaving. Then it turns out his dad is actually still around, but he's a professional bowler in Las Vegas. So they road trip to Las Vegas for a bowling league so he can beat his own dad to earn his respect. His dad is played by Carrie Elways. It is just fucking off the rails insane. And by the end of it, you're rooting for him, but you're like, this hasn't even been good. Like, there's like one or two goddamn god tier level jokes in it that are hilarious, and the rest of it is painfully unfunny, and you're just in a fever dream. It's very strange. I might have to watch it again. If anybody's got drugs.
This joke fucking sucks. I gotta watch it again.
Yeah. No, just because like I remember there being like there's like a scene where Knuckles has to fight a guy, or maybe it's not even Knuckles, it's like the cop guy fights a guy on a motorcycle where like they're like facing each other like a jousting match with katanas. Like it is so out there insane. Don't video games make way more money than movies and series? I don't know. Not Sonic. Yeah, Wade. Wade is the main character, and I actually liked Wade, but I wanted a show about Knuckles. Yeah, I don't know. Knuckles is pretty uninspired in the live action. Like they play him off as the idiot with Idris Elba voicing him, and he doesn't come across cool, like he ain't Shadow. Anyway, moving past that. Any second now. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. So previously we reported an article where they had listed the cast for the new Silent Hill movie, Return to Silent Hill, that's coming out like January 24th, as having Hannah Emily Anderson playing both Maria, Mary, and Angela. And that was an interesting idea, and I actually would still be on board with that. But now the IMDb casting has been updated to list Eve Macklin as Caitlin/Angela. I don't even know who the fuck Caitlin is, but yeah. So it's not going to be Hannah Emily Anderson playing 3 separate roles. Anyway, moving past that. Come on. New Tomb Raider TV series promises to reinvent the franchise. I am starting here so we can look at some good ass art for Lara Croft. Right? But we're actually going to read this article because it's going to remind us of the terrible history of Tomb Raider, which will become relevant later.
The colonialism.
No, I mean, that's the good history of Tomb Raider.
Oh.
I'm talking about the more recent history. Despite previous whispers suggesting the series was being laid to rest in one of its namesake burial grounds, work is still proceeding on Amazon's live-action Tomb Raider series, and a recent update from one of its production companies has given fans all but direct confirmation that the project will be yet another Hollywood bastardization of a beloved nerd IP. Let's be honest. Tomb Raider was never for nerds. Big polygon titties. That wasn't a nerd culture thing. That was they were aiming for the mainstream hardcore when it came out.
Those were our Gooner forefathers.
Set to be written, those were our Chad daddies. Set to be written by Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny star Phoebe Waller-Bridge and starring Dark Phoenix lead Sophie Turner, the UK's The Daily Mail reported in April that, per their alleged insider sources, Lara Croft's small screen debut was outright dead and not going ahead. However, the rumors of the series' demise were subsequently marked as greatly exaggerated in September, whereupon Amazon officially announced that Turner had been cast as the next live-action Lara. Why does it feel like my night shift is still on? Speaking on the former Jean Grey actress's casting, Waller-Bridge declared, quote, "I'm so excited to announce the formidable Sophie Turner as our Lara alongside this phenomenal creative team. It's not very often that you get to make a show of this scale with a character you grew up loving. Everyone on board is widely passionate about Lara and are all as outrageous, brave, and hilarious as she is. Get your artifacts out. Croft is coming." I died of cringe. That was mega cringe. Is Lara funny? I don't remember her being funny. And I also thought it was funny that as I read this, she's going to say it's not very often you get to make a show of this scale. I thought she was going to like puff up Sophie Turner, and I couldn't help but notice she didn't say anything about Sophie Turner being a powerhouse of acting or anything, because that lie was too far. Right? While no real word has been heard of the series since, one of its production companies, Story Kitchen, recently updated their official website to add an entry for Tomb Raider to their portfolio of featured work credits. And though said entry features only the barest of marketing copy, its limited word choice does give fans their insight into the series' direction. And unfortunately, it contains one of the most worrying phrases in all of modern entertainment, as it explicitly states that far from just a single show deal, Story Kitchen's working agreement with Amazon will see them reinvent the franchise on a massive scale, interconnecting a new live-action television series and video games into a unified storytelling universe. Though worrying on its face, it should be noted that as of publication, neither Story Kitchen nor Amazon nor Waller-Bridge has offered any official comment as to what sort of reinvention they're aiming for. In other words, will it be something more akin to the original Ultimate Spider-Man comic, which sought to update the same base characters for the modern era, or Taika Waititi's Time Bandits, its entire premise built upon the director pulling his own specific spin on Terry Gilliam's original story? However, if the embarrassingly forced try-hard nature of both Netflix's Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, and the Tomb Raider Shadows of Truth tabletop RPG, the odds, you did not phrase that sentence right, the odds are good that Lara will soon find herself being used as a skin suit for Waller-Bridge's signature form of empowerment by snark. As noted above, this direction is currently the only piece of solid information, and even then barely so, that has been publicly detailed regarding Tomb Raider's narrative intent. As such, it should come as no surprise to learn that the series has yet to receive any sort of official release date, prospective or otherwise. All right, we're just setting things up, boys. I'm getting fucking blinded by the lasers out here on these Christmas lights, though. All right. Anime streaming platforms HIDIVE and Crunchyroll join streaming alliance with 13 other specialty platforms. This is not...
It's almost like this happened before VRV.
It's not what you think. It is not what you think at all.
Oh.
And it's also almost not even worth covering, but I'm going to highlight a couple things here. Last month,
great.
15 specialty streaming services, including the anime services HIDIVE and Crunchyroll, announced the formation of the Specialty Streaming Advocacy Coalition Beyond Streaming, a global streaming alliance. Per its media release, Beyond Mainstream aims to, quote, provide a unique collective voice for specialized services in the streaming industry. The coalition will work to ensure a more equitable regulatory environment where members have a strong collective voice in global regulatory and policy debates.
So they want to unionize it and make it commie.
Well, it's not
They
really
want collective
union.
bargaining for regulation. Yeah.
I don't think that's what it is. Collective bargaining for regulate. Yeah, I guess so. It's basically a circle jerk lobbying group to lobby governments to make it so that.
Yeah. So these are the groups that are in it. Acorn TV, All Black, Crunchyroll, HIDIVE, NDM Plus, Out TV. Bet you can't guess what that's all about. Great American Pureflix, Viki, Roku Channel, Shudder, Sony Live, Sony One, Sundance Now, Tubi, and Z5. It will advocate for, quote, fair and proportionate regulations for these specialized platforms, ensuring viewers everywhere can continue to choose and access a diverse range of content and streaming options, ensuring that specialized and regional platforms and the diverse audiences they serve are not overlooked. I'm sorry. What was in danger? Like,
well, I'm
you're
sure
paying this. I love that these advocacy groups always have these like outward statements like, we're doing it for you, the consumer. In reality, it's like, we're doing it so that we have more favorable terms from the government, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm 100% sure they're going to also advocate for, you know, pirates to get kicked off of their internet for that to become the law, you know?
Yeah.
Because this is like, how many of those companies are owned by Sony? Like 4 of them at least?
The article phrased it like this. The full list of streamers is AMC Networks, Acorn TV, All Black, HIDIVE, Shudder, and Sundance Now. So these are all owned by AMC, as you can see, separated by commas and then the semicolon. Crunchyroll, all by itself, NDM Plus, Out TV, Pureflix, Rakuten, and Viki. Maybe those two? The Roku channel? Sony Live, Sony One, Tubi, and Z5. I don't know. Yeah, I guess a couple.
They own at least like Crunchyroll.
They own
and the
Sony Live,
ones.
Sony One, and Crunchyroll for sure.
Yeah. I don't know who owns Tubi.
It's funny, like the whole thing is like it's just literally Sony and AMC for the most part teaming up, right? I don't know, man. It just seems like some bullshit. Anyway, moving past that. In other news, hold on. Regarding Tomb Raider, stop reinventing, you fucking cucks. Give people what they actually want, how you actually try and appeal to the fans. I mean, have you actually tried to appeal to the fans who got these goddamn projects greenlit in the first place? So Crunchyroll is also officially ending their free ad-supported streaming service on December 31st this year. This service allowed people without a subscription to watch certain anime for free on Crunchyroll with ads. And you know what's funny about this?
It started as a free pirate site.
Well, that's also funny, but Crunchyroll is currently showing ads of the new on the video of the new announcement. Wait. Crunchyroll is currently showing ads of the new announcement for the retirement of ad-supported streaming. So when you're watching ad-supported streaming, an ad pops up that says ad-supported streaming ends up right now.
They're utilizing the ad placement for
their own ad. They're advertising that you better fucking pay if you still want anime.
It's
more
like
anime, don't you, Timmy?
It's like telling like a prisoner like his execution day, be like, "We're gonna kill you tomorrow."
And at least that's one way to get the announcement out.
I guess so. The people
if
who
you have
need
an
to
ad
see
blocker.
it. All right. Last podcast, it was asked of me if we would cover this, and I was eager, but couldn't. Amazon English dub for No Game, No Life seemingly uses AI voices. Now, the reason I expressed last podcast that we could not cover this is that every single clip with the AI dubs was copyright claimed immediately and blocked worldwide. Meaning that if I were to show it to you, that episode's gone, right? So we're not going to watch this clip. In addition, well, actually, first of all, Amazon's AI dub of No Game, No Life is horrific. The random Japanese voicing popping in and out is hilarious. So when you use AI to dub something that's hard mixed down to where you hear all the music and shit with the vocal track, it needs to first pull out the dialogue and then replace the dialogue with something else.
Yeah.
And that's actually really fucking hard to do, believe it or not. So you're just going to hear a little bit of it in the background occasionally. Oh well, not all the time. As I will show you, we did find a clip we can show. It's actually way better than you might have expected. Now, in addition to No Game, No Life, they also...
You want to know what's ironic?
That it already
Damn
has
it.
a dub from
Am I
Sentai?
delayed? Do you want to know what's ironic? Is that, no, not that. That the dub, well, even without the dub, it's available in 5.1, so they could just, like,
Wow.
isolate the audio for the dialogue and not have that happen. So, even bigger L.
Yep. So they also did a dub for Banana Fish, right? And then anybody who says, I also voice act, because it's like, this is disgusting! How dare you! How dare you do that to me? Amazon is testing a new AI English dub feature for anime, and it's genuinely fucking putrid and insanely disrespectful to actual human actors who put their life and soul into both the dubs and subs of these shows. Did the actors put their life and soul into the subs?
Well, he's talking about the Japanese.
You mean the Japanese dub?
Wasn't
Right?
this a thing before? Like they were AI dubbing it into other languages besides going from other languages to English? What was their advocacy for this when they were doing that?
Yeah, so we've also got, as you know, Damon Mills. Shame on you, Amazon and Prime Video! After years of fans hoping for an English dub of Banana Fish, you give it to us as AI-generated garbage? It's disrespectful as hell. Was a queer trauma narrative handed to a machine because paying real actors is too hard? Like, let me pull every card I can, right? Hold on, I've got a clip of exactly what I think of when I hear Damon Mills whine about this.
I'll never be able to do it ever. Don't look at me.
Fix this, or I personally will not work with you as an actor ever again on any of your dubs. I'm mad. That's what I give him.
Wow.
Was
David
he
Mills is
anything
getting rid of his
Amazon
own
dubbed?
work. Yeah, the cancel mob doesn't
terms are
have to do that
acceptable.
once.
Amazon, please go harder on the AI dubs. This is not the future. This is the future. Cry about it. Sadly, Damon Mills started a...
I was saying that he's getting rid of his own work. He doesn't even need a cancel mob to reduce his work.
Oh yeah. Well,
sadly, he started a cancel mob and got a bunch of people in the replies to his thing to share that they canceled their Amazon Prime membership. And so Amazon Prime has removed the AI-generated dubs for Banana Fish and other anime, seemingly due to the intense backlash.
Yeah, I mean, so I find it ironic.
Well,
that
good
he's
job, Damon. Like, you're making it so there's fewer supply of actors to actually
and by the way,
AI.
So
now they have more reason to use AI.
By the way, we still aren't going to get an English dub of Banana Fish. So, like, thanks for taking it from people who are hard of vision and can't actually read, the subtitles during a show or whatever. Thanks for taking it from them, because for a brief moment there, they were able to follow the show, but now they can't watch your queer trauma, right? Because you threw a fucking fit, and everybody else did too. The Latin American AI generated dubs have not yet been removed. Guess the Spanish speakers didn't care and didn't throw up alarms and stuff.
What I was trying to say is that he, by saying he's not gonna, like, oh, I'm not gonna work with them anymore. It's like, yeah, they got AI now. I mean, it seems like they got rid of it.
They were saying to you.
But yeah, it's like that threat doesn't mean anything when they're going down the AI route. It's like,
so they still have the IA beta, the Intelligence Artificial, for Latino America, right, in Espanol. So Anime Outsiders report on that. And then, okay, here we go. Amazon pulls AI dubs after backlash. Prime Video's experiment with AI-generated English dubs for several anime series was abruptly scrapped after studios and fans pushed back hard. Now, titles like Banana Fish and No Game No Life Zero have had the AI dubs removed as rights holders insist the changes were made without permission. Behind the scenes, major rights holders responded harshly. Kadokawa stated they, quote, never authorized any form of AI dub, while Sentai Filmworks said they were not aware in advance of Amazon's decision and have initiated an investigation.
I don't think Sentai has the pull, though.
What do you mean?
Well, but Sentai had
No Game No Life.
No Game No Life's dub.
Yeah, but because the dub wasn't used, why would they have any?
Well, but part of the contract would be they offered the dub and Amazon said no thank you, and then Amazon turned around and made a dub themselves. That might have been, they might be like seeing if there's anything in their
if there's something in the clause that says, hey,
and because it wasn't authorized, they might also be trying to get money from Amazon through the other the Kadokawa or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Through
Does Sentai typically opt to not get the dub for Netflix and then dub it themselves anyway?
Yeah, so now they're like, wait a minute, you could just use AI. Fuck.
Because if there's something in there like fine print that says like we'll only give you the Japanese version, and that includes like you can't, you can't pay or you can't use a dub, there might be something in their clause with that.
I don't think it would be so much so that you saying like, oh well, you can't use a dub. It like just like that. What I would expect is, since now this wouldn't apply to the Banana Fish or whatever the fuck, but for No Game No Life, it had a dub. So when they created the dub, I would expect them to have given them like the only license to dub it, And then if Amazon comes around and dubs it, it's like, wait a minute. Probably also they would the licensor would want that as a separate license fee, right? So they would probably say, well, you need to pay us for the dub as well. Like even if you're making the dub, you need to pay us to dub it for that license.
Right.
And then also the we have a deal with this other company and they're doing the dub. We don't want you to dub it. Right? So both of those issues come into play.
So next we've got any second now. You'd think this would be getting faster by now. Journal of the Mysterious Creatures AI English dub ruthlessly ridiculed. So this is Amazon's English AI dub, and we can actually play this one without it getting copyright claimed. So I'm going to play some of it, and then I'm going to walk over here to this random article that had an English, like the YouTube auto-generate thing, so we can compare them. Okay, so we'll start with this one.
How many steps apart is that?
What do you mean?
Well, distance-wise, like just in feet. How far are you walking?
My fingers are moving 2 inches.
2 inches? All right.
Two and a half, maybe.
Good cardio for the day, I suppose.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. First, let's watch this. Any second.
You stupid vampire. Don't you know that I can't even catch rabbits?
You can escape now, landlord. I can at least buy you some time.
Hold on. What are you even talking about? Please stop. You're gonna destroy my house. Go fight outside. Stop fighting in my living room. I'll charge you for every single thing the two of you break. Do you hear me?
But I was only doing all of this with the intention of saving you.
Stop lying to him.
Is this what you call saving me? Look at the
Okay. We'll cut it there. Now, I just want to show
Please
you.
stop.
I just want to show you.
I think we have better acting in the room.
Arguably should have a better AI for this because they've got all languages getting uploaded to YouTube, already being automatically transcribed. They should have a tremendous engine built for this. Here's what their shit sounds like.
I swear on this necklace, I will show you that I will become a worthy villain spirit. Yes, I am the villain spirit. My role is to tear apart the charge and the heroine, and in the end, make them say, oh no. That's right, Things are going to be fun from now on. I thought hard about what I should do to make sure that Denka and the heroine are united. But I don't need to try so hard.
Yeah, look at how
Cecil Denka.
Okay. We can all agree. Amazon's is miles better than that. Right?
It's better, but
okay.
It's not great.
It is not perfect. But in a world in a world where your options are no dub or Amazon's dub, which world do you want? When I hear Amazon's AI dub, it feels very reminiscent. We're going to watch a very long clip here of this.
Hanchi, did you know that Hong Si-Kwan was here? Why are you here?
Yes, I know. Security's tight. Had to tell you.
I know. You go back. Hong Si-Kwan was seriously injured. You have to find him. We'll wait here until you have. Let us know when.
Fakest beard ever.
Go on. Right. The back way.
Okay.
I don't know. I think the acting is better in this.
No, what? Just keep watching.
Old man, is the priest chief's son here?
Well, this is him. And you be more polite, huh?
Well, that's good. That was easy.
You were looking for me?
I want your life.
Okay, yeah, towards the end there, it got into the Amazon dub AI territory. But, like, towards the beginning, I kind of agree with...
Kung Fu movies like that.
Right, but towards the beginning...
lower the value
I agree with Brandon, whereas, like, at least the people, at least in the beginning part of that clip, were putting in effort. Like, they were putting in emotion and, like, trying.
So on YouTube's end, it's like YouTube's AI is like just robotic.
Yeah,
it's
YouTube's AI sounds like the TikTok, like telling like the fast movies where they tell you the plot of the girl goes to the store and buys the, like
it's basically like Siri, right? Yeah. Amazon's is better. It seems more like there's acting involved, but it's on the level of Tommy Wiseau's like
Tommy Wiseau. That's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting. You should bring that up. Oh, hi, Mark.
Yes, it's literally the same. Like I would, if Amazon dubbed The Room, like just for shits.
Imagine redubbing The Room with anime voice actors and making it actually sound like a normal movie. So, Mark, how's your sex life? But Crispin Freeman doing it.
I did not hit her. I did not.
All right. Anyway, you guys don't have any more thoughts on this before we move out of this topic? Because we got another big topic coming up.
The biggest thing is that I think there are some shows that are just too cost prohibitive or time prohibitive to dub. Like I brought up before, Gintama has so many fucking episodes. One Piece. Like, let's say One Piece was not dubbed, and now they have to dub it.
Toriko.
Toriko got it partly dubbed.
Partly dubbed, yeah. But Toriko is an example of one they abandoned. Detective Conan, they're like...
Yeah, I was just going to say, Detective Conan.
So all of these shows, it's like... It's one thing to say, well, just pay for it. Like, oh, whatever.
You
It's like-
can't just pay for it. Just pay for 1,000 dubbed episodes.
What's
Yeah,
really
it's
cool,
gonna take fucking 10 years for the whole series to come out, and you'll never, especially with Conan, because it keeps going. Or
what's really cool about 11 Labs auto dubbing is that if you give it a audio clip, it will actually make whatever the new language is try to fit within the amount of time it took to say each thing in the previous thing you gave it. So the lip flap thing is a minor issue. Look, lip flaps, I think the English voice actors and the English localizers, I think they take them a little bit too seriously, right? Like, there are very few instances where the specific amount of flaps being used actually matters, right? There are sometimes like when a character says something really slow in Japanese, like sayonara, you know, like they kind of like draw it out like that, where it becomes kind of necessary to be careful about how you adapt it for the English language track. And it's always difficult, right, for those. But for the most part, most people you're not even going to think about it if it's off. You know what I mean? So in 99% of the cases, I think this AI would have been great. And the thing about AI is that it gets better. A year from now, this will be indistinguishable.
You know what? That's actually an argument for not putting it on Blu-ray, because it's like if there's an AI that dubs the series, right? Would you want to buy the series now and have the shitty AI dub, or wait a year and the AI dub gets better because the AI technology
You're
gets better?
telling me that companies wouldn't jump at the opportunity to re-release the same shit again? New AI dub, every fucking release.
But that's what I'm saying.
Shit.
You'd have to have like version numbers on this fucking thing, like AI version 1.5, AI version 5. Oh, we got ChatGPT 5 on this one.
That
Like,
would like oversaturate their warehouses though, and then they have so much stuff that they can sell.
Purely mean
And then kind of full circle. New human dub.
Yeah.
In the course
it's gonna be
of
Apple being like, here's the headphone jack, new feature.
once it gets to the level of almost indistinguishable, then it's not going to matter anymore. They're not going to keep redubbing it, right? And look, ultimately, just so that we're 100% clear, I would prefer to have human beings doing the dubbing. I would prefer that. But I just think it's incredible that
AI dub production over magical girls.
Just
insert the clip. What's the skateboarding anime?
Skate the Infinity.
Bitches and bows and non-binary hoes skate the infinity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting you bring that up. Let me. Enroof says, in a vacuum, I don't think he's entirely wrong for his statement, though making this about being a gay show is an unnecessary reach. I also don't think Damon Mills boycotting work from Amazon will actually help anything. Like, has he even done any work for them? At least David Wald, who's responsible for that non-binary hose line, right? Mm-hmm. At least David Wald had a massive catalog of iconic characters at Crunchyroll when he quit. To be fair, I think visually impaired people deserve better than a dub where characters don't sound human. Yes, but if the alternative is there will never be a dub, right? Like, as I said, I would much prefer human voice actors dub the shows that I want to watch. But I think that everybody can acknowledge that it is impossible for us to catch up on all these shows. And many shows are not actually ever going to get dubbed just because they're too niche and there's not enough demand for it. Right?
Cat's Eye, right? That never got dubbed.
Cat's Eye,
and it's so
Lupin,
niche. It's like
interspecies reviewers.
It was. I mean, that one arguably could have, but
eventually, I bet you, in a perfect world, where we still have physical media and we don't go to the streaming route, I imagine we could have seen a version of this where Blu-ray players would come with a AI dub firmware in them, and that they would be able to take the 5.1, isolate the audio or whatever, or they would just start, specifically building out Blu-rays for this purpose, and it would in real time AI dub it. And every time you watch the movie, it might be a slightly different,
You're thinking too small.
No,
it would be on the TV, not the Blu-ray player.
Okay, whatever. The point is, I could see that being a.
I'm gonna use
solution.
the AI built into my TV to AI dub you.
Yeah.
So,
just have
like,
isolated incidents like a PG movie.
Imagine,
dude, like my version had to show had dropped an F-bomb in it. It's like, what?
Imagine we get to the point where
I
it's like-
jailbroke the AI dub.
Imagine it's like we get to a point where it's like, I don't like the sound of your voice. I'm gonna just get an AI to dub anytime we talk, so that I don't have to hear your voice.
Right.
Reese comes in. He sounds like Tyrone.
Hi guys,
where them bitches at?
So, I think, like you said, like between not having a dub and having a dub, you'd pick the option that would give you a dub. As someone who has sat through the vast majority of Cardcaptor Sakura's awful, we had 5 people who
Singaporean
spoke
dub or whatever?
English. Yeah, we had 5 people in our studio that spoke English that we had to record for, Cardcaptor. But so on that end, I get it, because I sat through and watched the entire fucking thing. I think some of them had decent enough performances, but they were all, for the most part, mediocre. So I get that side of things, but at the same time, I'm like, part of me cannot wait until Sentai gets the fucking rights to Cardcaptor Sakura eventually, because I'm pretty sure they'll pick that one up, assuming Discotheque doesn't beat them to the punch. And I'll have to put up with Monica Rial, but I'd rather put up with Monica Rial than whoever
you
they
think
got.
they would dub it a
voice.
third time?
Sentai would.
It's never been dubbed locally, other than Card Captors, which is not the same show as Cardcaptor Sakura because it's heavily censored.
Well, I think we got it dubbed locally.
Maybe
of the
for a
movies.
movie?
Yeah, one of the movies.
Oh, sorry, I might be thinking of, they did a reboot of this series, right?
Clear Card.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
with Monica.
Yeah.
Okay.
I personally, I'd prefer if Kari Walgren came back to do the original series, but I think our best bet's going to be the Funimation cast when Sentai picks it up.
Yeah.
That being said, I could also see a world where Sentai just doesn't and keeps the ass, booty cheeks, Asian, dub that we have, the Animax or whatever one that sucks ass.
So I choose to believe that this comment, it sounds like cheap robot dubs on YouTube vids, is referring to when I said that the YouTube ones sound like the fast videos that are just like the girl picks up the thing. The animation does not look much better, granted. I don't know what that's in reference to. And I'm choosing to believe that this next comment is for when I showed the Kung Fu dub and Kozushi said uncanny, right?
So I think it's funny for the few minutes that I watched it, but I don't know if I could sit through an entire dub of a show that's like that. I would have to turn it off eventually.
Look,
and just be like, I'm gonna
again,
watch
I just cannot stress this enough. Any show that is worth getting a dub is going to get one.
Yeah.
If you decided to sit down and watch Cat's Eye like Reese did, you could do it in a week. Or like Reese did, you could do it in a year.
No, that was.
So you're saying Cat's Eye just wasn't worth it?
Yeah, but yeah.
Cat's Eye just wasn't worth it.
It was a good show, but the Cat's Eye was it's like trying to binge all of Lupin the Third Part 2.
Yeah,
it
can be a chore.
You can't pull yourself to the next episode because it's episode.
Yes. And a problem that I have is you know how sometimes you're really tired and you start watching a TV show or you're like watching an anime or something while
You
you're
just
in
zone
bed.
out. You're like, I haven't.
No, but not just zone out, but like you actually like, God, I'm fucking tired. And then as soon as you close the laptop or turn off the TV and you're like, time for bed, and you're like, I'm wide awake.
Yeah.
And you put it back on.
Too
You're
many
like,
times.
oh, my
Too
eyes
many
are fucking
times.
tired.
Yeah.
When you do that shit with subtitles on top, you're fucking asleep before you even know it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think that just having a dub, even beyond the benefit for visually impaired people, it allows you to put on boring shows and just have it on in the background, or have it on a second monitor, and while you're doing something else, and then you can look at the like exciting scenes, and you're not missing stuff by looking away and doing other stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and look, again, when given the opportunity to choose between, do I want the human dub that exists of No Game No Life, even though I hate that fucking No Game No Life Zero or whatever that shit is for the movie. I fucking hated that movie. Do I want the English dub or do I want the AI dub? Obviously, if I was actually going to give a shit about the show, I would choose the English dub because it's going to be, more caretaken and more immersive and whatnot.
Yeah.
When I watch a Kung Fu movie, there is a certain level of distance that I feel from the immersion where it almost feels more like I'm watching a stage act, right? Like a street performance than I am watching cinema, right?
Right.
And there's a lot going into that. Like, I don't think that there's any like top tier Oscar worthy acting in those 70s Kung Fu movies, but there's that extra layer of distance that you feel because of the dub. But the problem with it is that, like a street performance, there's this extra level of almost like audience participation enjoyment coming from how campy and silly it can be, right? That it actually, you have more endearment to it.
Like Speed Racer, I feel like the dub.
Precisely.
For
This
older
bazooka
shows like that.
will come in handy, right?
how many years do you think it'll take before you can upload a manga and just generate the whole anime, including dub?
Less than 5.
Really? Come on.
Yeah. I think we're.
I think it'll be longer than that, but
I think we're gonna come on things quick, right? I think that it's going to become very scary. Like right now, AI is fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And generating shit with Sora is fun. It is gonna get scary good, scary fast. It's gonna be like an overnight thing is gonna happen, and all of a sudden, AI is not cool anymore. Now it's scary, right? Because of
I think
what
that's already starting to happen, but that's just
yeah. And I talked about this a couple times when it comes to the Epstein stuff. I've noticed something weird happened as soon as Epstein was arrested. Twitter banned porn. Bunch of weirdos moved from Twitter, or pardon, not Twitter, Tumblr banned porn. A bunch of weirdos moved from Tumblr over to Twitter, and they had their bios outwardly stating they were quote unquote minor attracted persons. They tried to become part of the LGBTQ alphabet, right, to get pedophilia normalized, at least for the Overton window to move to where the concept of having sex with underage individuals or being attracted to underage individuals would be lessened, or at least more like you're more, what would be the word, fatigued to even the concept of addressing it, because it's been so ubiquitous that by the time the hammer falls, it is lessened in terms of impact. The other thing that happened since Epstein was arrested is generative video AI has come out and improved dramatically to the point now where when a video comes out from the Epstein files, if we ever see any of them, anybody, Bill Clinton, oh, that's AI.
Right.
That
How
ain't
do
me.
we?
That's not me. That's AI generated.
It's getting to the point where it's like you have to, and I think we talked about this. It's getting to the point. It's going to get to the point where you had to have been there to verify. Like, how in the world? How are kids like your kids, AC, gonna growing up in this world of AI, how are you going to be able to? I feel like such an old man. I feel like such a fucking boomer having to like look at a video being like, oh, that's cool. Wait, something feels off. I have to go to the comment section just to triple check myself. Be like, yeah, fucking AI. Damn it. Like,
I mean, I look at videos of old grandmas going when their kids are playing Grand Theft Auto. The grandkids are playing Grand Theft Auto, and they think it's really a news bulletin and it's really happening.
Yeah.
Right. So like I think it's gonna get crazy. It's gonna get crazy quick. Right.
Like, I don't even know how I'm supposed to. I can tell, but I'm wondering how long that's gonna be before I can't tell. You know what I mean? Like. That's what I'm scared of. I'm like, how are we gonna get through this? I don't know,
dude. It's gonna get weird quick, and I bet you there's gonna be global conflicts that come before we even have to deal with this. Like, this is gonna slip under the radar, and before you know it, it's gonna be used in combat. And like fucking Pete Hegseth is making the military adopt generative AI use, right? And it's like, bro, before you know it. The false positives, the hallucinations, right? We're going to have big issues arise from the race to adopt quicker, right? I haven't covered it yet. We might look at it next week. Japan is pushing for 80% adoption of generative AI.
Do you think this is like similar to? I didn't want to call it the arms race. Excuse me, that's the wrong race. I'm thinking of the space race. This is just like, I feel like this is just the space
kind
race
of
that we.
I just think that like. There's two things that could happen with the adoption of generative AI. There's two types of people. There's people who they use generative AI, like, or LLMs, right? And it is as if they equipped the upgraded armor in Mega Man X, right? You're already a badass fighting robots and shit, and then you go into the tube and you get the white fucking cool Gundam looking armor. And now you're even more badass. And then there's the other type of people who don't want to think ever. Yeah. And AI for them is the crutch so that they never have to.
Like, I don't want to seem like I'm a anti-AI doom poster. I'm concerned about a few things. That's all. Like,
I mean, same, especially in the younger generation, because there are people growing up today who will never have to do any work ever in school. And as a kid, you can't see the future that you're building for yourself until you're in it. And the chickens come home to roost, so to speak. And then all of a sudden, you wasted your entire life building the skills necessary to survive, and you turn around and ask for a handout because you can't survive, because AI created an entire class of people who cannot function in society. That's the other possibility, right? So it's like you said with the space race, it's like there's two possible outcomes that we could be looking at. And I think I know which one we're going to head towards, unfortunately. And it is sort of a space race where there's like, it's a gamble, right? And I think depending on what culture you're in, I think Japan stands a much better chance of their young people using it as the Mega Man armor rather than the think for me senpai, right? But other cultures are going to be, brain rot like our culture, right? So we'll see.
Idiocracy,
It's going to be crazy, man. The crazy thing is that they're going to include it into government action. It's going to be like, oh, we don't even need judges anymore because judges can never actually be impartial. So the AI overlord is going to determine things from now on. And then there's going to be the AI religion, like this is where things are definitely fucking going to go. Okay. So anyway, old man says, where's the dub for all of Cran Shin-chan? Laura Bailey did an awesome job on the first 51 episodes. Oh, you talking about, you might have been switching because Laura Bailey also voices Shin-chan, but I think she's also Kana in Kodocha, right?
Yeah.
So the last 50 episodes or so of Kodocha don't have a dub. Laura Bailey did an awesome job on the first 51 episodes. There's just not enough of an audience for the rest. Yes. And it's like, just so we're clear, I would fucking love it. I would love Toriko to get a full dub from the same people who did the original. I would love it if Kodocha got a full dub from Laura Bailey and the people who did the original. I would love it if Detective Conan had a full English localized dub with the characters being called Inspector McGuire and Jimmy Kudo and all. I would fucking love that. And I bet you anything there actually is a market for it, and it would return on their investment. But the return on some of those would be so razor thin that they're not worth doing it for Crunchyroll these days.
Yeah.
Right? Enriv says, honestly, I'm less annoyed about the non-binary hose line itself and more that it seems like that's like the main thing Skate is known for now, and dub people propping that up as some accomplishment. Who deserves anything at all? Why have Blu-ray player have AI when PC can play Blu-ray? The AI wouldn't only dub your voice, but will change your inflection and catchphrases.
Yeah.
No Game, No Life was the first dub from Sentai I felt comfortable defending, especially during a time when they did not have a good reputation with their English dubs. Fucking Chunibyo is great. I can't think of anyone that I would say like that sucks.
That was after. I'm pretty sure.
Was it? I'm just trying to think. Like, I honestly, a lot of Sentai shows I do choose to watch in Japanese though. But it's not really the dub's fault. I don't know why. I just chose to watch it. Like, I think I watched, well, like Beyond the Boundary, for example. I want to hear her say Fuyu Kai desu. When I watch Haikyuu, I want to hear him say Mo Kai every time he says one more time. You know, I like, it's like I watch Naruto in Japanese because I want to hear Databayo. I don't want to hear believe it. You know, like, so I don't know. It's hard for me to agree or disagree with that. I agree AI could be used for shows that aren't ever going to get dubbed normally, but I just don't like AI because I feel like it will just cause people to lose jobs, and I don't want that. See, but the thing is that I don't think that that's going to happen long term. I think that
AI would be used for stuff that they wouldn't, like, as you said, there would be shows that weren't ever going to be dubbed.
Yes. So,
like,
and especially in this,
the
beautiful thing about this, yes, is that the M&E track's being missing, right? This is the opportunity. Like, AI is getting very good at pulling audio and cleaning it. Holy shit. I can't tell you. Good.
Just quickly, like you were saying, oh, well, it's not going to replace people, but like it literally just did with No Game, No Life, right? Like that had a dub, and they chose not to get the dub that had people in it.
Well, that's Amazon's fault. That's not the AI's fault.
So hear me out here. So AI audio cleanup has gotten so goddamn good that videos that I have in the pipeline are now like videos I sat on, like, I wish I could do something with this, but the audio's bonkers, right? It's too much wind or whatever. It's like, holy shit. It sounds like it was recorded in a professional studio now. I can't even believe it was able to repair it, you know? So it's amazing, right? Now, when I think about an appropriate use for AI dubbing, Amazon has the rights for streaming for the original live action Gridman. That would have been a good use for that. If they had Kochikame, right? A show like that is never going to get dubbed, you know, old ass shows that are really popular in Japan, not popular anywhere else, and are 1,000 episodes long, right? Miyaruko-chan or whatever, all not Miyaruko-chan. What was the one? Chie the Brat, all those. Like, you could do shit. That's what Amazon should have done. The big problem that they ran into is that they dubbed shows that already have dubs. In the case of No Game, No Life, that was a fucking mistake. What are you thinking, right? When I used to collect anime DVDs, I actively avoided shows that didn't have a dub. I don't care as much now, but it was a huge selling point for years. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I remember when Toei dubbed the One Piece half of that Toriko crossover and got false hope that they were going to bring the Toriko dub back. Man, I fucking want it so bad. There is speculation that your electric bill is going to skyrocket due to AI servers. They say that the demand on the grid will inevitably increase prices. Yeah. I mean, RAM is becoming impossible to get now because the AI servers are using so much of it that they don't even want to make it for the domestic market anymore. They only want to cater to the AI servers because it's such a lucrative business for them, you know?
I feel like we're seeing a spike right now because Crucial literally just said that they're changing their market strategy. But I feel like that'll start to what do you call it? Level out,
Level out, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think this is part of the reason why Taiwan is so important right now, and it's why this is on the edge. And I've been feeling this since before we started the show. Like, I can see the geopolitical moves being made and the world shaping itself for the perfect storm where it's like, the United States, will be at war with China. Like, it is fucking coming. If it's going to be a proxy war and just kind of like a silent front where we're fighting without dropping bombs, that's one thing. But we're heading that direction, and we've been slow rolling that way for a long time. Kutati says, you never had to do work before. Oh, okay. I think that's referring to kids who use AI to do all their thinking, right? The massive continuous energy needs of AI data centers are significantly boosting demand for nuclear energy, positioning it as a clean, high-density power source to meet these escalating loads. Yeah, and the problem with the United States is that we only have 3 power grids. We've got the East Coast, like the Eastern Hemisphere of the United States, the Western Hemisphere of the United States, and then Texas has its own. Right. So we actually need to diversify that, because right now with an EMP, we could lose power across entire states. Right. We need to break that into at least 5, preferably more. And if we could do that, right, we could upgrade it to have greater infrastructure that would be powered through things like nuclear energy and whatnot. With tech companies investing in projects like small modular reactors and even restarting existing plants to ensure reliable carbon-free electricity for AI's intense computational demands. The AI bubble will soon burst, according to an analyst. I mean, I guarantee you I could find 20 analysts saying the exact opposite. Right. It's just, who are you going to listen? Who are you going to listen to? You got to trust your gut at the end of the day.
Half of them are AI anyway.
Yeah. All right, cool. At the we got another big topic here. I'm closing a tab. I'm frozen. I'm sorry. There we go. I'm closing a second tab. Hold on. Here it comes. Am I here? Where am I? Okay, there I am. I didn't freeze that time. I look like an idiot. Okay. Full screen layout. There it is. Okay. Netflix to acquire Warner Brothers following the separation of Discovery Global for a total enterprise value of $82.7 billion and an equity value of $72 billion. Outlets reporting on this. Bounding into Comics makes the statement, streaming giants unite. Netflix acquires Warner Brothers Discovery. This article is practically phrased as though it is in the past tense. Breaking, Warner Brothers confirms it has accepted the offer from Netflix in an internal memo. Discovery Global split still happening. Warner Brothers Discovery employees received a company-wide letter from CEO David Zaslav confirming what the entertainment world has only speculated about. The board of directors has officially approved a transaction in which Warner Brothers will be acquired by Netflix. Hold on, I got to yell at my son for a second. I'm going to mute myself.
This is awkward. Everybody is silent and muted.
Except Reese. It was the night before podcasts and all weird. How is everybody's holidays going?
They haven't started yet.
Sorry, my wife texted me like 30 minutes ago 49 minutes ago asking me to make sure my son had made dinner for his sister and the dog. Anyway, sorry about that.
And Chloe had kibble for dinner, I assume. That's why you had to yell at him.
No, I didn't actually check on it until just now. So fortunately, I guess my brother-in-law made dinner.
I don't want kibble.
All right, so the board of directors has officially approved the transaction in which Warner Brothers will be acquired by Netflix, right? Zaslav writes that the Warner Brothers Discovery Board has approved, quote, a transaction under which Warner Brothers will be acquired by Netflix, subject to regulatory approvals and closing conditions, including the completion of the separation of Discovery Global from Warner Brothers Discovery. Not only has Netflix secured Warner Brothers, but the company's restructuring is now explicitly locked into the deal. Zaslav confirms that Discovery Global will become a standalone company. Zaslav spelled out exactly what happens. Quote, we will redirect work tied to the earlier planned two-company operating model and focus instead on the steps required to enable this transaction. That sentence alone confirms that the corporate blueprint has now been rewritten around the Netflix acquisition. So if you're not following anybody, Netflix does not want Discovery. Netflix does not want the broadcast channels for television because Netflix is a streaming company. So in order for them to acquire Warner Brothers has to divest and split off Discovery so that they can hold on to the assets they're not going to be selling and instead only sell what they are, right? Which would be HBO, and, you know, pretty massive things, right? That would be going to Netflix. The combination of Warner Brothers and Netflix is not hypothetical. It is not in discussion. It is not an unfinalized possibility. It is the accepted direction of the company pending regulatory approval. And yet,
freeze frame.
Paramount counters Netflix with $108 billion hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. That's what, 26 more billion dollars?
But they want everything.
And yes, which only makes it easier for Warner Brothers to say yes.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Because so in Netflix's deal, they're like $80 billion or whatever it was. But they get to spin up their new company, Discovery, with all of this CNN and stuff, and that is going to be part, like all of the shareholders that have Warner Brothers get in on that company too, right? So it's like, oh, so you're giving us $80 billion or whatever for all the Warner Brothers shit, and then we get this whole other company that has all this cable channels that we can go and sell to if we want. That has some value, right?
So David Ellison, the CEO or whatever, co-CEO or whatever it is of Paramount, made it clear that he was prepared to outbid Netflix by a substantial amount. Ellison is offering shareholders $30 per share, all in cash, for the entire company. Netflix is only interested in Warner Brothers and not the linear TV networks, which are set to be spun off into a separate company coming this coming year. Its offer is only for $27.75 per share in a combination of cash and stock. The announcement that Netflix was acquiring Warner Brothers Studio and HBO assets sent shockwaves through the industry. It's an agreement that Paramount called a volatile and complex structure, with its mix of cash, $23.25 per share, and stock, $4.50 per share, being subject to future Netflix performance. It has an enterprise value of $82.7 billion, right? Paramount, in contrast, is promising shareholders a more streamlined buyout. Ellison's company wants to acquire not just the studio and HBO, but also Discovery, CNN, and the TV networks. It's an offer with an enterprise value of $108.4 billion, including assumption of debt. It's being paid in all cash and will not be dependent on the future, meaning that if you take the option that gives you stock, you're getting less money. And in order for that stock to outperform what you could have gotten in the cash payout, you have to trust that in the future, the company is going to perform good enough that your value will increase, right? Whereas David Ellison is offering, here's more money in cash that you can then buy stock with once you have it in hand, right?
So here's the question, though. Go back up to the top one there. Sorry, yeah, that. So $30 per share is Paramount's offer, and $27.75 per share is Netflix's offer.
Yes,
so now you have to.
Netflix's is actually $23.25 per share cash and $4.50 per in stock.
So, and that stock will be in Netflix stock. So you have to assume Netflix is not going to be able to hold their stock long enough for you to, if you wanted to cash out at $4.50 a stock.
No, that can't be right. Because Netflix's stock is currently trading. I mean, you're only buying a portion of that stock, right? So Netflix's stock is currently trading at.
I mean, I know on Robinhood you can have a portion of a stock, but normally you can't have a portion.
Netflix
of a stock.
is trading at $94.96 per stock. So your $4.50 would get you only a few, you'd get, what would that be, like 4 times almost 20, right? No, more than 20, right? You get almost 25, right? You times 4. So you'd get one stock per the stock value of Warner Brothers Discovery, right? Like for each stock that they're buying from you, you're getting $23.25 per share, and then $4.50 in stock of Netflix, right? So
I don't know how that works, because I can't see them giving you partial stock.
I mean, who knows? But
I don't know. But anyway, so even
that's only if, and first of all, and like Netflix, honestly, I don't think Netflix really has a leg to stand on because they're still not operating at a profit.
Yeah, but I mean, their stock valuation would only have to hold long enough for anyone to sell and have that sale not tank the price, right? But then you have to think, okay, so let's assume you get the $27 of value out of the cash and stock.
Mm-hmm.
You then also own Discovery still. Unless that's what they're saying. Unless they're saying they're paying $23 and the $4.50 is the Discovery stock. Because if that's what's the case, then yeah. then it makes more sense. Like then the Paramount deal is objectively better,
Well,
like value wise.
But the thing is that the people who are going to get that money are the shareholders who already have the stock. Like you're buying it from them, right?
Yeah,
so I'm guessing it's because they have to spin off into a new stock, which would be the Discovery stock for the split off company.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That makes more sense. That so as a Warner Brothers stockholder, I'm gonna get $23 for my share and then be given stock in the spin-off company, not in Netflix.
So I'll say this: we're looking at the opportunity here between Netflix buys them, Paramount buys them. If Netflix buys them, and I'm a stockholder with Warner Brothers, my first thought is the new Harry Potter show now got a black Hermione, right? Because Netflix bought it, and that's how Netflix rolls, right? And so my mindset on it is,
they already have Black Snape,
right? Well, that's from what I heard, still kind of teetering. That hasn't fully been decided, but I'm not sure. But the point I'm making here is that you might be a large stakeholder in Warner Brothers because you think the Harry Potter IP, you're betting on that show being a success. Now, all of a sudden, HBO is changing hands, and now Netflix is going to run things instead of HBO. If you ask me, overall, HBO does a much better job at producing high quality shows than Netflix does. Netflix has a couple of good hits, but those good hits don't have the production value, the caliber of acting, any of that shit that HBO shows do. Westworld, Game of Thrones, right? All of these series are arguably higher caliber production value than what Netflix is producing. So if Netflix, and this is the uncertainty, you don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to hold on to the people who are making those shows great and making the decision to invest large amounts of money in the different actors and the different departments that need to make these things good? Like basically your options are between Netflix and Paramount as a stakeholder. It's rocky and this is uncertain, right? You could gamble, that Netflix's stock value, if it is Netflix stock that you're getting, right, is going to do well, right? You could gamble that Discovery is going to do better after a sale if that's the stock you get, now that it's not tied down by Warner Brothers. But the fact that it got acquired in the first place isn't a good sign, right? Now, the alternative is that Paramount is going to give you all cash, right? And I think this is a brilliant move for Paramount because largely a lot of the people who were invested in it because of the properties that they have, Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, DC Comics for the cinematic stuff, right? Because if you believe in that and you think it doesn't matter who has it, it's going to print money for whatever reason, if you're that fucking stupid to think that Superman is going to print money, then you're going to turn around with the cash value you just got of your shares and buy stock in Paramount. And what's great about that for Paramount is that they just gave a shit ton of money to the investors of Warner Brothers, and then they get a huge chunk of that back. So I hand you money, you hand it right back to me in exchange for stock value, right? Then I can take that money and go to my loan and pay that off ahead of time, right? So that I can actually avoid the debt that was going to come, which we'll look at in a moment, the actual insane amount of billions of dollars they took out of Wall Street, right? And the bankers, right? So let me continue here. Where was I? Should Netflix, the biggest streaming provider in the world, take over a legacy studio and the second biggest streaming service, HBO, many fear for the future of entertainment. He's like, no. Because Netflix hints at shrinking theatrical windows for Warner Brothers movies. Exactly what everyone warned would happen. Netflix has spent the past week insisting that nothing will change for Warner Brothers films once the acquisition goes through. But comments on a recent investor call raise a new red flag, and it's a big one. In fact, it touches directly on the top fear critics have repeatedly raised. Warner Brothers theatrical windows under Netflix may become shorter, faster, and far less traditional. The co-CEO of Netflix, Ted Sarandos, emphasized that Netflix plans to keep Warner Brothers' current cycle intact for now, including theatrical first releases for major films. But almost immediately after making that promise, he pivoted to something far more telling. The windows between theatrical release and streaming may evolve in ways that Netflix claims will favor the consumer, or more specifically, the model that they are comfortable with, which is putting it on there and bragging about the number of viewers it got in a month or whatever. So it seems like that's very likely if Netflix acquires Warner Brothers. The Ellison-led Paramount has promised to protect theatrical distribution and release windows for Warner Brothers, which may sway many in the industry to their side. To add weight to its argument, Paramount launched the website StrongerHollywood.com, which lays out the Warner Brothers hostile takeover plan in detail. Ultimately, many don't see this as just fight for financial results, but for the heart and soul of the entertainment industry and the arts. In addition, Trump signals that he'll oppose any Warner Brothers deal that doesn't remove the current CNN leadership. Quote, I think any deal should be guaranteed and certain that CNN is part of it or sold separately, Trump said. The president's comments come as Warner Brothers Discovery faces two competing takeover attempts, each with dramatically different implications for CNN and Warner Brothers Discovery's cable assets. Netflix wants to buy Warner Brothers without CNN. Under this proposal, Warner Brothers would spin off its cable networks, including CNN, before the deal closes. That plan would effectively keep CNN intact under current management, precisely the scenario Trump criticized. Paramount Skydance's bid includes CNN, $30 per share in cash for all of Warner Brothers, including CNN and the entire cable portfolio. The Wall Street Journal reported that Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison privately assured Trump he would implement sweeping changes at CNN if Paramount gained control.
Okay, so I just asked ChatGPT for what it's worth, take it with a grain of salt, but it said that you are getting Netflix stock and it'll be a fractional stock.
Yeah. Which still means that it's going to take roughly 25 in order to own a full stock. Not that it matters, right?
Sure.
You're still going to, the value will increase at the same rate.
But then also it said that when they divest of Discovery, you would also get stock in that company, although it said that the apportionment would be set when they eventually do that. So like how much stock of the new company you'll get will depend on how they spin it off. But either way, you're getting that other company. So the difference in value is $3 a share. So is it worth it to spin off and hold that?
Well, either way, you have the option to take the cash that you're getting and buy stock in Paramount, whichever one wins the bidding war, right? And it's going to be up to the board of directors at Warner Brothers Discovery for which direction they go in, right? So most shareholders are probably not going to have a say, right? But you still have the opportunity either way to buy stock back in the company buying it. Many people might take the cash value they get and turn around and buy Netflix stock for the rest of it anyway. Who knows, right? It's an interesting approach they're taking here. Now, I want to come to these comments in a minute, but first I want to wrap up this section here. So, Trump is basically saying, if you don't get rid of CNN, I'm not going to approve of the merger, because he's kind of signaling that he's going to be a part of the decision making at the antitrust aspect of the SEC, right? FTC? FCC. It's the SEC, right? One of those. Anyway, Paramount hostile takeover of Warner Brothers backed by Arab investors, Jared Kushner, and Wall Street loans. Analysts are working through how Paramount was able to make such a monumental all-cash offer. It's not just the Ellison family backing this move against Netflix for some of the most powerful brands in entertainment, but a select network of investors from around the world, including the Middle East and President Trump's own family. Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison and Redbird Capital Partners, backed by Skydance's $8 billion merger with Paramount. His son, they backed the Skydance $8 billion merger with Paramount. So Paramount bought Skydance, right?
I guess so.
Because otherwise it wouldn't be Paramount Skydance, it would be Skydance Paramount, right? His son, David Ellison, took over as chairman and CEO of the new corporation. And it was his interest in acquiring Warner Brothers. I hate the period in Warner Bros. Because every fucking time I read it, I think it's the end of the goddamn sentence. It was his interest in acquiring Warner Bros. Discovery that set off the recent bidding war. Paramount's SEC filing for its bid reveals a contribution of $24 billion from 3 Middle Eastern countries: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Abu Dhabi. And I'll remind you, Sanae Takaichi gave her Attack on Titan quote to Saudi Arabian investors, asking them to invest in Japan. Everybody wants that oil money, right? It's one of the region's largest entertainment investments they've made so far. Notably, Saudi Arabia recently took over EA Games with a $29 billion buy-in. It strongly suggests these countries see strategic value in Western entertainment companies and that the age of global entertainment is here to stay. However, despite foreign funds being brought into play, the deal has safeguards in place to ease regulatory pressure. The Middle East money will not allow these foreign investors board seats, voting power, or operational influence. That's nuts, right? This agreement should shield the bid from any scrutiny from the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States. But Saudi Arabia wasn't the only investor in the acquisition of EA Games, and one of the other names also appeared in the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers Discovery. The investment firm run by President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Affinity Partners, made a small investment in EA Games. It appears that Affinity also joined in with the Ellison family for the hostile takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery. With Kushner's personal connections to the White House and professional association with the Middle Eastern investors, he may be strategically placed to help the deal go through. Wall Street is backing the bid as well. Bank of America, Citi, and Apollo Global Management have promised to provide Paramount $54 billion in loans should their offer be accepted. Insane, right? They're offering them more money than is the gap between Netflix's bid and Paramount's bid. Almost double. Actually, no, actually more than double.
Wait, sorry. What did you say? What's double?
They're taking out loans from Bank of America, Citibank, and Apollo Global Management of $54 billion, which is twice the difference between Netflix's bid and Paramount's bid, because Paramount's bid is $26 billion more.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's crazy to think that like this is an all-in bet. And it's, it's just crazy. There's a shit ton of money needs to be done just to even get these IPs. And look, let me get into the chats. Let me do chats.
Leverage buyouts should not be allowed. Like, it's so insane that we allow that to happen.
Right?
Because you just load up on debt and then like so what I fear, and I said this to you before, but with Paramount buying them, Larry Ellis, or whatever the fuck his dad's name is, owns Oracle, and Oracle is getting into TikTok. They want to own TikTok, right? The US TikTok, and they're getting into AI, and Oracle's just big in general in computer databases and all that kind of stuff. So, and servers, and so if they get bigger, like the guy already bought Paramount, right? He didn't own Paramount before; he bought it like relatively recently.
If they bought it, you'd have to ask ChatGPT or Google it whether or not Sundance bought Paramount or Paramount bought Sundance. But it sounded like what they were saying is that his son, David Ellison, became CEO of Paramount because of the acquisition, which sounds to me like Skydance bought Paramount and then placed him in the CEO role.
Sure. However, fair enough. I guess he didn't buy it. He just became the CEO. But anyway, regardless, he's now in charge of it. And so he can now use his ability as a CEO to funnel a bunch of business back to his dad's company.
Yeah.
And basically just funnel money up to his dad and then leave like Paramount Warner Brothers, essentially. I guess the name would be Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Discovery as well, because it's Discovery's, because right now it's Warner Brothers Discovery, right?
Paradance Bros.
Anyway, so he would just leave this big husk of a media thing, right? Under crippling debt. And why does he care? He pays his dad a bunch of money on contracts, and
they get clean money. They're not taking on debt. The company is.
Yeah.
That's
and then
point.
Oracle gets clean, undebted money.
It's literally laundering to a degree, right? That's a good point. Now, Reese and I have talked about this. Reese, I don't know if you want to chime in here, but we are on Team Paramount because Paramount puts out physical media releases and Netflix does not. So if Netflix acquires Warner Brothers, you can pretty much say goodbye to any future Batman movies coming out on disc or whatever, and any other thing that they're working on. Game of Thrones, you could buy the whole series on like 4K Blu-ray, but will you be able to do the Harry Potter series if it turns out to be good if Netflix buys them? That's where it becomes tricky, right?
Yeah, they stopped it with freaking Stranger Things at season 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, they only did season 1 and 2. So I also explained this earlier offline, but or off channel, but I think that there is a oversaturation of movies, especially on streaming, and so I think if Netflix does buy them, I think that they should keep the theatrical thing. It's in their best interest to keep that because they're essentially buying all of this IP that they're not going to be able to do anything with because they can only make so many friggin' shows and put them on Netflix because, like, if their main strategy, right, is make a show, entice people, or movie, whatever, to entice people to sign up for Netflix, right? And so if they have all of Warner Brothers and they have all the DC stuff, right? Okay, that's going to bring in the DC people. Fine. Now they're all signed up for Netflix, and ignoring the fact that Netflix is probably going to go up to $40 a month, to pay for the fucking $80 billion.
How much does HBO Max cost?
I'm not sure. We don't get it in Canada.
Reese, do you know?
Nope.
I'll look it up.
But so now you bring in all the DC people, right? And then there's going to be a situation where there's so many stuff that's on Netflix that it's like there's you're going to pull in all the people, and sure, Netflix is going to have subscribers, but this, like, it costs what? Well, again, maybe if it's $40 a month, but right now it's in Canada, it's $20 a month.
So, real
versus
quick,
going, yeah.
Netflix's monthly costs in the US range. This is the AI overview from Google. $7.99 for the standard with ads plan to $24.99 for the premium plan. HBO, the basic with ads plan is $10.99. The ad-free standard plan is $18.49, and the top tier premium plan is $22.99. So it would be a cost increase if it went to Netflix for the premium, right? Let's see, what about Paramount Plus? If I were Paramount and I bought HBO, I would move my Paramount Plus shit to HBO, not the other way around. HBO is a strong brand with a good reputation.
I mean,
Paramount Plus is $7.99 a month and the ad-free premium plan with Showtime and local CBS for $12.99 a month. Though prices are increasing to $8.99 a month and $13.99 a month for the premium.
Paramount streaming service is shit. Yeah. Basically, the only good thing on it is South Park. Like, that's the only reason you'd buy it. There was also that one.
Did they make
Fallout? Yellowstone?
Was that Paramount?
Maybe.
I'm not saying that was a reason to get Paramount Plus. I'm just saying.
Isn't Dexter on Paramount Plus? Since I thought,
yeah, because it's on Showtime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. There might be a few reasons, but it's overall, it's still probably the worst one of like the main streaming sites. And so yes, I think that they should just fucking merge with
Amazon. Is the one who did Fallout. Just a heads up.
Who did? Sorry, I thought you meant. Oh man, the show with the crazy clown driver.
Oh,
fuck the Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal.
Twisted Metal.
Peacock,
yeah. That's Peacock.
Yeah, that's Peacock, and there is a. As I was saying before, when I was talking
South Park
about,
might be on Peacock then.
When I was talking about HBO having top tier production values in acting, Peacock, it's follow. I know you won't be able to see. It's way down there, right? Like Peacock is dog shit quality entertainment.
Yeah,
that's probably what, $1.50 a month, right?
Maybe I'm confusing it with Peacock, but either way, I would want them to honestly just kill the Paramount brand and go with Warner Brothers, because Warner Brothers is way bigger of a.
Absolutely. The only thing brand that's good on, and this is crazy too, because I feel like moving Dexter from Showtime, which is kind of like HBO's competitor, right? If you move that into HBO, I don't think we'd have a problem. You know what I mean? Like it still feels prestigious and respectful for it. If you moved HBO shit to Peacock, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know?
But so what I was saying with Netflix, it's like if they're going to buy it. I would want them to keep Warner Brothers as a brand identity, you know, and then still produce movies under that brand, because again, I don't think, if with the amount of movies they were already making and the amount of TV series they were making too, because they were didn't we cover a thing that said that they were going to make 10 anime a year or something like that was their goal?
Yeah.
So
I think
like,
they considered Ruby part of that, though.
Probably.
I think what you're getting at, and I think I can put it pretty succinctly, is that even though it's not doing well enough financially to maintain the trajectory that it's been on, the Warner Brothers IP, the Warner Brothers like brand itself, is very beloved, right? When I sit down to watch a movie and I see that Warner Brothers logo with like the reflection of the city or whatever, the town within the gold band, like kind of ripple around in the water tower and everything, like that gives me good feelings, right? Yeah. If you take that away when I sit down to watch a Batman film and you put fucking Paramount in there, like it doesn't hit the same way. So I agree with you 100% that they should absolutely keep that brand, even if they just become a parent company that owns Paramount Studios and Warner Brothers Studios, right? And they use them the way that like Miramax and Disney are the same, right?
Yeah.
Like that would be a good business decision. This is,
but I think Netflix should also do that. Is what I'm saying. And then also stick to theatrical releases, because
imagine if Netflix on the ad-supported tier exclusively had ads for HBO Max shows, and on the HBO Max ad-supported tier, you exclusively had ads for Netflix shows. Because if Netflix could double their profits by getting people to pay for both streaming platforms at once, they absolutely fucking would. You know?
Do you guys get the TV channel Showcase?
Never heard of it.
Okay, there's a channel here. I'm pretty sure it's called Showcase, and they always show like reality TV shows, and it's like for a good chunk of time it was like always bar rescue, where they go in and rescue the bar, and it's like instead of commercials, it was their like whole thing was, we're gonna just put on commercials for other shows on Showcase.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
really, why?
Yeah,
how does that
I don't
fucking
know.
work?
They'd hit a commercial break and it'd be like 3-4 minutes of watch this show on Showcase, watch this show on Showcase.
I think it's just trying to hype you up to stay within the same ecosystem.
It was funny. This kind of reminds me of when they made Transformers and G.I. Joe. The Reagan administration made it so that you couldn't market toys to kids during the same time block as the show of the property was airing.
Yeah.
Right. So you couldn't have a G.I. Joe episode go to commercial break and advertise, buy the toy from G.I. Joe. So what they did was, anytime G.I. Joe was showing, they only put ads for Transformers, and anytime Transformers showing, they only put ads for G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
As a way to like kind of get around that. It's like the only option they really had. And the cool thing about TV back then is that like cable companies fucking loved getting shows like that, because instead of them buying the show to put on or whatever, right? Or the advertiser was the show itself, and they would pay them to be able to put it on there, because the show itself, yeah, we had ads for the toys, but the show itself elevating the brand and making you want those toys was also just one huge ad, like He-Man and all that shit.
Just when you said that, it reminded me of a commercial in Canada for Reboot, where if you remember, Reboot had the like interstitial like it's coming back from break, so it shows the logo with the like the reboot button, and it would like, you know, open up and okay, it's back to Reboot, right? And YTV made a commercial that was like that, it started with that, and then it like corrupts or something. It does something, and it's like, oh, we're just joking. We're not going back to the show, but you can catch it at this time. And I, as a kid, I was like, why can't they put that commercial on during the episode? So you think that it's coming back from commercial, and they're like, psych. They never did, or at least not that I never.
They did it once, and then people threw shit at their TV and broke them.
Coincidentally, probably not coincidentally, the commercial only ever happened during other shows. But to finish my point and hopefully wrap it up in a quick second, unless Netflix is going to stop all of their own originals, bringing in the amount of IP and the amount of things that Warner Brothers has and are planning on making and should be making with the amount of IP they have, they're going to hit a diminishing return on just adding content to their library. Yes. And so having the pipeline of people that go to movies and still pay $20 a fucking ticket and $20 for fucking popcorn.
Yeah, and mind you, think of that for a minute.
Source for them.
Just think about that for a minute. Netflix. Pay me $24 a month to watch unlimited. Pay me $20 one fucking time to go see a movie. It's like, you idiot. Go for that option, you know?
Yeah.
Streaming is dead. Kill it. Right. Back to the old ways. Yeah, no, totally. Like, what originals does Netflix even have now that Stranger Things is ending this year? Other than Wednesday. Are they making
One Piece?
Okay, One Piece. Yeah, good point. So One Piece, they have The Witcher. Are they going to keep going with that?
No, that's dead, over now.
Right? Nobody fucking wants that. Oh, they're going to make another Tomb Raider? I hope fucking not. Devil May Cry. End it. Like, all their stuff is garbage. One Piece
Amazon
excluded.
owns Tomb
and then
Raider
maybe
now, so.
maybe Cobra Kai. No, but Amazon has the live action Tomb Raider.
Talking about the animated one.
The animated one was Netflix, right?
Yeah.
Cool to T says, what if Amazon only dubbed live action? I bet you anything. If they had rolled this out on live action, nobody would have given a shit. Nobody. That was their biggest mistake. Their huge mistake they made is that they did it for anime, and they did it for anime that already had a dub. That was the big mistake.
I mean, to be fair, most live action already has English dubs, so
yeah,
English.
But most people aren't committed enough to realize. And when you're watching stuff like Korean dramas or something like that, and you see, oh, there's an English dub option. Oh, AI beta test. Yeah, let's hear it. Right? Yeah. Most of that shit's not getting dubbed anyway, you know, for the most part. There are definitely some that do, especially on Netflix, because Netflix, part of their deal is you got to dub it in like 12 or 13 different languages, right? Warner Brothers is dead. I saw a comment that said their 64 gigabyte kit of RAM now costs as much as an AMD 9070 XT, $700. Yes. The 5090 costs an arm and a leg due to the 32 gigabytes of VRAM. Warner Brothers owns the DCIP. You don't need Taiwan for RAM. Memory doesn't shrink. I don't know what you mean. I heard they didn't consider the Warner Brothers gaming divisions in the evaluation. Yes, I had an article about that, but I'm like, fuck it. We don't even know if Netflix is going to get it. I'm not going to waste time on it. Presumably because they make and are worth so little. Yes, especially after fucking Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. When HBO tries, they succeed. When Netflix tries, they fail. And when they don't try, they succeed by accident. What is an example of Netflix trying and failing other than The Witcher? Oh, Cowboy Bebop. That. Point made. Netflix should we create new highly entertaining shows? Nah, that's too hard. Let's just buy Warner Brothers and subvert those franchises. Normies will lap it up at least for a few years. I guess it's cheaper than making more Lord of the Rings. And then you go on and say, oh, wait, that's Amazon. Here's the thing, though. Amazon owns the rights to a paragraph of the Silmarillion. Warner Brothers actually does own the rights to Lord of the Rings. So acquiring Warner Brothers, for whoever is going to get it, they absolutely could produce a Lord of the Rings show. They absolutely could. They can very much dominate RC networks. I know what you mean with that. Most of CNN's audience is airport TVs running them 24/7. Yeah. Although I'll be honest with you, I've noticed recently that there's a lot less of it on because I have to go to the airport a lot more often in my new job. I made that realization about their ratings when I saw TV set to CNN in public eatery area of a grocery store back in the 2010s. You overhear whatever, and gyms, right? They always have at least one TV playing CNN at the gym. You overhear whatever it is the talking heads are saying and be in disbelief that the average American would think that way. CNN had done hit pieces. If Netflix takes over... There goes Kirby. If Netflix takes over Warner Brothers, are they going to make new movies and TV shows, or are they going to use the back catalog to fill out their streaming service? I don't know, man. It's a tough thing. Getting rid of the HBO brand is just such a bad idea. It makes so much more sense for Paramount to put their shit on HBO or to offer two different, offerings, like tiers for HBO, like the shit we were giving you at Paramount for $7 and then the shit you actually want for more. And if they take over Warner Brothers, will they make faithful adaptations of old franchises, or will they subvert everything for the mythical modern audience? It's always the risk, man. Netflix continue Batwoman TV series because I think that the win for whoever gets Warner Brothers, day one, release movies that got black holed. Release
I don't think they can, though.
Acme. You don't think so?
Well, that one's coming out already. They sold that to the same people that put out the Looney Tunes movie last year.
The Ketchup Entertainment or whatever that was.
Yeah. And so they're releasing that movie next year. They said that already.
Mm-hmm.
But
the Batwoman movie with Brendan Fraser as the villain.
Yeah, and I don't think that one. I think that one needed a little bit more work still.
Nobody wants to even see that. So if you put that on streaming, nobody's gonna fucking care. Oh, I'll watch it.
But I think there are tax implications if they release it, because the whole point was for them to shelve it. To have it.
Then it becomes anime more important than Warner. Does Warner Brothers own some of JoJo? Is that correct?
I think that's Japan. Warner Brothers Japan.
Yeah. It's so weird how these things work. Does Warner Brothers Japan stay independent from this deal?
If it's a subsidiary, then no.
Huh.
But if they are,
this might affect Viz too.
Yeah. On a side note, YouTube is streaming a lot of Warner Brothers DC animated movies for free. Batman, Justice League, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, etc. Netflix only release on DVD. I don't think they've released anything in quite some time. They just happened to release Stranger Things season 1 and 2 when DVD was still a standard.
They put out
They released Castlevania.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, well, that's through Viz. That's not through Netflix.
Warner is a dinosaur. We can make new content. Ban loans. You can buy a company. They use their CEO. I haven't had a cable since the late 90s. It sucks that YouTube wants to be cable TV and streaming services want to emulate their pricing model. Not only that, but the fucking ads, dude. Like, I went to streaming to get rid of this. Now that I think of it, I had cable a few times in the mid 2000s, but every time I liked a channel or TV series, it would get canceled. Prices went up and services went down, having to pay for channels I didn't watch. Let me ask a question to Google over here.
So, you know how Crunchyroll is getting rid of the ad tier?
Yeah.
What if instead of like just completely getting rid of the ad tier, because obviously they're saying like, oh, it's still not worth it for us to keep this around. Like they would offer the ad tier as a linear scheduled content. Like
they do that. They have like free channels on on one of the apps. They got a bunch of free. They have free channels on different apps. Free like Freebie. Is it Freebie?
I think
They have
so.
a Crunchyroll channel. They
Oh,
do
okay.
have that. They do have something like that.
I wonder if they're getting rid of that then, or if they're.
I don't know if it's Freebie or something. I can't remember, but I know they do have a linear channel on some apps.
So Old Man says prices went up and service went down, having to pay for channels I didn't watch. I fucking hated having cable and knowing I was paying for 30 fucking Spanish channels that I'm never going to watch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We had to pay for French channel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't watch French. Well, you can't get rid of
They
it.
have Fallout TV series. Netflix had to deal with a moocher who didn't make a TV show. Cobra
So
Kai is
did
over.
Amazon.
Yeah, but the thing about Cobra Kai being over is that the IP just got pulled into the Karate Kid movie, right? Like it
was always a Karate Kid IP.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yes. But what I'm saying is that
But they're
that
not
new
making
movie,
Karate.
Karate Kid Legends.
Yeah, the newest movie would not have been made had they not revitalized the brand with.
Arguably, they would have made it, but it would have been different, right?
Sure. What I'm trying to say is that a big draw for that movie is that Cobra Kai and the current actors from the original Karate Kid movies that are, back in public consciousness, and people actually want to go see them because of the characters and how they were developed in Cobra Kai is why that movie was able to be made and was able to link both Karate Kid stories to even bring in the Jackie Chan, Jaden Smith one. Thank God Jaden Smith wasn't the star.
But Netflix doesn't have anything to do with that, though. Right?
Oh, it doesn't? I thought it was a Netflix original. Is it not?
No, it wasn't theaters.
No. Oh, yeah, the movie, of course. I'm talking about Cobra Kai.
No. I'm talking about the movie.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, Netflix doesn't have anything to deal with the movie.
But Cobra Kai. Do you think they?
Well, actually, Cobra Kai was a YouTube original first, and then.
Was
Netflix
it?
Picked it up.
Oh, okay. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Witcher has a 5th season, but then it's over. Yeah, the show was dead after Henry Cavill left. Absolutely. Every animated adaptation of video games they've done sucks. Yes. I will never forgive them for Devil May Cry. One Piece is the one time they actually tried and succeeded.
They tried. Okay.
RAM uses physical space. Taiwan specialized in shrinking chips. Shrinking RAM means less space to put stuff. More space. Amazon could make a Lord of the Rings cornflakes. I don't know what that means.
What?
I don't know what that means, but if you're insinuating that Rings of Power isn't that, they didn't increase the prices on laptop RAM, which many PCs use as well. You've lost me. All right, cool. We're caught up here. You guys want to move on from this topic?
3.5 hours in. Let's go.
All right. Okay. G-Kid screens Lupin the IIIrd, the Immortal Bloodline anime film on January 4th to the 6th. Hopefully, there is a January 3rd midnight screening because Dan goes back home on the 4th. And it's the English dub. Yay. Is there anything more in here that we should cover?
No word whatsoever about Zenigata and the 2 Lupins. Which was the 4th one that goes between Fujiro's Lie and this one.
Fucking put it in theaters before we even have a chance to see the one that comes before it. God damn it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Zenigata and the 2 Lupins is online. So, do with that information as you will.
Is it dubbed?
No, of course not.
then I don't want to fucking watch it yet.
You have to watch it before you see this one.
I don't have to do shit. All right, all you need is kill anime film countdowns to release with English trailer and visual.
More like all you need is kill yourself.
Yeah.
It's a movie? I thought it was going to be a series.
It's always been a
Well, thank God it's not a series.
Oh, I think it's also, it's coming to U.S. theaters on January 16th. Who the fuck am I going to go see it with? All right. I just want to share this real quick. It's okay to admit that sometimes live action is better than anime.
What if you know how G-Kids uses the NYAV posts and they get Hollywood actors to do the dubs? Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious?
If Tom Cruise voiced this,
Yes, exactly.
Fuck no. Dear God. Get the people who voiced in the fucking the one guy who voiced all the characters in the audiobook should voice him. Okay, here, I'm gonna play the trailer for you guys. Any second now. I'm clicking on it. There it is. Couldn't help but notice they aren't repping MFKZ in that list. So this is probably, I probably said this before to you guys, but in the original story, it follows Keiji, not Rita. So this one seems to be giving us Rita's angle, or is just telling the story as Rita instead of Keiji. And I hate to say it, but the monster designs in the anime are at least better than they were in the manga.
I don't like her voice actor. Like, I don't think the voice fits the role. At least if the role's anything similar to what the movie was.
Personally, I don't like Emily Blunt. I don't feel like she's a very... she just kind of feels like Uma Thurman light. And Uma Thurman already, I don't really consider like the heartthrob, opposite, kind of thing. So... I don't know. Do we know who's going to voice him, I wonder? Because it's coming to U.S. theaters. It's coming to U.S. theaters January 16th and Japanese theaters. Okay, no. Fuck it. I'm an idiot.
It'll be
It's coming to Japan first. Dyslexia hardcore there.
It'll be sub only. Watch.
Probably. Pulling it up. Anime News Network. All you need is kill.
Why do these alternative creative studios and directors insist?
This is just Studio 4C's style. All of the shit looks like this.
They'll not catch a clue when these projects fail. We'll see.
It's like they did Tekken Concrete,
Tekken.
And that was the actual manga style, and then just kept that style for everything.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, so they don't have a they only have a Japanese cast listed. Rita is voiced by Yukina from the live action Yu Yu Hakusho from Netflix. That's the only other thing she's listed as having done on Anime News Network. And she's way prettier than the character looks in the fucking show here. Goddamn, what a waste.
I still haven't even watched that one Yu Yu Hakusho. Has anybody here seen it?
Nope. I haven't bothered. We can watch party it sometime if you want.
Yu Yu Hakusho. Come on.
The live action.
Yeah, I know, but we're not. Whatever. I'll watch party.
I said we could watch party it, not watch club.
I'm sorry. We watch party, watch club. They all just kind of meld together in my head.
All right. In theater news, which is what that was as well. Does other two things. Rounding off theater news, Zootopia 2 box office stampedes towards a $1 billion box office as the Asian markets hold strong. $1 billion for this.
The furries are at it again.
Yeah. Or as a certain Twitter account felt the need to say from the global box office, Zootopia just dropped a nuke on Japan.
Crazy. This is not like any official. This is just some literally random Twitter account.
Yeah, but still, like, choose a different analogy. Right?
I think they were doing it on purpose.
Possibly. They haven't deleted the tweet yet.
They've posted many drop a nuke comments.
All right. In other words, or in other news,
relating to Zootopia.
Japan box office, Chainsaw Man the movie Raise Arc climbs back up to 3rd in the 12th weekend. Where's the fucking list? What? Oh, there it is. Zootopia in 1, right? Eiko no Back Home in 2. Chainsaw Man previously was 10. Climbed all the way back up to 3 because of this. Because now when you go, you get this stupid printout of this artwork.
Postcards. Woo.
That is what Japan's got it figured out. Imagine if you went to see the Pokemon movie and 3 weeks later the trailer starts saying, come back and see it again and receive a holographic Ancient Mew card. You're like, ah! Mom! Stupid idiots gave it.
That would piss me off, but because it's a card.
Like, get yourself Mew doing a backflip card.
you know what's so weird? So I was like literally just thinking while you're saying this. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I'm going to tell you this story. Last year, I think it was last year, I went to Anime North, and I went to a panel, and they had some industry people from Japan. I forget really what they were doing, or what they were saying. But I guess at some level they worked on at least Shield Hero and another anime or whatever. And so as a bonus, they gave everyone these little postcards, and they're like, these are very limited edition postcards with Shield Hero and whatever that other anime was. And so now I have these postcards, and I'm like, I don't know what to fucking do with them, because it's like, I was told they're limited edition, but they're just fucking advertising postcards, like advertising the show. Like, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, technically, any of those little promotional things they make for a convention are all limited edition, right?
Yeah. So
watch Shield Hero this summer. That's limited edition. It's no longer.
So it's like, I don't know if that's like the equivalent of like, oh, you're gonna get this thing if you go see the movie. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
But
people
if you
go
said,
to see, they go to get these because then they sell them on Mercari, you know.
Yeah. But then you brought up Pokemon, and I'm like, you know, in the first aspect, I was thinking like, who would care about a stupid piece of cardboard with art on it? And then you said Pokemon, and I'm like, damn, that's exactly what Pokemon cards would be. And I would go back to the theater to go get that stupid piece of cardboard with some art on it.
So by putting this out as something you get when you go to see the movie, it is now ranked 59th in the all-time box office ranking in Japan, surpassing Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron. Damn.
In 2 months, they're gonna do.
I enjoyed this a lot more than The Boy and the Heron.
Yeah.
In 2 months, what?
I was saying in 2 months they'll do an alternate art for the.
They'll do that one of her where she's like naked
in the water.
No, the other one.
Oh,
the one that we rocked that one time.
Oh,
from the
one that we couldn't really show on podcast and had
the
to
literal
like,
manga cover.
Yeah, the manga cover. But trust me, if you made a poster of that, this goes to number one, right? Just that everybody would go back to the theater for that, because that's the real reason that the numbers are doing so well, is they're going to the theater to goon to the pool scene, right? All right, moving past this. The original Luffy voice actor plays Joy Boy in One Piece TV anime. Oh, that's great. Those are some great highlights you got there. Urara Takano originally played Luffy in the One Piece Defeat Him the Pirate Ganzak short anime film that was screened at the 1998 Jump Super Anime Tour. At the time, the One Piece manga had only been running for around a year, and the anime series we know was still a year and a half away. In the story of One Piece, Luffy and Joy Boy, who was a character of the past, share the same devil fruit and straw hat motif. So, somebody said having Luffy's first ever voice actor be the voice of Joy Boy was such a genius move by Toei. I've got this clip. I'll play for you.
さっきから散々踏んづけてくれたな。生きてやがったか。おかげで。それは。
That's such a great noise.
Yeah, so Crunchyroll has.
Blu-ray?
We don't have a Blu-ray.
I said, when's the Blu-ray? Referring to like the pilot or whatever.
Yeah. Go ahead, Greenline.
So what I would like, and this is a move for Crunchyroll to do, have Erica Schroeder as Joy Boy in the dub.
Mm-hmm. So it's funny. I was talking to Randy last night about this, and I was thinking, like, I was asking him, like, how many episodes do you think Joy Boy is actually going to be in? Like, could they get Iñaki from the live action to voice him for a couple episodes? And then I was like, wait a minute. The 4Kids dub. Yeah, Erica Schroeder. Let's get Erica Schroeder to do it. She's still,
nice.
she's still voicing, right? She's a New York based though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they could do it though, right? Like it wouldn't be that.
Like why wouldn't they? They work with a bunch of other New York voice actors half the time, especially when it's like.
Or Colin Clinkenbeard pulls a Christopher Sabat. Or no, what's his name? Not Christopher Sabat.
Sean Schemmel.
Yeah.
I would almost guarantee that's what they're gonna do. But come on, give it to Erica Schroeder. That's what the people want. Right?
Yeah, that would be the killer move right there.
It would be hilarious. I don't think these characters don't actually ever meet, do they? Because the characters from like a century ago,
900 years apart.
Yeah.
So
but it would be funny
that they will meet.
It would be funny if Joy Boy referred to Zoro as Zolo.
Right.
So it says here, Urara Takano, the voice actor of Joy Boy, this is her comment after getting the role. I'm honored to perform in One Piece. A long time ago, I worked on One Piece only once. That was 27 years ago. Now, among countless memories, I will once again be active as the character Joy Boy. 27 years is such a long time that it almost feels like 800 to 900 years have passed. I will hold on to my original spirit and give it my all. Oh,
I really hope that the character isn't like a complete Luffy clone. You know, like he's already got the hat and the powers. I don't want him to be like
the
look
exact
exactly like Luffy.
Yeah.
But so them casting her kind of implies that that might be the direction. Although who knows if the anime, like, I don't know if Oda told the anime anything about Joy Boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like they might just be going, well, you know, he has the power, so let's get the same voice actor. And whether or not she'll even be doing, or actually no, I think we heard it because the episode already came out. I don't know. I'd have to go look and double check to see if she's like putting on the same voice as she did back then for Luffy, but yeah, I don't know. I hope he's not a fucking Luffy clone. That's all.
Yeah, same. I'm with Random. I really want some variety, not just, oh, look, it's the same fucking person. But then again, whenever we get around to the Joy Boy segment in the anime and the Watch Club in like 70 years, I do want to cover something about Joy Boy if and when we ever fucking get to it.
Not happening.
Yeah, probably not. But I shouldn't spoil it. So perhaps me and Random will talk about it after the fact. But man, there's a certain aspect about Joy Boy that I'm just not a fan of.
Yeah.
But that's me personally.
So when I heard about this, like everyone, I guess, had the same idea, right? Like, well, why don't the Funimation, not Funimation, 4Kids, actress come in and do it? And so then I went on Behind the Voice Actors website to look up like who voiced him.
Found Erica Schroeder, yeah.
And I saw, but what I also saw was the other guy that voiced Luffy. And I had known about it before, but it reminded me about it. The Singapore dub.
Oh yeah,
it is so terrible.
That would be a deep cut, but yeah, that'd be terrible.
It sounds so terrible. It would kind of be funny if
I feel like I walked in on a real tragedy.
No, I was just saying how the Singapore dub sounds terrible.
Yeah.
It would kind of be funny if like sometimes in Japan, like what they'll do is they'll get someone to voice something in English. Like just off the top of my head, I came across recently Midna from Twilight Princess. All of her voice lines in the game are just her.
Sorry, but keep going ahead. Cat, the fucking cat. Anyways.
Is her speaking in English, like the Japanese voice actress for that character. There's no spoken dialogue, but she is speaking lines in English like, oh, what did you say? And it's like, that's not like fully what she's saying. Like the dialogue is something else. And then they cut up that English.
That's like having a character. You're like, okay, so we need you to just say like nonsense words. So just go ahead and speak Spanish. Enchilada. You know, like,
but,
like only words you know.
Yeah, but like like she is saying full sentences. And then they chop it up, and then so she has this like weird like voice. But if you stitch it back together, they found out that she was actually speaking English, but she's a Japanese voice actress, so you can hear it's like a very strong Japanese accent, right? So it would be funny if they went and hired the Singapore guy to do something in the show, right? Because
yeah, like if they ever do like a character that's supposed to be like Luffy if he was a retard. Like
yeah, maybe.
Okay. So I want to catch up on some chats real quick. This is going back to Studio 4C. Why do these alternative creative studios and directors insist on the ugly art styles? We talked about that, right?
I actually enjoyed. I wasn't able to type up when we were talking about it, but I actually enjoyed the Berserk movies that they did. I mean, I've mentioned that before.
Oh, Studio 4Cs, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't even think they need to do the manga's art style because the manga was also an adaptation, but the light novel also had an aesthetic they could have gone with. You're referring to All You Need Is Kill? The light novel only really has one image in it, though. It's just the cover image. Yeah. So
did you read the light novel?
I did, and the manga.
It's like the No Game No Life light novel has like the cover image, and then there's like a few inside, like in between.
I have a signed copy, signed by Hiroshi Sakurazaka. So. I mean, there might have been images between the chapters and stuff, but I don't really recall. Because I did, in fact, listen to the audiobook, which was chef's kiss good. But I do have the physical copy of it. I forgot what I was going to say now. Yeah, so in the manga, Takeshi Obata, the artist for the Death Note manga, he does the artwork, and the characters all look cool. But the monsters look like the fucking Langoliers from Stephen King's TV series, The Langoliers. Like, it's like Pac-Man monsters. And it's like, what the fuck? Why? Like, anyway. Next. Oh, cat.
I am going to...
Pussy on screen.
Get off the screen!
But of course you got snobs being all like, the artist fulfilled their creative vision, therefore it's peak. Yeah. This movie is made of Last Jedi and Scott Pilgrim Takes Over stands, aka the people in I hate the most. LOL. Yeah, because they did they do Scott Pilgrim? No, that was that's not Studio 4C. That's the one that Yuasa has.
Something.
Right? Reese, what's Yuasa's?
Isn't that 4C?
No,
it's not.
It's like Sana Soto or something.
No.
Fuck no. God
Why
damn it.
can't
Oh, fuck.
Masaki Yuasa Studio?
Science Saru?
Sorry.
Yeah.
There it is.
That one.
Go back and listen to what I said. I was close.
You were as close as enchilada.
Yeah, I just chop my dialogue up, rearrange it. You'll get it. I'll be speaking Spanish.
I wish the Mononoke trilogy was in theaters. It's in theaters in Japan. One of the only reasons I still have a Netflix subscription is for the Mononoke franchises. Huh. You know that it got released on disc, right? Takankin style suited that world and story, though. I agree. It worked there. They also did Soundman Noise Insect, right? That was them too, right? That one was cool. Boy and the Heron might actually have been the worst Miyazaki movie. Yeah. Dude, he's lost his touch. I haven't seen anything I thought was good from him in the last. What was the one before that? Wind Rises?
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking, I'm like, take it or leave it. I don't give a shit.
Have you seen the Dankula documentary that just came out on Miyazaki?
No. You have to link it to me in the Discord later. Those Shield Hero postcards reminds me of a Japanese eBay seller who listed that stuff. His online store was mostly promotional anime cups, cards, toys, posters, and claw toys. I understand what it was going for. My friend who likes it explained it very well, but I prefer my plots to be coherent. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Coherent.
Oh, Boy and the Heron. Boy and the Heron, probably. Big brained idea. Get Erica Schroeder to play Joy Boy in the dub. Yep. I got to meet Erica at a con the other day. She was nice. Erica was in that anime Last Dungeon Boonies, which was a Crunchyroll dub, or Funimation dub, yeah. Children of the Sea is Studio 4C's best work, in my opinion. I haven't watched it yet. Cool. All right, we're caught up. Let's so in the One Piece
I disagree, actually. Studio 4C's best anime is Detroit Metal City.
Oh. Did Studio 4C do Kick Heart, or was that was probably you lost?
That sounds like Science Star as well.
I don't think it was Science Saru.
Well, it was definitely Misaki.
It was before. It was before he had Science Saru as a studio. But yeah. Anyway, so in other news, JT Vega shared this in the Discord. Johnny Depp standing next to Oda's drawing of his Jack Sparrow character. So he, Johnny Depp, was invited to Japan Comic-Con. Tokyo Comic Con, probably Tokyo Comic Con.
Kick-Out was IG.
Production IG, yeah. So what I find funny about, I'm not going to play it, but if you guys want, it's in the doc. You can watch the video where you got it and stuff. What I find funny about this is that this says Johnny Depp instead of Jack Sparrow, right? Anyway, Moon passes.
Hold on, you got to say. Unless you're
Jack Sparrow.
You gotta tell people.
Tell people that Sanji's voice actor dubs Jack Sparrow in
that was the
Japanese
whole reason
dub
why it happened.
Okay.
It was literally the reason it happened. Sanji did the voice for the voice actor for Sanji also dubs all of Jack Sparrow, and I would probably presume all of Johnny Depp's roles, not just Jack Sparrow. But anyway, what are you saying?
I don't think that's like a set thing.
What's a set thing?
Like that one voice actor does all one Hollywood actor's voices.
From my understanding, it is a thing. Whether it's a thing all the time, I don't know, but it is a thing at least some of the time. And there was someone that was complaining, well, not complaining, but like making a joke about it because they got him to have a dub voice for one of his roles when he was like young. I think it was the High School Musical guy. And then he kind of grew up and he still has this like high pitched voice guy that does all his roles. Maybe it wasn't him, but it is someone. Anyway, again, point is, he does the voice for at least Jack Sparrow. And then, so because of that, he used that and then told Oda, who is also a fan of Pirates of the Caribbean. And then so Oda drew that thing.
Cool. So, back to anime news here. New Kaguya-sama Love is War anime special reveals a December 31st broadcast in new trailer. And according to Chibi, any second now. There it is. This trailer reveals that they are indeed skipping like 60 to 70 chapters, aka an arc to rush right to other content. Well, fuck, I have no idea why they do this after all the success the series has had in the anime. So yeah, they're just skipping.
They didn't wrap it up like they had like season 3 and then like a movie thingy, which I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I was under the impression that it concluded.
I don't know. Guess not. Golden Kamuy final arc anime reveals a premiere date, opening song, and new trailer. Who cares about that? It's coming out January 5th in Japan. Love this show. Can't wait to get a full box set of the whole thing.
Still haven't gotten season 4 on disc yet.
The premium editions. In addition, we have Wash It All Away. Anime splashes down with the January 5th premiere as well. So this is that one about the girl who runs the laundromat.
How come those For some reason, I'm just getting flashbacks to Shinji Hand with the the way they're spreading it out.
I'm thinking of Interspecies Reviewer's box art hand, which is just this.
Oh, no.
Referring to Kaguya-sama, the movie got the proper love confession, but there was still a lot of manga content left to adapt. This special is adapting the end of the manga, but I want to believe they'll go back and adapt the rest of it if it does well enough. Roll Over and Die anime premieres on January 8th. There you go. Flum has been chosen by God to be in the hero's party despite having stats of 0 across the board. All she has is the reversal ability that she still doesn't fully understand. Predictably, she proves useless in battle, but she refuses to give up and continues to do all she can for the party. Her party mate, Jean, a genius and renowned sage, picks on her at every opportunity and eventually sells her off into slavery. Even as a slave, she's treated as incompetent and persecuted, and ultimately thrown to monsters as bait for her master's entertainment. Flum is left with 2 options: take up the cursed sword that inevitably brings death to its wielder, or be eaten by monsters. The moment she chooses to fight back is when the reversal of her life begins. There you go. Shield hero, but put a chick in it to make her lemon cake. Anyway. Demon's Crest light novels by Sword Art Online author get an anime adaptation. Is this a Digimon?
That looks exactly like a Digimon.
That's Terriermon.
It's Terriermon, but the ears are more rabbit-like instead of Terriermon-like. 6th grader Yuma Ashihara and his twin sister Sawa are playing Actual Magic, a brand new virtual reality MMORPG, when it suddenly begins fusing with the real world. Wait a minute. By Sword Art Online author. You don't say. Like, wait. Fusing with the real world, amid all the chaos and confusion, it becomes clear that death is lurking around every corner, including when Yuma runs into his classmate Sumika. Before, she was one of the cutest girls in his class, but she's since undergone a terrible metamorphosis into one of the game's horrifying monsters. From the author of Sword Art Online and Excel World comes a story beyond VR and AR, where gaming and reality are one and the same, and staying alive is just the beginning. All right. Hack Watch Club one. The Demon King's daughter is too kind. I don't remember why I shared this. Oh, yes. Santa mommies.
That's a low-waisted coat there. That's my eyes are like trying to figure out what is going on with that outfit. Jeez. Her pants are like.
Yeah, I'm with Random. Like her pants are like.
Her body proportions seem a little strange, but yeah.
Like, why aren't we seeing her ass on the back end? I suppose it's that.
It's like she's wearing super low riders, but then she's also got the divot in the crotch area.
Yeah,
it feels like she's a kid wearing like her mother's kinky outfit. It's like, about to fall off,
and then she's got the hips like cut out of the of her pants.
There's a lot going on here.
And then she's wearing the like handkerchief around her waist.
Her hair is also like, I guess it's intentionally transparent so you can see what's. Anyway, moving past that. Moving to Santa Mommy.
Very weird.
'Tis the season.
Tis the season.
All right. Does it count if you lose your virginity to an android? Once upon a time, I proposed the question. If this makes sense, like, can you lose your virginity to an inanimate object? Or is that just masturbation with extra steps, right?
I mean, it's got to be.
And then I said, can a woman, because if a woman is having sex with another woman and there's no penetration, then can a woman, a lesbian, ever lose her virginity? Right? Well, I didn't realize when I asked this question, but believe it or not, the show is about an android with a woman. Right? So now the question is multiplied. It's like, can you lose your virginity squared? Right? Like, yeah. So, at the end of this, you can see that they're clothed, but then they're not so clothed. Anyway, there you go. That's it. That's the thing. You're welcome. We gooning? Oh, God.
I mean, have you seen the website identity, Enriv?
We always go.
The website identity that says, friends don't let friends goon alone. All right. Horimiya and the Quintessential Quintuplets skipped to the end, but went back and covered skipped content. Yeah. I'm not opposed to more Reki Kawahara manga, but why couldn't we get more Excel World, damn it? Or you mean more Reki Kawahara light novel? Okay. All right. So we are now entering an extended section that I would like to ask, why does some CGI pass and others do not? Okay, and this is a genuine question. Like, what is it that makes some of it work really well and others not so much? Exhibit A. Yoroi Shinden Samurai Troopers anime reveals January 6th premiere in its latest trailer. I just need to see her first. I like it. That's a yes for me, dog.
that doesn't look AI or CG.
Oh, that's not it. No. I'm gonna ease you in. Okay, this is just, I noticed some CG in this, and I want to show it. Hold on. Here it is.
35年前に新宿で起きた幼者の乱の再来と見て間違いありません。誰にも邪魔をさせん。ジュイエスの仕業か。侍とルパンは何やってんだ。ヒーローって何ですかね。少なくとも僕らのことじゃない。ここで俺たちが逃げたらさらに多くの人が傷つくことになる。君をスカウトに来た。あんたの力が必要なの。ガイ、お前は何のために戦っている。彼らはまだ子供だ。幼者を倒せるのは侍とルーパーだけです。誰もやらねえなら俺がやるしかねえだろ。燃える展開じゃねえか。陣の誓い、炎の使者、嘘、灼熱。あれが幼者帝王ラマが悲劇鉄かけってポンコツなんかじゃない、最高のヒーローだ。いつまで雑談してんだよ。助けたい、この力でそんな壁で守れると思うんだよ。やんな。エクセレント、熱いね。ここまではラマガ様の目論見通り。ちょっと声がでかすぎて寝られないんだけど。彼らはまだ発展途上だ。もっと強くなる。戦う覚悟がない侍はいらない。戦う覚悟。俺は侍トレパーだ。炎上。
All right. That was our ease in.
The only bit of CG was at the very beginning with the army people.
No, a bunch of their animation when they were like wielding the weapons and stuff was also CG. You only noticed it obviously when it was the bad CG because it was the camera move making it obvious that it was parallaxing the way that a CG render would versus a
when they made the characters CG, I got PTSD flashbacks to Overlord CG.
Yeah,
so I want to say that I feel conflicted about the girl with the pink hair because normally I like the twin tails, but I think she actually looks better with her hair down. Anyway.
Disagree.
All right, next one. Jack of all trades, party of none. So this one has some CG in it as well. And the obvious answer to the question of why does it work in some places and not in others is if you use it sparingly in appropriate places and it's not a full CGI show, then you can get away with it more, right? If you use it where it's going to be less noticeable or whatever, right? This show does a decent job. Good.
Also, like, it's less organic objects, or it's easier to hide.
Yeah, of course. I'm trying.
あんたみたいなやつをなんて言うかわかる?
Most of this is not CG.
すでにオルンの代わりの付与術師を見つけている。悪いが、そういうことだ。
心配するほど腕は鈍っていないのかもしれない。これならまだ剣士でもやっていけそうだな。大丈夫。待って
ください。改めてお礼を言わせてください。
あさってからうちのクランで行う共同探索に同行してほしい。
みんなを担当することになったオルンだ。3日間よろしく頼む。
よろしくお願いします。
There. Awesome, terrible. Go. Let's go.
やらない。切りつけながら飛び越えろ。ローガン。
わかりました。マジックアップ。
ソフィアはあいつの動きを止めるんだ。
はい。ファイヤー。チャネル。
新人たちは怖いかもしれないが、じっとしていてくれ。絶対に守るから。行くぞ。みんなを守るために必要なのは目の前の理不尽を跳ねのけること。
Why did they always do it on the
2026年1月より放送開始。
Alright, so now I'm gonna ruin your fucking night. Okay, enough! Okay, wait. Okay.
I wasn't really reading the subtitles, but that looked exactly like solo leveling.
Alright. New Fist of the North Star anime unveils main trailer. Okay, I just want to point out
when the screenshot or like when the header image is already looking CG, not a good look.
Well, yeah, okay. So I should have started down here. Okay. You see this? This is the movie poster. Like, yeah, I'll go watch that. And then you sit in your seat and you're like, oh no. Right? Let me play this one.
Berserk 2016 up in here.
Worse. At least Berserk 2016 had some hand-drawn shit in it.
That looks hand-drawn.
I feel like if you took half the anime coming out, especially the CG anime, if you took half of it and you took it back in time. Oh, can we show that ass? You took it back in time and you released it in the 90s. People would still look at it and go, "This is disgusting."
I feel like they don't know how to animate 3D models. Like,
isn't this from like that company that did the opening to JoJo though?
the opening was also kind of jank. The CG one. It's the same one here.
What's it called? David Production? This is why I push back every time you're like, look how far Japan has come with CG. It's like, yeah, you got one diamond in the rough. Like, they're like archaic with CG half the time.
Okay, so as I was going to say before, if I took a bunch of this shit, like if I took this particular show and I went back in time and I aired it in like 1999, I think people would reject it. But if I took the balance sheet with me and I went back in 1999 and I showed it to the Japanese studio executives, like, "Whoa! Oh, CG! Invest in CG!" I promise you that's what. So now I want to compare that to what we just saw. Trigun Stargaze. Looking to make more changes. So we're going to play a little bit of this, and I want to know, and I've got my own theory.
You can't just groom us like that to make this look good.
Bash. 感動の再会だ。
今度こそ彼を止める。だけど僕は誰も殺さない。
ミリオンズ・ナイブスの目的は人間に搾取され続けてきたプラントを救い、プラントの楽園を作る。私はなるべく正しい道筋を進みたい。ミリオンズ・ナイブスも同じさ。
お前のおかげで足踏みの末、さらに多くの情報が絞るだけ絞り取られて食い潰された。間もなく約束の時が来る。貸し一つやで。
This is embracing that it's not trying to look like anime.
今から聞く音は貴様が人生の最後に聞く音だ。
小賢しい。
誰やお前。僕を止めたければここだ。
バッシュさん、あなたの荷物を私たちも一緒に背負います。あなた一人で戦っているのではないって。はい、バッシュさん、葬儀屋さん、笑ってください。チーズ。
Yeah, it's a little bit more.
あの時、貴様が奪ったのはこの世界のどこに逃げる場所があるというんだ。
ナイブス様が僕を王にしてくれた。僕がいなければよかったのか。
バッシュ！
バッシュさん！バッシュ！
頑張れ！バッシュだ！スタンピード！
僕は止めるよ。何度でも。君を。
In terms of squash and stretch and the attempt to create like follow through and anticipation and whatnot. I feel like
during that whole last section,
you got absolutely drowned out.
Yeah,
okay.
There was no hearing it.
So, as I was saying, I think that the reason that this works better, and again, I still don't think it's fantastic, but I think that the reason this works better is because it's not trying to mimic the way that an anime character would move, right?
Yeah.
And it's using more traditional animation techniques in terms of like how you interpret character through movement, right? Now, the reason I even bothered to put this whole thing together is because the next one is kind of similar to the first ones we were looking at, where it's somewhat 2D, and then there's 3D shit in there. And the 3D shit in this one actually looks really fucking good to me. And I'm kind of annoyed. I'm kind of annoyed at how good it looks. Snowball Earth anime reveals April 2026 broadcast. Take a quick look at it. Here it is.
ありがとうございます。そう言っておけば正解だった。それをありまひょい。俺はダメな人間だ。俺なんて誰も興味ないに決まってる。
I look pretty good.
そう言って早10年です。
I think that might have been a
作ってください。
drawn
友達
on a
ユキオがいるからもういいです。
コールドスリープ解除。コールドスリープしていた期間は8年間。
Yeah, the character's
現
definitely
在
full
地は
CG.
日本の東海地方。なんで？
ひどい目に遭いそうな気がしてきた。
銀河怪獣鉄夫と雪を舐めてもらったら困りますよ。
うん、ここからだよな、雪を。や
られっぱなしじゃ終われないでしょ。全員私が守るけど。こ
ちらの勝利を組み立てろ。
大丈夫、動く、戦える。
行くよ。
はい。
人間だ。とりあえず笑顔。
So exactly what I was just saying. Exactly what I was just saying with Trigun and why that's working, because they're not attempting to match the traditional anime aesthetic. This show is going the exact opposite direction with it. And I think what they're doing is, I think that the face is not CG. I think that the face has tracking, like they have like, what do you call it? Locators that are exporting data that is then being used to track on a 2D asset for the eyes and the mouth and whatnot. And then the hair, if you notice at that scene where you were saying it looked like a 2D drawn thing on top of the 3D chair, they did something very 2D with it.
There's definitely some scenes where it looks like the character model is fully CG.
So they do something very 2D here, where they
his
pop
body
the
might
hair.
be CG as well. But I don't know. His face looks like it's 2D.
That's what I'm saying. They're tracking the asset on.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
that's why the face, because the face oftentimes is the biggest disconnect in 3D anime, because anime faces do not actually look the way, like if you look at a character as an anime and then you look at their 3D figure that you can buy, the face often has a disconnect. It doesn't quite feel like the character, and it's because the shape of the character's face you see from the front and the character's face you see from the side don't work. They don't work well, especially when you're the 3/4 view. And what I explored when I was trying to do a 3D animated show a couple of years ago was I explored this thing where your shape of the face was dependent on where the camera was. Right. And so like Hamtaro is a good example of this. If you look at Hamtaro, when they show the hamsters from the side, they got these big old fucking huge snouts. But from the front, they look all cute and pudgy. Right. And so the idea is as soon as they turn, boom, it switches to the other type of model for the character. Right. And so I was developing this thing where the character would look one way from the front. And then like when you see him from the side, like the character's nose was way out here. But then as it would turn towards, as it got closer to the camera, the nose would get closer so that the mouth movements would look, you would be able to see them, and the nose wouldn't be like the mouth movements happening down here for the Rhino character that I was developing back then, right? I think they're doing something similar here, and they purposely pop the hair to flip it, which is something that Mickey Mouse does, because no matter where you see Mickey Mouse, the ears look like this. Even when he turns his head, right, the ears are always facing the front, right? So you always have the silhouette. Because if you have a toy of Mickey Mouse and it turns this way, it looks fucking weird, right? And that's how that shit works, right?
I'm surprised you didn't have Mickey Mouse ears to go with that, like a headband from Disneyland.
I mean,
make
my
that.
daughter probably has one, to be honest. I just don't know where it is. And it definitely wouldn't fucking fit me.
We already got the demonstration.
Yeah.
But yeah, here you can definitely tell the hair is part of the model.
Yeah, and then the other thing is something that CGI has a trouble with is the line weight, right? And so, like, what I was developing when I was working on it is I was trying to work on how to do line weight that would be dependent on camera distance. And at certain intervals, it would pop out a model to a simpler model where the line art was a little bit less, needed, right? So, like, you get, for example, let's say you get super close and you get like those Ren and Stimpy or SpongeBob high detailed drawing, kind of look. But then when you get to a certain distance away, and you would plan it so that if that's the look you were going for, you would only be able to engage that at certain ranges. And most of the show is going to be like Hanna-Barbera level of framing where you see almost full body walking across the screen, which is what SpongeBob largely was, right? Anyway, I just thought it was interesting. I think like, I can tell this is CG. It's obvious, right? In terms of the body and whatnot, but the face makes you way more forgiving, right? And I think that's an interesting.
Those faces aren't though.
The
monsters.
The monsters?
Or dinosaurs, whatever.
I don't know. I'm just saying if I gave this in the 90s, if I released 2 shows that I pulled from 2025 and put out in 1999, and one of them was the Fist of the North Star, and the other one was this, I think this one would be a hit. I think people would like it, and they would be curious as to how it got such fluid motion. Like, they might not even realize that it's, implementing a technique that isn't hand drawn, at least to the general public at first. Whereas the other one is repulsive and you want to get away from it and you hate it, right? Anyway.
I think the Fist of the North Star thing, like one of the most jarring aspects is when, like, it's obviously a 3D, like, form 3D model, and then they're just still, and then their lip flap. It would be it's kind of like if you're watching a live action, if the person just stood still and then their mouth is the only thing that moves. It looks so jammed.
And that's actually what I'm saying is that when you try to mimic anime framing with 3D, it becomes a sore thumb. It's fucking obvious when you're doing it if you're not matching absolutely every detail. Right? Like, your camera angle has got to be matched perfectly. And guess what? If your environment's 3D, oh shit, now I need a painterly textured background, or else it sticks out like a fucking sore thumb as a flat shaded background, right? You have to like really goddamn nail it. And at a certain point, it's so much extra effort that it then just becomes, why the fuck didn't I just hire an animator and draw this? So I don't know. I think, I'm very impressed with this. I bet if I were to watch it, I would see a lot of scenes that didn't live up to the trailer. But I think it's like, I was pleasantly surprised. I really didn't expect to be put in a position where this looks the way it does. Because I really think that whatever they're doing with the face, I mean, this doesn't look 3D at all. Like, this looks very hand drawn. And I think that they're going to tweak it a little bit. Like, a couple shots are going to be purposefully drawn so that it kind of breaks up and keeps your brain almost guessing. Like, it's like when you got to eat a food you don't like. So you like for example, you're a kid and you're eating green beans, and you trick your brain into accepting it by putting a shit ton of ranch dressing on it. Anyway, can you guys
there?
What?
Oh, I was just gonna say, at the end of the thing, they had the O face, like, oh.
Who orgasms?
Not orgasm. Like the shock face.
Show us what the O face looked like, Randy.
That.
Yeah.
No, you need to demonstrate for us what it looks like.
My mouth
Spider-Man,
make
Spider-Man, give us your O face.
My mouth doesn't make a circle, so I just go, ah. That's the best I got.
Is that your nut face too?
You're asking me uncomfortable questions. I'm very uncomfortable.
That's a yes.
Yes, he does use the avatar for that.
The Pikachu. So yeah, obvious. Like this movement is definitely obviously CG.
Yeah.
Right. For sure.
And this is like this animation. Like I get it's a gag, but like this is almost Fist of the North Star level. Like weirdly,
kind of,
like robotic-y. Like they've animated some things. But it's like when you're drawing a whole frame again, right? You can move each line with ease because you're drawing the whole image anyway. So if I want to move this line, I just draw it. But with animating models, if you want to make something move, you have to go in and select that, make sure that part of the model moves, and so it's a lot more tedious to animate individual parts to a character, and so the animations can come off very robotic-y.
Is this the nut face?
No.
So I want to point out something here that I like, but I think it's not. Okay, so let me show it with this frame. So I want to point out the way that it's rendering the shading line on this hat and on this, right? This is not the way that a computer would render this. They are using a custom normal mapping type face normal direction that is allowing it to render the edges in a way closer to what you'd expect from a hand-drawn animation. When I look at this, I don't immediately realize that I'm looking at something 3D, right? That there's more there. But look at what happens. Sorry, I meant to look at this strand of hair. It comes in contact and sits inside of it and gets this jaggedness to it. And honestly, that's not how you would draw it. So this actually betrays it, but it's an interesting thing you couldn't otherwise do easily, right? And I think the other thing that really betrays the 3D versus like where you're trying to fake it as 2D is the way that the shadows of things that don't normally have it. And they've purposely gone out. His hair is not casting a shadow on his face, right? At least not an obvious one like hers are, right? Which is probably closer to how you would draw it, right? This is probably how you would draw this character. You wouldn't put the thing in there. His face looks a bit CG to me compared to the main character. I think that the noses are definitely CG for most scenes. I don't know about for the main character. I've got to see
the way her hair just like flops down too.
Yeah, I think the nose is CG. Weird. God, I can't get over how good these eyes look. Shit, they look good. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest. The ears give away a little bit because that's not usually how you would draw ears. They honestly look a little AI, to be honest. God,
they might have used AI to just make the inside texture.
Maybe. Do you guys want to go over chats real quick? There's about 14 new ones. I'm just going to take a quick peek. I drank a lot of juice.
You drank the juice. Where did we go?
I don't remember where we were at.
Again, I say stop trying to give. Trying to reinvent the wheel, give fans what they actually want. They've been animating Fist of the North Star in 2D for 30 years, but couldn't be bothered to do it for the proper adaptation. Yeah, that's what happened with Berserk too. This literally looks like Data Life season 4 and 5. Never watched it. What? Is that bad?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the context is. So we were just talking about a CG and stuff. So
Yeah, sorry, I'm going back a little bit. So that was for an earlier thing, I guess. Okay. All of Trigun's awesome.
I don't know. The new Trigun CG era does not look awesome.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Finally watched the OG 90 series sequentially instead of random episodes on Adult Swim in the aughts, and it rocked. I did like the original, so that is good. Watching it sequentially is also good.
Watching
Random
things in
order.
order is generally good.
Well, I mean, some shows are you can probably get away with it, like Cowboy Bebop. Most of that you could probably watch out of order, but and to be honest, there are some like episodes of Trigun that you could get away with, but I think most of that show you should probably watch in order. You know, if a proper adaptation of Trigun manga actually existed, I think it'd be easier to sell this. To sell CG. Too many zoom in camera angles in Trigun. Sometimes animators and directors can get overzealous in their animation. I saw this video of this person that was doing art, and they were like one of the early people. No, I don't think it was a video. I think it was at Anime North. I think it was that that panel talking about Shield Hero. Actually, they had an animator that was American or Canadian. I don't know, not Japanese, and she was working on the shows, and she was saying that how as an animator she could animate stuff like very well, and like she could like not well as in like, oh, I'm a god animator, but like she could add extra animation to something, and she would hand it in, and they would like her director would
reject
say
it because
it's
the frame rate is too high. It betrays the look.
Yeah,
if you watch old Tom and Jerry, I mean, like watch Tom and Jerry and frame by frame, you'll be amazed how much animation is actually in it. It's insane, the level of American animation versus Japanese, because Japan cut the frame rate dramatically. Sometimes you get stuff for like 6 frames per second, right? And they did that because it saves money, but the way that their artwork is also oftentimes more detailed and more creatively dynamic, it actually created an aesthetic that you appreciated even more than if it was fluid. So real quick, I also stole this cup from the bar, and I smuggled it inside of this. I put it in a sock and stuck it in here, and that's how I got it home in one piece.
It doesn't look like a cup that's worth going to jail for.
It's very thin.
Well, now you have your confession on tape.
Yep. As with that cup and that cup and that cup.
So it's currently a problem in One Piece, in my opinion, where they are having animators like go ham, and there's one animator in particular, and he's not working on One Piece anymore, and people don't really know why, but I think I know why. And like he would do these like zoom ins so that like it would be like, oh, I'm doing an attack, and then my eye. Okay, I'm doing an attack, and then oh, I'm doing an attack again. Whoa, my eye! Like he'd keep zooming into the eye, and then he'd draw like I don't have my pointer dick out, but he'd draw like crosses of like light everywhere.
He also animated a bunch of scenes in My Hero Academia. That's his like signature style.
Yeah,
those crosses of light. Yeah,
and I'm sure he probably worked on My Hero Academia, but anyway, so he over animated it, and it to the point of like exhaustion. When you're and he also like lost the sauce. Like he's over animating all this stuff, and it's like, wow, you're animating so much, but I can't tell what the fuck's going on in the fight.
Isn't that weird? There's a level to which you can overdo it.
Yeah.
Right. It's crazy. It's such a fine line to make something good. Sometimes you can't go all out, you know.
Like you're doing all these cool zooms. Well, not cool. I don't think they're cool, but like all these like zooms on eyes, and they
That's
also
how I
introduced...
felt watching the Broly movie in IMAX.
Yeah.
I was just like, fuck this, man. I hate this.
They also did the same thing with Broly, with the zooming in on the eye thing. But and then they also introduced auras, like Dragon Ball Z level auras to One Piece, when it's like that was never a thing, and it's not a thing in the manga, but like in the anime they're just like, let's draw them glowing now for some reason. And it, like once in a while, like for a cool attack, sure, I don't know, it kind of adds some flair, but like they keep doing it. And then what's the other thing that keeps bugging me?
Animation creep. So basically,
yeah, basically. But anyway, and then so now we're doing all of these cool like fancy things. The impact frames, like it became a meme where like they would have like 17 on one attack. They'd have like 17 interstitched impact frames where it's like, oh, this one's him dabbing up the guy. Like there, Garp is fighting this ice power guy. His name's Aokiji, and he was like a mentor to him. And so, they do a punch, and like there's one impact frame where it's like it's just there for one frame. So when you're watching it, you don't really see it, but you pause it and it's like there, and it's them dapping each other up. There's another one where like you see like them like younger, and so he keeps inserting these things, and it's like, okay, that's kind of like a cool Easter egg, but you keep doing it, and it seems like it's distracting from the work at this point. And now when I'm looking at this fight, like we have this guy over here, he's going over there, and like when you're reading the manga only has so many panels, so there's definitely things that are left to the imagination as to what's happening in the manga, right? Like what order of events are things happening and where people are exactly in the fight. And that's kind of supposed to be filled in the anime, but when they are doing all this stuff, they're like leaving out that information of like position. And anyway, so yes, too many
there
zooms.
is so much in film theory that you take for granted when you watch something, like the position of like when a shot jumps and your eye was meant to focus here, and then the next thing is like a cup, and it's positioned where the face was you were just looking at, so that your eyes aren't darting around all the time. Like it's so fucking subtle how much thought has to go into everything.
Yeah. Can't hear you, AC. Trigun was
I know. I'm trying to make the show shorter. We're already at almost 5 hours.
Using Unreal Engine.
I think they're using Blender. Blender has a really good function for making anime style hair based on face normals and whatnot. I think that there's a really good chance that they built that in Blender.
East or West, when 3D incorporated traditional 2D techniques, it looks better. But again, at a certain point, like we should have just done it in 2D. But yeah, like also, Into the Spider-Verse did a lot of 2D, like breaking the models, like to try and make it work, because you're basically fighting the 3D model shit to get what you want.
And it's tricky, man. Like some situations you got to build like 15 rigs for a movie, because the rig that works when the character is walking, all of a sudden, oh shit, Spider-Man flips upside down. Fuck, my rig breaks as soon as I flip it upside down. What am I going to do? Build a rig that's upside down, and then swap between the, it's crazy, man. It's really hard. I'm glad I'm not in that industry anymore, to be honest. It's hard. I can still appreciate the artistry that went into it, but I just don't want to do it anymore.
Do you want to take over?
I can. K-pop Demon Hunters adding not only the anime-esque faces, but gravitas like a 3D stop motion physical model to depict convincing action was a brilliant idea. I didn't watch it. All I could think of was how the Shonen Snowball Earth was. It looks like it's following a Shonen template. Hero, robot, monster, humor, girl, action scenes. Yeah. Pikachu face for the O face. X-Men 97 had CGI. Yep, and it looked like dog butt. The Grimace face reminds me of Dr. Stone when Suika tries to see without her helmet. Oh. All right, we're caught up.
So Random 11 Pikachu's face when he comes to his conclusion.
So is Pikachu coming? Oh, God. All right. Greenland, I hope you're excited because new Code Geass anime adaptation, Hoshi-Ooi no Aspal announced.
I don't see a Lelouch or a C2.
Has anything Code Geass related been good after R2?
I don't know. I haven't seen any Code Geass.
That was a question for Greenline. Is he here?
He's dealing with his cat, I guess.
Caca!
Or his roommate's cat. I don't
Well, he wasn't a fan of the Resurrection. I haven't seen Resurrection yet myself.
So it's a new anime based on the light novel Hoshi-Ooi no Aspal has been officially revealed, giving fans fresh narrative to anticipate. What's the studio that animates? It's not Clamp, right?
It used to be Sunrise.
Sunrise.
Yeah, Sunrise.
Okay. I'd love to watch Code Geass for Watch Club next year after the manifesto finally is over.
I thought you said that in a way that made it seem like in a year from now after I'm done the manifesto, because it'll take me that much longer to finish it.
Hopefully not. The work centers on the light novel spin off the main Code Geass storyline, offering a new take on the universe and fresh plot developments. Going one screen line. Going twice.
I'm still here. Yeah. What's up?
New Code Geass.
My thoughts, I bet you it's on the new timeline, and I fucking despise the new timeline, so I don't know how I feel.
Well, I was saying I don't
This
see a
looks
Lelouch
like-
or a C2, so I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this is not CGI, but it's giving me CGI vibes.
Right.
They could have painted over a CG.
So I don't know if this is like from an established like light novel, but
It is.
Oh, it is.
The
Okay.
Hoshi-Ooi no Aspal.
Did you translate it that already? Sorry, I stepped away. So what was
Well,
it?
Hoshi means wish. I don't know
So
what Oi
wish.
is, and I don't know what Aspal is, but that's not a Japanese word.
I thought Hoshi was star.
So that's
Wow, me and Reese are on the same page.
Hoshi is star, yes. Wish is Nagai.
Okay, so star of Apal or Aspal?
Aspal?
Yeah, that's what I read it
gonna
as.
make that.
Star of Aspal.
If I Google it,
Google it. Google it. Yeah, if and when we get to Code Geass, I have thoughts. I'll gush for sure, but there are certain things that they've done with the lore that I'm not fond of. They've just made things a tad more confusing than I think they needed to be, but that's just my opinion. That's just me.
I searched it. Hoshi-Ooi no Aspal English title, and a 2014 Sankaku Complex article came up titled "Hollywood's All You Need Is Kill." Quote, may not be bad.
Okay.
If only the 2014 Sankaku Complex team could see 2025. All right. I don't know. It's not coming up. I'm going to move past it. We'll look at it later. It looks like Hatsune Miku's hair is like getting into the shot, though.
I'm vaguely interested because it's Kaguya, but also I'm like, I don't know.
You burned me once before.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe. I'll let you know whenever we get to Kaguya.
Sorry, did you? You've watched, I assume, all of the Code Geass stuff.
I have not.
I'm talking to Green.
Nothing.
I have watched most of it. I had skipped out on the remake films.
Rose of the Recapture.
And
has there been anything after R2 that is worth watching at all?
I think, basically, is Akito any good?
Akito, I think is decent.
Okay,
but it's got it has some CGI with the nightmare frames with the.
Oh yeah, that's why I never watched it. Like I started it, and I'm like,
if that's gonna be a turnoff for you, I think the CGI is decent, but it's still CGI, so you might want to not watch it if that's gonna be.
I was just like, this isn't the show I fell in love with.
But the mechs are only like a part of it. They're not like the whole thing.
Isn't that a beautiful thing? How I guess the original Code Geass was all like no CG for the mechs.
Yeah,
that was before Sunrise was like, wait, why draw when we can just recycle a 3D model?
Sunrise is like, whoa, wait a second. They're already making figures using 3D models. Let's just steal those.
So I don't know. I'll watch Rose of the Recapture and let you know, but it's based off the new timeline that they've established, and I'm not a fan of the new timeline. So
it'd be funny if the 3D models that they get are literally in the runners and they're like in ZBrush, like snipping it and moving it in and smoothing it out. All right. Moving past this. In addition, World Trigger anime reboot project to readapt from chapter 1 of the manga.
I can't wait for Crunchyroll to skip the filler arc when they dub it.
The reboot project will readapt the original manga, starting from the first chapter of the manga, followed by the Border Enlistment arc, Large-Scale Invasion arc, and B-Rank Wars arc into a completely new anime titled World Trigger First Season. So I didn't watch the original World Trigger, but I take it they skipped shit?
No.
Or they added filler?
I'm talking about... Well, yeah.
I know what you're talking about. That when it was dubbed, they literally skipped a big portion of it in the dub, right? That's what you're saying?
What the hell? Toei actually dubbed the filler arc, which is why they skip. What do you mean? No, like
Dan Green was
commissions the dub. I forgot. It's Toei that commissioned the dub, which is why they used Ocean Group. Toei paid for the dub, which is why they skipped the filler arc. So Toei basically just announced the filler arc. They're like, this sucks.
So that's why it's not on the Blu-ray. Okay, so if you like World Trigger, I imagine you're like, oh yeah, my birthday, right? It's Christmas and my birthday at the same time, and then it comes out and it's like CGI crap, right? I don't know. Sometimes like you get a reboot, they're gonna tell the whole story, like, yes, I'm so excited, and then the animation quality is a downgrade, or fucking Colleen Klinkenbeard voices Alphonse instead of or is that who the voices Alphonse? It is, right?
Maxie Whitehead.
Oh, whatever. Whoever it is, they suck compared to young child Aaron Dismuke. Right? Anyway, Toei Animation will continue to handle the animation production as it did for the previous 3 seasons. They don't use too much CGI.
Well, the real question is, are they going to be low budget One Piece?
Wait, hold on. I gotta interrupt you. My boner has exceeded its limit. Prison school director Mizushima Tsutomu expresses a desire for season 2. Podcast magic, I call upon thine powers. Please give us a season 2.
Damn it, the peepee got massively big clip isn't in this brand.
simple tweet from Mizushima Tsutomu has ignited renewed hope for a second anime season of The Perverted Prison School, as the director openly mused about wanting to make a new season of the cult hit anime and remind you where it ended. The tables turned, and the girls are the prisoners. Known for his work in Prison School, Shirobako and Girls in Panzer posted a short message on Twitter.
Series.
Well, you should have been a member of the podcast for episode 69 when we covered it.
Damn, did we do it for 69?
Yeah,
wow,
that was the
that
intention
really worked
because
out.
it's the most perverted anime ever made, according to itself.
Oh, I did watch the first 5 or 6 episodes, but
Well, you got some homework to do, buddy.
I want to make
and I did enjoy the
Pikachu
dub.
face.
I want to be scolded.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the dub for that one too.
Yeah. The offhand remark instantly spread through the Prison School fandom, given how notoriously long fans have waited for any sign of continuation. While the tweet does not confirm production and carries no official announcement, it shows that Mizuhara himself still has interest in returning to the series, and that the idea remains on his mind. The first season of Prison School, which he directed, aired in 2015 and gained a reputation for its extreme and often erotic comedy, exaggerated dramatics, and unforgettable characters. Yep. All right. Are you guys ready for this?
Y'all ready for this?
I know what happens in the manga, and it will not be good. If they continue the anime, they will ruin it. No! No Prison School Season 2. I already cast the magic!
Damn it. You used the podcast magic.
Season 2 and 3 were great, and I believe the idea is for them to redo all of Season 1's content with that level of quality. No, that's good. Cool. I'm glad for you. All right, cool. Here it goes. One Punch Man Season 3 has finally got a W. We're finally moving towards the 7 out of 10 mark. This episode is finally getting the rating it deserves. It's great to know the tourist herd is getting culled. Let's keep it up, people. Episode 8, 6.3 out of 10.
That moment when 6.3 is considered a W.
So the current rating is 6.7 out of 10. 6.7. I gotta tell you, I knew of the meme, but I had never heard people actually verbalizing it in public until I went to Australia and there were kids. Fuck me, do I hate the 6.7 meme. And I only heard it twice. It was the biggest cringe ever. Moving on. All right. So this person says, I hope they better not drop this scene. So this scene has Fire Guy lighting the torches with a fire flame attack. And wouldn't you know it, it arguably might be better in the anime than in the manga. And it is this one. No, not this one. So in the manga, it kind of pulls back and you see the back of Flashy Flash. But in the anime, it shows it turn, although there is a little weirdness right here. It actually jumps right here. It's a different, it does a jump cut to another shot going this way. And the other problem with it, which hopefully they fix for the Blu-ray, is that this one shows his flame attack leaving his sword and going into that torch, going into that torch, going into that torch. And then when it switches to this shot, it's just, oh, they light up. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, sentiment is this is so clean. So you guys remember when I showed you that comparison that somebody pretended was from season 3 that was actually from season 1 to kind of illustrate that people will get mad and join the, party even when it's something that was animated well just because of the selective framing? This person kind of did that. One Punch Man season 3, episode 8. They didn't draw the Flashy Flash's face. All right. Here it is in motion. So this one has no audio. I will show you the clip with audio in a minute. But I want to point something out here. So, right. Well, first of all, this is a weird effect to like squash and stretch the 2D image. At least it's not a regular PNG. Right here. Oh, do you see that? If you look closely, do you see that text?
I do see the text.
So people are pointing out during a few frames when Flashy Flash uses his flashy kicks, they forgot to remove some editing assets. You can see the date on the top right, 19/11, meaning that this episode was finished very recently. Now, here's the problem with this. It doesn't say 1911. I don't see an 11 here, do you? I see a 1. A 1/19. Let's
Honestly,
just say it is.
That looks like 1/49 to me.
Maybe.
And then 12.
So Japan, I think, does day, month, year.
50.3.
Yeah.
So the point is we've got year 2025, rendered 2025, maybe 11/19. Right? So I guess
to be fair, it would probably be easier to see on Crunchyroll because Twitter's going to be fucking.
I don't see that second line here for that, but I don't know. The point I want to make here is that I don't know what we're looking at, but if I had to render a guess, I think that the reason we're seeing this is because in the timeline where they're producing the episode, I bet you that there is an animatic layer or a storyboard, timing layer with it. An animatic would make sense if they even did one, right? I think that's what we're looking at. And then they put the actual animation layer on top. And they do their compositing on top of it so that they can match their timing, right? For what they planned. And I think the reason we're seeing this is because this is a flashy scene that requires the dimming. And I think what they do is they put in Premiere or whatever they're using, a black layer is supposed to go underneath or just above whatever this layer is of the animatic. And that we are able to see this for 1 or 2 frames because the black layer is not fully on the timeline pulled to the end. So there's a couple frames where the transparency to make it less bright and therefore make it fall within the regulations for the seizure stuff makes it so that you can see the layer underneath it, which is showing this. So this date, if we are to take them at what they think it is, November 19th. So the point here is they're saying they forgot to remove some editing assets. You can see the date on the top right, 1911, which they're probably a UK person or whatever, so it should be November 19th, meaning that this episode was finished very recently. I think that rendered 2025, taking them at what they think, 11/19 might be when the animatic was done. Meaning that they are actually doing these in only a couple days. And they just planned out, the animatic aspect of it earlier. But I don't know. I don't really know what we're looking at here. It's just very strange. Moving past that. I'm closing it. It looks... Yep.
Something for you to try later.
Mm-hmm.
One, Photoshop added a feature that lets you take out the reflections.
Oh yeah, the reflections.
But then you can also get just the reflections.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if you tried that on that image to although I would go get the source image from Crunchyroll.
I'm downloading it from Naya. Naya.
And try to get the reflections from that image to see if you can pull out what a better version of what the thing says.
Yeah. All right. I will find out. All right. Let's continue here and I'll come back to it. So, it looks faster in the anime. Manga has its own pros at the end. At the other end, they both look great. Referring to this shot. Okay, I'm going to show you this scene. I think it's this one. Yeah. By comparison to the earlier episodes, that's much better, right? It's obviously not on par with season 1, but definitely a lot more watchable, right?
They accidentally leaked the Blu-ray version of this episode.
No, because then it wouldn't have the dimming.
Oh, true.
I was gonna say they just got the Blu-ray done, the Blu-ray episode of this version. Whatever, you know what I fucking mean. Done early, so they were able to put it on TV.
Can't wait to see Bandai choosing JC staff for season 3 animated. This episode has 100 seaters and it has not started.
Remember when they were rumors that it was going to go back to Madhouse?
Nope.
No.
Those were the days.
So that was episode 8. Here's some of the stuff from episode 9. All right, and then there's also this clip where they say the 3-second delay before the robot dogs transform was actually comical. So I'll play it. And I was surprised. I don't understand this. I was surprised that Demon G5 felt insulted that Child Emperor used robot dogs against him, even though they were all robots. His pride was wounded. I don't get it. Is Demon G5 also a robot? Is that the joke?
Yes.
And you're really bold with the clips tonight. Like
I tested all of them. So then this is just a comparison of what it looked like in the manga. Which is, I mean, that's a pretty damn accurate, like, comparison. Right? Pretty good.
It looks like they're using the manga as a storyboard.
Yeah, well, most anime do, right? All right, and then problems, though. The biggest reveal from this episode is the fact that they adapted the old version of the Phoenix Man fight. They got rid of Child Emperor's character development, got rid of his relationship with Zombie Man, removed his interactions with Saitama, the main character, killed Phoenix Man, removed the Phoenix Space, potential connection to God, removed Phoenix Man exposing the dark side of the Hero Association, which also sets up the Neo Heroes arc, removed potential setup for inanimate objects such as costumes, clothing, and weapons monsterizing. To me, this proves that they knew One Punch Man Season 3 wasn't going to do well, and they don't plan on a continuation of the anime. It's the promised Neverland Season 2 all over again. The only thing that could save the series at this point is a reboot. It's not quite Promised Neverland.
It's not even close. What are you
Promised
insane?
Neverland jumped to the end.
Yeah.
Right? Like the Kaguya-sama thing we talked about is closer to Promised Neverland. Even if
this is just like a couple things. Like, and I think what they're saying is, which I'm not 100% sure. So if someone could in the comments, if you're reading the manga, you could fill me in. But one of the reasons I dropped One Punch Man, the manga, was because it was monthly. And so it's kind of hard to keep up with and remember, like, oh, yeah, okay. And like, oh, no, this month he's taking a break. So, you know, so then sometimes you go like a long time without a new chapter. But then also, he would put out a chapter where it was like, oh, so, you know, this is chapter 89, and then, oh, this is chapter 89.1. And it's like he's redrawn like 70% of it. And it's like the same chapter that you just got, but it's slightly different. And it's like, okay, why is this one slightly different? What's the difference? Why are we doing this difference? It was like, it's for reading just the bare chapters, it was never really explained as to what was going on. I assume it's just a case of like, oh, well, I changed my mind. I'm going to flush some stuff out, but kind of got hard to keep up with. So I assume what he's saying is there was probably a corrective chapter and they decided to go with the not corrected chapter.
Maybe.
But then also there's the whole thing where like at the end of the arc, he like retconned everything and said, nah, never mind, that didn't happen. I'm going to redo the ending. So maybe he's referring to that. I don't know. I haven't, like I said, I dropped the manga, so I haven't not fully aware of everything that happened with it.
Well, so we covered this previously. somebody working on it, or an animator in Japan, or somebody had said regarding One Punch Man, the criticisms, or rather the sheer volume of criticism from people watching illegally overseas, are overwhelming. The production team probably feels a lot of pain because of it. I sort of talked about the idea of it's terrible to go into work where every single bit of feedback you get on your assignment is that it was terrible and you should kill yourself, right? So we sort of talked about this previously, right? Chibi says, deflects criticism implying they shouldn't say anything because everyone is illegally watching it overseas, even though it's on Disney and Hulu legally. Producer says episode 5 and 9 being the one with the child emperor
Child
or whatever,
Emperor.
will be the best looking episodes. They poured their blood, sweat, and tears into it. Episode 9 is mostly non-canon material with an overall downgrade of material covered. They removed the moon relevance and Child Emperor's development, right? And then he included the thing here. So, any thoughts on One Punch Man here? It still hasn't started downloading this episode. We'll have to look
same as they've always been for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably watch it eventually. Like, I had no plan on watching season 2 until we did the watch club, so maybe I'll just wait for the watch club to catch up. But
that's when I'm gonna watch it. Yeah. I just hope we get an LE. I just hope LE. I don't want, if this is gonna be the finale and it's a stupid little thing, fucking goddamn it.
No, I specifically did not buy I don't even think I bought the standard season 2. It was so bad.
I had the LE for season 1, and then I got rid of the LE for season 1 because I didn't want to have to pay extra for the LE for season 2.
Oh, actually, I might have bought.
For both of them.
I might have bought season 2 when we did the watch club. Either way, I like if they do a season 4, do they go back to JC staff? Like at that, like when JC
it's
staff
amazing
just did,
they're even using them after the
Season 2.
feedback from season 2, right?
yeah. When JC staff did season 2, right? And it's like, okay, well they did season 2, so but like we could still go back to Madhouse, or maybe get someone else to do it for season 3. It was like realistic, but now that they've done season 3, now it's like, well, it seems like their thing. So now for them to go to season 4 and not go back to JC staff seems odd. Not unheard of, but
It'd be
like
a kick in the
odd.
teeth. It's like, oh, they could have picked somebody else, but they still gave us JC staff for season 3. And now they finally decided to change the studio. It'd be bookended by great seasons. And like,
Yeah. I'm just generally disappointed.
Yeah. Given that we're already 5 hours in, just a heads up, I'm skipping the next article.
Okay.
Okay. We'll come back to it next week. I'll toss it over here so I remember. I got to remove it from the headlines. Okay. Instead, we're going to look at... God, I can't believe how horrible this is. There it is. Okay. Veteran producer accuses anime industry of embracing only safe, boring projects. Veteran anime producer Taro Maki has publicly criticized the state of Japanese anime production committees for playing it too safe, claiming that many projects get shut down before they can even start because studios fear failure more than they value creativity. Maki calls the system a minus-point culture, where any hint of risk is a red flag, and only commercially safe ideas get greenlit. Quote, there are many company-employed producers, and in Japan, the standard system is a minus-point system rather than a plus-point system. In other words, the top priority is to avoid failure, and the concept of taking risks through adding up points is non-existent. This is why they end up going for genres that are successful and safe projects. The truth is, you never know how the audience will react, and even difficult films have meaning in cultivating an audience. In the past, there was a culture of watching slightly difficult films at many theaters, and there was room for experimentation. But now those kinds of venues have disappeared, and I feel like the overall experience has become a little shallow. He also lamented how the disappearance of experimental venues, like small theaters and indie OVA distribution, has reduced opportunities for challenging or difficult works. What used to be a culture of exploring offbeat, potentially polarizing films is now gone, replaced by a bland conveyor belt of formulaic shows aimed at lowest common denominator safety. In response, Maki has helped found a new film festival, ANIAFF, explicitly designed to give creators a platform outside of the suffocating production committee system, a place where artistic ambition and experimentation can survive despite the industry's fear of failure. If Japanese anime hopes to remain more than just churning out predictable cash grabs, Maki's warning is one to heed. Playing it safe might guarantee survival, but it also buries the spark of creativity that made anime worth caring about in the first place. I mean, I don't have anything to say. It's like fucking obvious that everything that's coming out is bullshit, right? Like very few shows, Nukitashi, actually push the envelope, right? Last thing I'll say about
I woke
World
up
Trigger,
overpowered in another world in 15.
the villainous.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Last thing I'll say about World Trigger is I believe they're doing it so they can keep the anime relevant while waiting for more manga content. The manga has a slow release schedule. Old Man says, I dropped One Punch Man Season 3. It was boring. Even if they animated it well, it all feels like filler episodes. 9999 Gotcha anime was better than One Punch Man. JC Staff also did that anime. Is that based on anything, or did JC Staff make that as an original? Because you got to wonder if sometimes they put the effort into the originals because they get to keep the profits. I think it was based on a light novel, though.
Isn't 9999 train movie? Isn't that like a Captain Harlock thing?
No, it's like level 999 gotcha power. My level 999 cheat gotcha skill.
What's up, dude?
So
hold on one sec. Reese, do you know how many episodes One Punch Man Season 3 is gonna have?
12, probably.
Just 12, yeah. Okay.
Better hope it's not 24.
It just seems like nothing's happened, and like knowing how long the arc is in the manga.
Yeah, they're just gonna be stopping like right before anything even gets going.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what the climax of the season will be.
Do you think they've already been greenlit for the
Season 4?
Yeah, no, for like the part 2 of season 3 or whatever, and they're like, that's where we're gonna invest our time and energy.
Oh, you think that there's gonna be a part 2?
Maybe.
I think they would have announced it by now.
Kia Asamiya to draw a crossover between Silent Mobius and the Marvel Avengers. But why? For what reason?
The movie is time.
Why are they all Indian or black?
Speaking of black, I'll see you guys later.
Oh,
damn.
Bye, Dad.
Later tonight or like later?
Later.
He's going to get milk, Randy.
Yeah, if only you gave me your milk, Randy, I might stick around. No.
You're on a milk farm. God damn
No,
it.
that's
Get
why
your
you
own
said
milk.
he was black. Speaking of
All
black,
right.
he's going to get milk. He's not coming back.
Moving past the manga news, Tekken boss Katsuhiro Harada is leaving Bandai Namco after 30 years. He asked for the Waffle House stage, and they wouldn't give it. He's like, "I'm walking!" Like in a move that marks the end of an era. Longtime Bandai Namco figurehead Katsuhiro Harada has confirmed he'll be leaving the company at the end of 2025, closing out more than 3 decades with the publisher he helped shape. Harada has served in multiple roles across his career: executive game director, chief game producer, marketing director, and general manager. But of course, He's most synonymous with Tekken, having been involved with the series since its earliest days back in 1994. His fingerprints are on virtually every major Tekken entry, whether as director, producer, or executive producer. Did he perchance executive produce the anime that was so cheap that they added invisible raptors so they wouldn't have to draw them? Right? According to Harada, the decision comes after a period of introspection following the loss of several close friends. Those experiences pushed him to think about the time I have left as a creator, ultimately leading him to step away and consider new paths. Details on what's next will come later. Below is Harada's full statement on his departure, presented in his own words. Quote, I'd like to share that I'll be leaving Bandai Namco at the end of 2025. With the Tekken series reaching its 30th anniversary, an important milestone for a project I've devoted much of my life to, I felt this was the most fitting moment to bring one chapter to a close. My roots lie in the days when I supported small local tournaments in Japanese arcades and in small halls and community centers overseas. I still remember carrying arcade cabinets by myself, encouraging people to please try Tekken, and directly facing the players right in front of me. The conversations and atmosphere we shared in those places became the core of who I am as a developer and game creator. Even as the times changed, those experiences have remained at the center of my identity. And even after the tournament scene grew much larger, many of you continued to treat me like an old friend, challenging me at venues, inviting me out for drinks at bars. Those memories are also deeply precious to me. In recent years, I experienced the loss of several close friends in my personal life, and in my professional life, I witnessed the retirement or passing of many senior colleagues whom I deeply respect. Those accumulated events made me reflect on the time I have left as a creator. During that period, I sought advice from Ken Kutaragi, whom I respect as though he were another father, and received invaluable encouragement and guidance. His words quietly supported me in making this decision. Over the past 4 to 5 years, I've gradually handed over all of my responsibilities, as well as the stories and world building I oversaw, to the team, bringing me to the present day. Looking back, I was fortunate to work on an extraordinary variety of projects, VR titles such as Summer Lesson, Pokken Tournament, the Soul Calibur series, and many others, both inside and outside the company. Each project was full of new discoveries and learning, and every one of them became an irreplaceable experience for me. To everyone who has helped me, to communities around the world, and to all my colleagues who have walked alongside me for so many years, I offer my deepest gratitude. I'll share more about my next steps at a later date. Thank you very much for everything. And then he gave us a PS where he says, although I will be leaving the company at the end of 2025, Bandai Namco has asked me to appear at the TWT finals at the end of January 2026. So I expect to attend as a guest. For 30 years, I kept saying, I'll do it someday, and never once performed as a DJ at a tournament event. So instead, I will be releasing for the first and last time a 60-minute Tekken DJ-style nonstop mix, personally edited by myself, together with this announcement. Listening to it brings back many memories. Thank you again, sincerely, for all these years. Well, that took a turn. Can you guys catch up on the I just gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. Sorry, I've drank so much water.
Gosh.
Again, yes, for the 15th time, probably.
Reese, do you know if that's the same guy that... Do you know anything about Tekken?
I know nothing about Tekken whatsoever.
Okay, you probably don't know.
I'm sorry.
Just wait to ask.
I'm sorry I failed you.
AC might know. X-Men 97 had CGI.
Yeah.
It did. I'd say most of it was
Where,
CGI.
Holy shit, yeah.
The grimace face reminds me of Dr. Stone when Suika tries to see
We
without.
did that one already.
We did not read that one
Yeah,
already.
Yeah, we did.
Okay. Did I miss some of these?
Yeah.
Only reason why we didn't read the X-Men one.
Yeah, we did.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, I missed those. Where are we then?
We read that one.
I read this. Oh, and he's back now anyway. It doesn't fucking matter.
It was only 3 comments.
I pulled you out because you're out of disk space.
Okay, good. Yeah, I've been meaning to do it every once in a while. Am I completely like you're fucked on disk space and my recordings are?
Yeah, honestly, no matter how much Hodara may love Tekken, I can't blame him for wanting to do literally anything else. If anyone is interested, Hogwarts Legacy is free on the Epic Games Store. It is free on the Epic Games Store. Until the 18th. If he's making a music, I am down to listen.
I think it's just like a playlist.
I don't want a Waffle House stage unless it comes playable. Okay, so yeah, maybe was I not paying attention? Maybe this is the guy that does the Waffle House, right? Like he's the guy that everyone is asking for the Waffle House. AC says yes. So if he's leaving, I guess we're not getting the Waffle House thing. That kind of sucks. Just for the meme, I kind of wish it was in one game at least. Yes.
Watch they have a scene in Street Fighter in a Waffle House in the movie next year.
Dude, we didn't cover it. Oh my god. We should have covered that. I guess we'll cover it next week. Yeah. They showed the trailer for the Street Fighter
movie.
Yeah. It was at the Game Awards, and they all went up on stage except 50 Cent. And Andrew Schultz was like, "All right, and now we're gonna have something real special. We're gonna introduce we're gonna bring to the stage the Mortal Kombat 2's cast." And he's like, "Oh no, I'm kidding, because they're only in it for the money, but we're in it for you." It's kind of cheesy, but I just thought it was kind of funny that it was like, I didn't think that they were allowed to talk about Mortal Kombat. Like,
now low disk space, making progress.
I take it you didn't watch the Game Awards.
So I recently did the thing where you like selectively sync stuff on your Dropbox, and I cleared out 800 gigabytes of space. And I currently have 5 gigabytes free on my computer, which is why it's saying I'm out of disk space. And I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? What's in my trash? What can I? Nothing. Like fucking nothing in here. I'll empty it nonetheless, but still. This is annoying. Hopefully it doesn't get fucked up. Anyway, let's keep going. The longer I go, the more disk space, right? Great job. That's thumbnail worthy right there. All right. Failing Japanese gacha company secures a $32.7 million investment from Arab investors.
Oh, I thought they were going to say from you when you put in your money and clicked the wrong amount of coins.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, no. This is not a gachapon. This is a gacha game company. Yeah. So apparently, if you need money, Saudi Arabia is where it's fucking at, right? Japanese mobile game company, since they're throwing away billions left and right for Warner Brothers and shit, apparently at 32.7 million, that's like chump change. They found that in their couch cushion, you know.
Imagine the long con of like, let's get all these rich Arab princes to send their kids to America so that they can go to school here and, you know, get ingrained in like the Western culture and then
to play
SNK.
And then
when they see the things that
they liked when they were here start dying, they'll start funneling all the money into it.
So a Japanese mobile game company, long struggling amid the imploding domestic gacha game market, has reportedly raised about $32.7 million through an investment from an Arab investment firm, with plans to funnel the funds into new games, cryptocurrency, and even gold. If you gave me $32.7 million and I put that shit in Bitcoin, I could pay you back in a week. You know, like, and I would still be doing well. Like, oh man,
it did have a dive over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I almost got super fucking lucky and was able to buy in. Like I was going to drop 15 grand in it, but it came back up. Yeah, it dropped to like 80K, right?
I didn't look
Something
in
like that.
detail. I just saw it did dive.
Anyway, the deal comes as the Japanese gacha game industry continues to sink under rising development costs, market saturation, and a brutal live service crash rate. For developers reliant on pull and pray mechanics, randomized character drops, gacha revenue, short-lived hype cycles, survival has become increasingly difficult. Many studios are struggling to stay afloat, and some fear the whole sector could be on its way to becoming a sinking ship. The company behind the fresh funding hopes to break out of the downward spiral by diversifying. Instead of depending solely on traditional mobile gacha releases, the allocated investment will bankroll development of new titles, incorporate blockchain/crypto elements, and even dabble in gold-backed or gold-related projects. The shift underscores how some Japanese devs are increasingly tempted by alternative monetization strategies beyond conventional gacha mechanics, a trend already visible in peers exploring cryptocurrency, NFTs, and Web3. Some industry analysts view this move as a stark signal. The entrenched gacha model may no longer be viable across the board, with more than 70% of Japan's live service mobile games reportedly shutting down before reaching their third year. The math for success is brutally unforgiving. And Brown Dust 2 banned from Steam. All right.
No, Footnum's not here.
Yep, Footnum's not here. The Kanaka gone. Here we go. That got banned from Steam. Yeah. So the highly lewd Brown Dust 2 has been banned from Steam before even launching, serving as yet another title with anime-style aesthetics being ousted from the service. Are we surprised? Despite... no, because of the reason they were banned. It seems like a cut and dry case, actually. For the service, despite actual eroge being present on the platform. Apparently, Brown Dust 2 banned from Steam before release. Unlike Blue Archive, when that game was having trouble releasing, the store page here was entirely nuked. This lines up with how Lover Kiss Endless Memories was removed and never came back. The game recently acquired 100K wish lists on Steam. Brown Dust 2 is known for having incredibly lewd outfits and scenes, a prime motivator towards getting players to pick the game up. Many suspect this might be the reason behind the game's banning, though an exact reason hasn't been released. Some believe the game's wishlist campaign was responsible, though others believe it is review campaigns that are prohibited by Steam's TOS. So they probably got banned for their wishlist campaign. You can't bribe users to inflate the wishlist numbers by giving out keys, gift cards, and stuff like that. That is against Steam's TOS. Steam has been known to be a platform for games containing anime-style aesthetics, as many titles in the past have been outright denied release because denied release on the service for the most obscure reasons. I just want to point out that Sankaku Complex felt that this was the image to show. Then we have a follow-up. Steam delay sparks frustration as Brown Dust 2 cancels release plans. So Brown Dust 2 fans hoping to play the tactical RPG on Steam were hit with unexpected bad news, as the official account announced that the long-anticipated Steam version has been postponed indefinitely due to platform policy conflicts and release prep complications. In a statement posted to Twitter, the developers expressed deep regret, admitting that the current build of the game simply cannot meet Steam's requirements at this time. So they say, notice of postponement of the Steam version release. First, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to everyone who has been looking forward to the Steam version of the release. We have been preparing with the goal of releasing on the Steam platform, but due to the platform's policies and various adjustment issues, we have determined that releasing the current version would be difficult. As a result, after internal discussions and careful consideration, we have decided to postpone the Steam service launch. We sincerely apologize to everyone who has been waiting, and we deeply regret this outcome. We explored various measures to deliver the release as soon as possible, but we ultimately judged that it would not be possible to meet the expectations of those who wish to play the game on Steam. Therefore, we have made this decision for the time being. We understand this is disappointing news for those waiting for the Steam version, but as a small token of appreciation, we will distribute 10 poll tickets and 1 SSR Plus character exchange ticket in the update scheduled for December 16th. Going forward, we will continue reviewing the situation and consider releasing on various other platforms. We will inform you again once the preparations are ready. We sincerely apologize for the disappointment and inconvenience caused. We will do our utmost to provide services.
I'm in tears. A free 10 pull for me, baby.
The message clarifies.
Free 10 pull.
I'm just hearing a free tent pull, which is what you have.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
They're making a bunny version of her, by the way, coming out soon.
Right up your alley.
Oh, yeah.
Bunny fetishist. For those who wish to play on PC, we also have a PC version of Google Play. So we would be delighted if you could give it a try. So you don't need to have Steam to play it there. You could just play it on
you just have to give them your Google account.
Mm-hmm. Many are
literally give them your Google account.
Many are unsurprised at this news, considering the recent fiasco with credit card companies forcing Valve to censor games on their behalf. All right, so this is the other image that Sankaku Complex chose to use. Not wanting to be left out, Niche Gamer used this image. This one. Hurry up. There it is. Come on. Oh, yes. Greenland, what's happening here?
She's a ghost.
It's a ghost. And I have that one.
She's trying to scare somebody.
I have that one on my account as my wallpaper because I'd share screen, but we get demonetized.
We're already demonetized. All right. Meanwhile, erotic visual novel, Ride Me Taxi Driver. Oh, Taxi Driver. Ride Me Taxi Driver, rejected by Steam and forced to move elsewhere. The developers behind the adult visual novel Ride Me Taxi Driver have announced that the game has officially failed Steam's review process and will not be allowed onto the platform under current regulations. Publisher Eternal Alice Studio stated in a public notice that Steam's content policy restrictions prevented approval. And because the title cannot be resubmitted, the team has abandoned Steam release plans entirely. They wrote, "We regret to inform everyone that due to policy restrictions, this title was unable to pass the review process on Steam. As it cannot be resubmitted to Steam under the current regulations, we will instead proceed with releasing the game on our official website, DL site, Fanza, and other platforms. Details regarding the release schedule and distribution methods will be announced as soon as they are finalized. Thank you all for your understanding and continued support. Ride Me Taxi Driver." What's a V2 for hashtag V2 for what? Hashtag AI? What? What is this game? While Steam's adult content policies have grown increasingly inconsistent across genres and regions, many smaller erotic visual novel studios have reported unpredictable revenue outcomes, with some titles passing after minor edits, others requiring extensive censorship, and many, such as this one, being rejected entirely. Eternal Alice Studio assured fans that alternative distributions is already in progress, with releases planned throughout DL site fans and their own style. So we read. Okay, we have one more. Brave X Junction banned on Steam in Germany, China, and Saudi Arabia. Can't catch a break. Brave X Junction, or probably Brave Junction, a fantasy RPG from Meridian Japan featuring blackjack-style monster battles, has officially had its Steam release blocked in Germany, China, and Saudi Arabia due to its character designs being flagged under the frequent nudity or sexual content rating. So
what's wrong with that?
I was going to say, if you need to know where the authoritarian countries you want to avoid are. Do I even want Saudi Arabia's money? Right? As explained, if I was the prince, we would rename it Goonie Arabia. As explained on Twitter by the developer, the game was rated CERO-B in Japan and doesn't include explicit scenes, but the revealing outfits and suggestive defeat illustrations proved enough for Steam's automated rating system to trip a hard ban. Meridian Japan appealed to Valve for a re-review, but Valve refused to remove the tag, meaning the block remains in effect indefinitely. As a result, even though Brave Junction remains available on Steam and PlayStation in other regions, and even Japan's own Switch eShop keeps it up, players in Germany, China, and Saudi Arabia will not be able to access it ever. The tweet, along with the humorous image, which has been translated below. Due to the character design, Brave Junction has been tagged with frequent nudity or sexual content in Steam's content rating, resulting in it being deemed NG, no good, not available, in 3 different regions. In the regions of Germany, China, all that stuff we already know, blah, 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 blah. I don't know if they're going to read that. Notice regarding regional distribution restrictions, the tag, frequent nudity is remuneration. Same thing. It's just the synopsis of what that says. Title was previously banned from release on the Western Nintendo eShop for essentially the same reason. All right. Meanwhile, also on Steam, sex with Hitler, sex with friends, sex with Stalin, sex with Putin, sex with maids, sex with teachers, sex with the devil, sex with Hitler 2, sex with Hitler 2069, sex with succubus. I mean, all right. We're going to look at AI in gaming and how some studios are pro and some studios are not pro, and which studios it works for, and which studios got BTFO'd by their fan base and decided to act like royal cunts about it. Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii eyes AI chatbots for future games. The legendary creator behind Dragon Quest says he's exploring using AI-powered chatbots in upcoming games, envisioning mysteries and adventures where players can literally converse with in-game partners. At the recent conference G-Star 2025 in Busan, Horii revealed that he's been tinkering with ideas to weave AI chatbot and natural language tools similar to ChatGPT into gameplay mechanics. Rather than just another NPC whose lines you memorize, Horii envisions a mystery or detective-style game where players can type or speak to an AI partner, ask questions, and receive logical, responsive replies, helping unravel mysteries or gather clues in real time. He said that during testing, he found AI surprisingly capable of handling diverse topics logically, enough that it sparked the idea of letting players interact with game worlds in a more free-form conversational way. Hori also mentioned he's curious about VR and how it could merge with AI to make games more immersive, though he admitted headset fatigue is still a barrier. For longtime fans of Dragon Quest and classic adventure games like Hori's 1983 original, The Portopia Serial Murder Case, this shift could mark the start of a new era, one where gameplay isn't defined by preset dialogue trees, but by real-time AI-driven conversation. Transition that. Japanese mid-sized game studio makes applicants draw on the spot. As concerns over generative AI being used to fake art skills grow, a Japanese mid-sized game company has begun requiring art applicants to draw live during interviews, a striking step that signals how strongly the industry is reacting to potential fraud. A recently published report reveals that a mid-sized Japanese game developer has instituted a new hiring policy. When interviewing candidates for art or design roles, the studio asks them to draw illustrations right in front of staff rather than submitting pre-made portfolios. This live drawing requirement is meant to prevent applicants from passing off AI-generated art or art heavily assisted by AI as their own hand-drawn work. According to the company, the decision comes after a spike in suspected cases of generative AI fraud, where people submitted AI-produced pieces as their own. An increasingly common problem given the sophistication of modern image generation tools. By requiring real-time drawing under observation, the studio ensures the applicant's actual drawing ability and can rule out AI-assisted submissions. This isn't a standalone trend. It reflects growing unease in the Japanese game industry about AI's impact on talent screening, intellectual honesty, and craftsmanship standards. If more studios adopt similar live test requirements, it could drastically change how game art jobs are staffed, potentially disadvantaging those who rely on portfolios built through AI tools rather than by hand. So we're transitioning, right? Sega admits pushback over AI, says it'll use the tech appropriately. Don't worry, we're not going to be irresponsible with it. Sega has confirmed plans to use artificial intelligence in game development, but amidst rising concerns within its own creative teams, the company says it will proceed only with appropriate use cases, avoiding full AI overhaul as long as resistance remains strong. In a recent company Q&A published after its Q2 financial results, Sega acknowledged that while AI offers potential efficiency gains, many creators within the company are skeptical about generative AI's impact on art, design, and overall game quality. As a result, Sega's official stance is to adopt AI selectively and cautiously, rather than blindly follow the industry trend towards large-scale AI-driven production. Rather than replacing artists or outsourcing creative work to algorithms, Sega plans to limit AI tools to tasks where automation makes sense. For example, optimizing workflows, asset management, or iterative testing, while leaving core creative decisions and content creation to human hands. The company noted that resistance comes especially from teams responsible for character creation, art, and narrative elements, where generative AI has often been criticized for producing bland, derivative results or undermining creative integrity. The move sets Sega apart from other publishers aggressively integrating AI into all stages of development. In doing so, the company signals that it values quality and creative identity over speed and cost cutting. At least for now, critics and fans alike will be watching closely to see whether Sega's balanced approach can actually preserve creative standards in an industry increasingly leaning on automation.
You know, when DEI kind of started to take off, maybe 2012-ish, I don't know. When it really started getting in was like around 2016, you know, and we slowly saw a ramp up of those kind of video games because video games take so long to make.
Yeah. So we haven't even seen the major AI was used for 100% of production kind of.
Yeah, like.
But at the same time, if AI is being used, it's because it's faster and cost effective. So we should see those games real soon, right? Compared to the DEI shit, right?
But I mean, if they're using it just for the art, then it probably wouldn't help it. True. Well, I mean, it would help a little bit.
I bet you they're using it for coding.
I don't know how productive that would be, but
yeah.
I'm sure it would help increase some things, but anyway. My point is, we just got over the DEI stuff, but we still have the DEI.
I'm just gonna pull myself out for the recording.
We still have the DEI games in the pipeline still, but we're on the over of the hump, we're on the far side of the hump, and we also had to deal with COVID, right, setting everything back for a while, and so now we're finally getting into the oh, it could be good, and then we're dealing with the AI stuff, and it's ugh, this is gonna be another challenging road ahead. I feel when I was watching the Game Awards, what game was it? There was a game that got announced. Oh, it was a Star Wars game. I don't know if we're covering it, but doesn't look like it. A new Star Wars Old Republic game was announced, and they were like,
Old Republic?
I don't even fucking know. Probably. The person on Twitter or whatever said that like someone in the company said that don't expect it until 2030. Possibly the PlayStation, for possibly the PlayStation 7. And it's why'd you they showed at the Game Awards, they showed a cinematic trailer. It's why are you even showing a trailer if it's going to be fucking...
I'm sorry, PlayStation 7?
Yeah.
They're expecting to go through the 6 and then into the 7 by 2030?
That's what this person was saying, yeah.
Insanity.
Yeah. What was the gap between 4 and 5?
PlayStation 4 and 5?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably a little longer because
I mean, we just got the PlayStation Pro last year, right?
What happened? Was it wasn't the recession? Something happened that was it the recession? Something caused that one generation to be longer, so it was probably 8 years between 4 and 5. I don't know. We can Google it, please.
Yeah. When did 5 come out? November
PlayStation
12,
4 was
2020.
released in 2013.
So yeah, PlayStation 5 came out in 2020. Okay.
So 7 years.
So yeah.
But generally,
we'd still be in PS6 by 2030 for sure.
Well, generally the life cycle on a console is 5 years.
And we just got the PlayStation Pro 5, PS5 Pro last year, right? That was last year.
Yeah, I think so.
Pro. Yeah.
No, it was this year.
November 2024.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're
I
not
guess
gonna release
maybe
they're not gonna
35th.
put out PS5, PS6 next year. That'd be 2027 at the earliest if they're gonna put out PS6.
No, I think it's gonna be next year.
Really?
I think so. I think it's gonna be sooner than maybe 2027. Well, actually, I'll take that back.
Watch them push GTA 5 or GTA 6 to release the new system.
Well, I don't, for whatever reason, I can't remember. There was something that caused the PlayStation 4 generation to go longer. And I don't know if it was a recession there's something where people were like, oh well, people don't want to buy games right now, so like we'll just keep this generation longer. And with the last generation, that hasn't been the case, except now. Right now we have tariffs, and so tariffs and the AI thing killing RAM prices. Maybe they will delay it, but I think the plan was to have PlayStation 6. Definitely the next Xbox is apparently going to be like they want to get the next Xbox out ASAP. Is the rumor. So yeah, I don't know. I think we might go back to the 5-year cycle, but the
I
tariff
don't
thing
think
might
we'll
throw it
see.
up.
I don't think we'll see PS6 till 2027 and 2028 earliest.
Maybe
2027 at the earliest. My vote. Like end of 2027, absolute earliest.
most of the PS5 games are on PS4. At least they were for years. So a lot of people skip PS5. I mean, I fully skipped Series X / Series S for X because I used to I would buy Xbox all the time, and then when they fucked around with Xbox One, I said, okay, fine, I'll buy a PlayStation as long as Sony also doesn't fuck around, and they didn't. So I was like, okay, I'll buy a PlayStation 4, and then they released the 20th anniversary
Pro
console. No, it wasn't a Pro. It's just a normal console. And I bought that one, and then I only got one of. I planned on getting 2 of them, but I only got one of them, and so I was like, super limited edition. It's like a serial numbered edition, so I won't open it. And then when I got my day one PlayStation 4, there was no games that I cared to play on it, so I just left it in the box, and it's still sitting right here, unopened. And then by the time a game came out that I wanted to play, which was Spider-Man, they released the PlayStation 4 Pro, and they released an 80 million consoles sold edition, which is like a clear blue one. So I bought that one. So I ended up buying 3 PlayStation 4s. And I got my Xbox One because they undid their shenanigans, and I was happy with Xbox One. And I even bought the Xbox Scorpio edition, although I didn't ever open it because I was like, they removed Kinect support, and I liked the Kinect support, and I didn't think I needed any more performance out of my Xbox. I was happy with it, so but I do have it. It's also sitting right next to me. But then with Series X, they were like, yeah, all the games are going to work on Xbox One still, so yeah, you can still play the games there. And it wasn't until like later in the life cycle that they were like, oh, okay, no, this is now going to be exclusive to the new console. But then also by then, I had a new computer, and all of their games are on PC. So I'm like, why am I going to buy the fucking console? And with PS5, I probably should have just said fuck it, because the only game I've ever played on it, well, actually no, that's not true. I played Spider-Man 2, which came to PC. So like for that game, I guess I didn't need to buy the console, except I got to play the game early. But the one game I guess that didn't come to PC, at least I don't think it's on PC, is Astrobot, which was a fun game, but still, I bought the console, and it's I only played 2 games on it. So
hey, so I just went to StreamYard.com/ oh wait, now what the fuck? Maybe because so it said error. I don't think I'm gonna. Something's going on with my computer. When I hit the space bar on the hard drive, it says I have 5.77 gigabytes available. when I do Command I, it says I have 1.22 terabytes available. So I'm not sure what's going on.
Nice.
I was going to restart. Hold on. I'm gonna pull myself out real quick and see if it goes back to error, because I think the reason it changed on the StreamYard.com/upload to 0% is because I'm in the call again. So give me a second. Let me just check.
I love PlayStation 1, 2, 3, PSP, Vita, but now I'm on PC. The Master Race. Yeah, I had a PlayStation 1, but not 2 or 3 or PSP or Vita.
I had a PlayStation 1, the original Xbox, and I also had like a Game Boy Color, and I had a Game Boy Advance SP. And then sometime around 2005, 2006, I sold all of those and dropped out of playing video games until I bought a Switch a couple years ago. And then I got a Switch 2. And I sold the Switch to my mom to help pay for the Switch 2.
I don't
and
like
that's
selling
my history and that's my history of playing video games.
Okay. So it says that it is going to take 23 hours. Oh, now it says 18 hours. I don't fucking know. Anyway, let's just keep going. There's no point in trying to fix this. So the point I was trying to make here is that Hori is embracing AI. Other people are like, you better know how to draw. And Sega's like, whoa, don't worry. We're going to use it appropriately.
I like how they said, you know, we'll not use it as long as there's still pushback against it, which basically implies like as soon as you shut up about it, we're going to use it.
Stop whining.
Yeah,
we're going to replace 100% of our staff with AI. Yeah. Okay, so that's the sentiment. Meanwhile, Claire Obscure Expedition 33 dominated the Game Awards.
You mean the Claire Obscura 33 awards?
They won Game of the Year, Best Game Direction, Best Narrative, Best Art Direction, Best Score and Music, Best. They did not win Best Audio Design. Best Performance, Jennifer English of Claire Obscure. Best Independent Game, Best Debut Indie Game, Best RPG. Right?
It was 9. So they were nominated for Best Audio Design and they lost to Battlefield, which was weird. And then they were also nominated, or no, I guess any game could have been up for. I don't know how it worked. The Player's Choice. They also lost Player's Choice. I guess they were, whether they were nominated or whatever, they were in the running for Player's Choice, and Weathering Waves beat them because they cheat.
So get this. On the Defending AI Art subreddit, congratulations to Claire Obscure Expedition 33 devs for winning Game of the Year. They used AI to create some assets like textures.
Okay.
It sweeped the Game Awards. And we've got Sega like, whoa! We're not going to use AI! No! Our games are going to suck without AI! Anyway.
I find it weird that they won Best Indie and Best Debut Indie. It's like, I don't know, something about that seems weird.
In other news for the Game Awards, there are now 2 new Tomb Raider games coming out. And I made it a point, like 20 hours ago, it feels like, to walk you through the shitfest of Tomb Raider. It all comes together. Right? Tomb Raider Remake, Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis announced. Let's look at the trailer.
It's been years.
but the events are still etched in my memory. Lost worlds, frozen in time. New discoveries, waiting behind every door. Across every chasm. I didn't know then the path this adventure would send me on. But it lit a fire that still burns. I need to see more. I need to go further. To uncover the secrets of Atlantis. Some legends are destined to be retold.
Fucker, goddamn it.
I think you can shut it off now.
I'm trying to get back to the media assets. I'm trying to click on it. Yeah, so that was the remake of the original Tomb Raider. That's being done by like Wild Flying Hogs or whatever. Meanwhile, Crystal Dynamics is making Tomb Raider Catalyst, which we'll look at next.
Very different looking character design already.
They're roughly the same, but it definitely has a different feel.
The entire world knows your legend. You survived the Dragon's Triangle. Crossed the threshold to Atlantis. I've heard a dozen told tales that say you're unstoppable. But I say, all legends must come to an end.
That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting started.
Not actual game. Oh dear God.
See, Randy, that's in 2027 and PS5, not PS6.
It also said Xbox Series X and S. Someone's going to feel real silly by the end of 2026.
I don't care. I mean,
hashtag remind me 1 year from now, right? Like,
I would prefer them to not spam the consoles. Although I don't think I'll be buying another console, unless it's Nintendo.
So I want to jump from here to I think it was Manga Lawyer sharing this about Lara Croft's acrobatics. Were a core part of her character and her feminine style. Modern devs removed them on purpose. This is from November, stripping her uniqueness.
I got Firefly. Okay, I got Firefly. Okay.
She worked. She's a Sauron hunter.
Congrats on your Firefly.
He tuned in.
Bravo, Echo, Charlie. We got him down. We got him down.
Modern deaths remove them on purpose, stripping her uniqueness and turning her into another Uncharted. Right. So here was the move set from Tomb Raider Underworld.
Reminds me of the scene in the Power Rangers movie where Billy like does all of these somersaults for no fucking reason just to go down the hallway, or like when they're in the parking
We should
garage.
watch that movie for a watch party.
Oh God. Voice of Fan Service says Lara shows skin again in one of the latest Tomb Raider games, Atlantis, with her classic outfit. They even bring back one of her outfits with a potential thong leotard from Underworld if you give Bezos your data. So this is the thing we just looked at. Free reward. Sign up for an Amazon Games ID account and get the exclusive Mediterranean wetsuit outfit when you link your Amazon Games ID to your Steam, PlayStation Network, or Xbox account. The Mediterranean wetsuit outfit will be available in-game when Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis releases.
Give me a bikini, bitches.
So this was from the trailer we looked at. And I think this is from the original game. Right? Now you said you wanted
the original game didn't have that many polygons.
Not the original Tomb Raider. The game that it's from, Tomb Raider's Underground or whatever.
Underworld?
Whatever, yeah. This is one.
Well, they also
the potential thong leotard from Underworld is what this is. This is from Underworld.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say they also did do the remake last year or the year before, where they like did the collection.
Yeah, the HD collection.
Yeah.
So they said a lot of potential here for us. Older games also featured bikinis as unlockables, and maybe the new game will finally be easier to mod. Randy, here's your bikini.
I don't remember ever getting that.
Well, enjoy it now.
I do.
Why does it feel like the nips are way up here?
That is a little weird.
I mean,
they're
they should
way
be
too
like,
high.
here,
That's
right?
way too high. Holy
way
shit.
too high. What the fuck?
Oh.
Botched boob job.
These boobs are looking up. You're like, hold on. Your boobs are looking at my, it's like eyes up here. It's like, they're looking at you. Anyway, so the problem with the current design they've got, I think personally, look, it is a step in the right direction, but she also screams safe hot. Right?
Yeah.
Is there any cleavage? Not really.
And
Right?
this is the Tomb Raider game.
Yeah.
The Lara Croft is no longer a
Well, she doesn't need to be. She's Indian now. Didn't you hear? She's an Indian woman now.
What's the
Light-skinned
word
Indian
I'm
woman.
looking for? Colonialist?
Colonist? She's not a colonist anymore?
Someone who promotes colonialism.
So
that game's coming out in 2027, and so that one she looks different.
Yeah. When I was watching the trailer for both of those games, I think it's the same voice actor for both. I'm not sure though. Her accent immediately to me triggered this weird memory I have. My first job, I worked for a architectural visualization firm, and there was a girl who worked there named Ravi. Ravia? I don't remember. I think there might have been it might have been Ravia. I don't remember. She was Indian, but she had an English accent. And she sounded exactly like this. Right? Exactly like this. And I'm pretty sure that that's what they're making her ethnic instead of English now. Right? I don't know. I didn't play the old games except for on the demo. Literally, I played the fucking demo for for the PS1 that came with Crash Bandicoot, that Star Wars game, like all sorts of bullshit. That's all I ever played. I don't really care, but my instincts are telling me she's Indian now. And that's how they're getting around they're circumventing the colonialism. Like, I come from a colonized people. That's why I have this English accent. So I can't colonize because I was colonized. You know, like, that's what I get. That's the vibe I'm getting. Anyway, there's another trailer that came out. Those nips are way too high, girl. I want to ask Grok. Show me where the nipples are. See what it determines. It like pulls it open. And it says where the nipples are. But the nipples are still up there. Uncensored. Unnaturally so. All right, Resident Evil Requiem confirms the second protagonist, Leon Kennedy. Leon Scott Kennedy. Right? That's his middle name, I think. Here it goes. Cue the trailer.
Hello?
It hasn't been easy. But after much effort, here we finally are.
Who are you?
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. It's Ashcroft.
Talk to me. Is this one like the others? And it's not post-mortem lividity. Hey, I just got a report of a missing police officer. It might be unrelated, but he disappeared near where the 5th body was found.
Through you, Elpis can finally be set free.
The team has settled on a person of interest. Someone with ties to Umbrella. Victor Gideon.
Grace! Grace!
Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. I'll send you the address.
Welcome. Dr. Gideon has been expecting you.
You there, Leon?
Yeah. Hey, over here. FBI. What are you doing here?
Would you like to see what's hidden under the hood?
Don't do anything stupid.
Me? Never. I think I want a second opinion.
Shit, that's not far. February. Good thing the manifesto will be done by then. So, Leon S. Kennedy, Resident Evil Requiem official art render. If you guys want to take a look at it, clicking on it. Why isn't it going anywhere? Old AF. Leon in his 50s now? Is that where we're at? Maybe 60s? Finally, the Leon trilogy, even though he was in 2, 4, and 6, just wasn't the main lead in 6. Anyway, yeah, so this was him in Resident Evil 2 Remake. This is him in Resident Evil 4 Remake. This is him in Resident Evil 9, I guess it is. Anyway, yeah, he looks like he's seen better days. And some people are even reading way too far into the pixels, if you ask me. And they think that he has a scar right here. And they think that that confirms that this scar on the other side of the neck means that it is the Resident Evil Gaiden Amiibo Leon. Has been canon the whole time. Resident Evil Gaiden, I think, was the Game Boy Advance game. Yeah. And because I've been sitting on it for goddamn... Oh, no, I'm not there yet. Never mind. Porsche, right? When one legend drives and inspires another with the help of his custom Porsche Cayenne Turbo GT, Leon returns to save the day. Resident Evil Requiem X Porsche. I wonder what vehicle Leon's driving through some big open levels. It is a fucking mom van, by the way. Like, it's a sporty minivan. Right? All right. Leon behind the wheel always ends well. All right. All right. Now, I've been sitting on this shit forever. For fucking ever. So you saw the creature, right? That it's the stalker creature. People are saying Resident Evil 9 is starting to look a lot like Amnesia the Bunker. Right? Honestly, I think the Amnesia the Bunker character looks better than the one that's been put into this. Also, despite the greatest fan theory I've ever seen, they confirmed that the creature is not Lisa Trevor from the Resident Evil 1 remake. And because I am petty AF, allow me to show you how the Switch 2 version looks like absolute asshole dog shit compared to the PS5 version. There you go. Randy, I'm going to skip the next 2 articles. The Metroid ones. For time! Anybody have anything to say about Resident Evil 9?
Nope.
All right. Come on. I'm trying. It's slow AF. Okay. Final Fantasy VII Ever Crisis X Nier crossover censors Eris's Kaine outfit. How dare you? Whoa, zoom and enhance. That's nice. That's nice. Don't give a shit. That's nice. Kaine outfit from the original Nier before Nier Automata. All right. I draw your attention to the ass. And I raise you, Kaine from the original Nier. Ha-ha!
Nice.
How about this? Ha-ha! That one's fully in the ass. Yeah, so there's obviously these open window butt cheek things that they did not feel Aerith needed.
To air out.
Yep. All right, moving on. PETA sparks outrage after now targeting Uma Musume Pretty Derby. Animal rights group PETA has drawn sharp backlash yet again from an Uma Musume Pretty Derby fan community after posting a controversial image on social media that repurposed the character from the franchise to make a statement about the real world of horse racing. The December 10th post, titled "If Uma Musume Pretty Derby Were Honest," featured an edited depiction of the beloved character Silence Suzuka in a bloodied, broken leg scenario, referencing the tragic fate of the real-life racehorse the character is based on. How come this shoe is brown and this shoe is white?
I bet you they used AI.
Yeah. And the AI wasn't very good.
How many animals did the AI kill?
Yeah. I love how they put their fucking watermark on it.
Maybe that's not her other shoe. Maybe that's her dick sleeve.
Of course. Thank you, Randy. Hold on, I've got a perfect reaction.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, boner nut now.
That's new.
Yeah. It's there for your pleasure to use whenever you need it. All right. PETA's caption argued that in a real version of Uma Musume, a failure on the track would mean no comeback arc, paralleling the real Silent Suzuka's career and injury. The intention was reportedly to raise awareness about horse welfare and the suffering sometimes associated with competitive racing. But many fans were outraged, saying the depiction was sensationalized, disrespectful, and possibly in violation of Cygames guidelines for derivative content. Uma Musume Pretty Derby characters are anthropomorphized horse girls inspired by real thoroughbred racehorses, and the franchise maintains rules about fan art and extensions designed to protect the horses' reputations and partnerships. This was reflected in the community note for the post as well. This post violates guidelines number 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7, as linked below, trivializing the tragedy of Silent Suzuka for their own gain. Please report it. God damn it. When I first read this, I thought they were arguing that it went against Twitter's terms of service. Fuck. My way was funnier. Over the years, PETA has been doing similar with other franchises such as Pokemon and Smash Bros. In an attempt to fight for the animals to an absurd and unreasonable degree, even though PETA's own actions are said to be highly heinous towards said animals. Some of the comments directed towards PETA over this obnoxious post. Nothing you do will ever amount to anything more than a crappy PR stunt. Save yourself the trouble. Better yet, go save some animals for real this time. Suzuka was only euthanized because veterinarians determined that the injury was incurable and would end up causing endless severe pain, and that attempting treatment would only prolong suffering with little chance of meaningful recovery, as opposed to you guys putting down healthy dogs. Uma Musume does more for the welfare of horses. It honors than misleading and self-servicing pests like you do. Better be quiet. Please, God, let this happen because it would be so fucking funny. Please let Uma Musume be the thing that kills PETA. It'd be so fucking funny. You know, maybe you shouldn't have free speech. This tweet will be the end of PETA. Lawsuit coming. Silent Suzuka is beloved, treasured, and highly respected. Everything PETA is not. Please never forget the love Uma Musume fans and staff have for her and her namesake, a fraction of which could never exist for your organization. Anyway, I think you get the idea. PETA euthanasia rates. Dogs euthanized, cats euthanized. Damn. Fuck you, PETA. PETA, I want to give you my Valentine's Day. What is it? A lawsuit. Cool. All right, we've got one more games news article.
Yay.
Stuff, right? You sure that there's no right stuff? Nothing's in right stuff?
No right stuff. No right stuff.
Physical copies of Higurashi When They Cry Ho plus game recalled. Okay, When They Cry Ho plus game. I guess that's what that recalled due to a malware attack. Manga Gamer announced on Thursday it is recalling its most recent print run of USB hard copies of Higurashi When They Cry Ho minus Ho plus. A remastered collection of the original sound novel's final 3 arcs. Due to it being affected by a supply chain malware attack, the company is temporarily halting the sale of the USB hard copies of the game. Digital editions of the game remain unaffected. Why don't you put them on a goddamn CD like anybody else? The company approximates that it had sold 64 to 67 copies of the affected game. Oh no. Got it just in time to run a malware antivirus on each and every USB. Affected players can contact the company's customer support through email. It is noted that players can identify if their game is affected by the malware, as compromised copies have an installer that is 268.42 megabytes in size. Uncompromised copies have an installer that is 267.69 megabytes in size. Only Windows installers have been compromised. The company recommends a full system scan of the Windows Defender or antivirus software. Any more else in here that I should read, Reese? Or should you?
Nah.
All right, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, White Stuff News, we're going to jump right into Stealth Weeb. I have had two people reach out to stealthweebstore@gmail.com to ask me if they could get something, and they got it. They got it. That could be you. You could shop at Stealth Weeb too.
You should put that on the website. Like, we're broken. Please email me. You know,
I don't need that. I don't need to do that all the time. A few is fine. I really, hopefully next year we'll actually fix the site somehow, which is probably going to be me building a brand new site from scratch and cloning it over and then hoping that works. Also, you can shop at ocapodcast.com/store. Buy yourself a Fuck Blind People shirt. And if you want, I'll make you a mug. How about that? I'll make you a mug. Nobody can read it. I should make it embroidered, to be honest. I should sell a polo that they can actually touch. It says, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're blind. You'll never see. Go die.
Having eyes is cool.
If you can read this, you're a waste of space. Right. Gundam and Reebok team up.
If you've read this whole sentence, why don't you touch one of my nipples?
That's the exclamation point. All right, Reebok, Gundam and Reebok team up for new G-Quux pumps. God, if I was 8 years old, I'd be so all over those. Damn, look how cool they look.
What size do they come in? What size do they come in? Do they come in 4.5?
I bet. That looks like an adult. Maybe not. Maybe adult with tiny feet. I don't know.
Like me. I would never wear those.
You're not cool enough.
If they lit up when you walked, maybe.
Man, if they played the theme song, Gundam. All right, Randy, you ready for this one? Nintendo releases Metroid-shaped ice cube / cooking tray and Samus arm cannon pillow.
That's cool. I want the ice cream tray.
That arm cannon does look cool. I would want it. They released something
if you need
similar.
An arm warmer.
I want the ice cube tray.
The ice cream tray also looks cool, and later on they'll show an image. I didn't even think about it, but you can put Jello in it.
Forget that. I thought it was gonna be like Samus in the ball form. But now
No, it's Metroid.
I don't want them anymore.
You want to eat little Jello Metroids?
No.
What about a little Metroid keychain?
You can stick that keychain up your butt.
It's magnetic.
Magnetic. You can go fishing for all the shit you stuff up your butt.
What about this, Reese?
If that was like I was saying, if that was like an ice, like you get an ice ball. Oh shit, that's cool. What is that? Is it just like a
just big enough for a USB to USB-C cable?
Wow, that's lame. What's that? Cups. Nice.
And then a gadget pouch, which I think would maybe work as a 3DS case.
I think it would definitely work.
I think it's too small for a Switch.
Well, if you put the Switch screen up here and the Joy-Cons down here.
Maybe. Might be tight though. But
What's
a
that?
Gatorade. I mean a drink bottle.
Lame.
Okay, cool. Moving on. The coolest thing ever. And for our Japan trip, we have to goddamn do it. New anime mecha figures pilot is you. You go in, they do a 3D scan, and they print you as the pilot. Which one of us should be the pilot?
Oh, it's gotta be you, of course.
All right, hold on.
I feel like wouldn't you want your own? Shouldn't you buy those shoes first?
There we go. That'll do it, right? All right, I'll make that work.
You have to look like you're really into it, like ah!
It's only gonna be my face then. I'll use that guy's body.
I don't know, like $300 just for the lowest tier seems kind of high for one-time laugh.
Dude, that One Punch Man episode still has not started out. Anyway. All right, moving on. I sure hope Green Line has prepared his pee-pee.
Green Line, is your pee-pee prepared?
Tonari no Aliyah-san. Heroine's ready for love in a new wedding figure.
Is that the Aaliyah?
I hear my summons to Big Titty Wedding.
Russian or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. You okay? I know. Walk soon. Almost done. Okay.
She's like, I've had enough of that Green Line guy oogling over 2D anime girls. Can you please come to bed?
No, I need to walk the dog. Goblin Slayer Sword Maiden gets a towering 1/4 scale bunny figure.
Indeed.
Dude, towering? She's on her.
Yeah.
Sitting down. Come on, man.
But she's 1/4 scale. She's at least a foot tall, even skinny.
She is indeed pretty big if she is a 1/4 scale. I mean, you've seen some of the ones I've got in my background that are kind of just sitting down.
Get grokking.
Yeah.
I want to see it animate that difficult design. All right, Goddess of Victory Nike, red Rappi bikini figure, really hot. Whoa. Whoa, she's a little wet too. How'd she get so wet? Super wet. What do they use for the water?
Hot glue.
That was the photographer's own special touch.
I don't need to see that. Oh. So she's on. They built a set to put this pool thingy on the set. It looks like it's supposed to fit perfectly right in here. Also, why in your pool thingy is there... Oh, no, that's a girl's head. That's another character underwater. I thought that was a seashell.
It was like, what the hell? Why? It would have made more sense if they actually gave it like an actual head poking out of the water, or at least eyes. Give
it's
it
secretly
eyes.
a 2-in-1.
Nice.
Have the eyes poking out, and that would make it even better.
Meanwhile, Twitter feminists go insane over the sick treatment of a realistic female doll. I've only been sitting on this for months because it finally got an article instead of just a random image I saw on Twitter.
You can stick your whole finger up her nose.
Do they use
or something else?
Dial-up?
Do they use real teeth, or do they make the teeth out of silicone as well?
That's a good question.
Probably
You gotta find out if it's gonna bite your weenie.
It's probably
Like
acrylic.
a girlfriend who's not good at head yet.
Well, I mean, she has no lip control, so you might get scraped.
Well, I think you can open the jaw though.
Yeah, but I'm saying she can't make her lips hide her teeth.
True. Somebody desperately needed to get into this brand.
I can't.
You can't
There
prove
you
it.
go. That would be it. Thank you, Reese.
You earned your paycheck. Here's an IOU. All right.
I'll take it in that Gate t-shirt in size large.
The one of the soldier from the side?
From Gate. The one from Gate. The guy with the...
Yeah.
He's got the
one
side
of
of
the soldier from the side. The profile.
Yeah.
In large, you got it. A Twitter user who uploaded a video, someone demonstrating how realistic the face of a female doll was, has unsurprisingly become an object of hatred amongst feminists who expressed loathing over the way the non-existent woman's face was handled. So first of all, before we get into this, I just want to showcase Exhibit A. It also comes in Caucasian.
It doesn't look nearly as good, I don't think.
Yeah, somehow it looks worse. It looks more on the creepy side.
It reminds me of Bicentennial Man when they take off his face.
Anyway,
was
no,
such
I
an
was
outrage.
joking. That's a different one. But the Japanese did invent a robotic tongue So forget the teeth, the tongue. Researchers in Japan have created a soft robotic tongue that replicates the sensation of a human tongue.
I can't imagine
Right.
that's anything close to what a real tongue would be.
It does all the things a tongue can do.
It doesn't even like it was doing like a full curl. Like
was this a female technician who designed this one? Or
look, it even does the taco.
Can you do the taco?
I can do the taco.
Who can't do the taco?
No, the trick is you have to not use your lips.
Who knows?
Obviously, you can do the taco if you just form your tongue to your lips.
All right, I can do the enchilada. How about that? All right.
Can you? Because that's also hard.
But can you do the tongue tornado?
When you fold your tongue over, apparently some people can do that.
Anyway, the Twitter user uploaded a video of the fake doll, which we already looked at, right? Naturally, Twitter shortage of absurd feminists came out to slander men, claiming that all the incels are clamoring for fake women like the doll because they can't get real ones, despite real ones likely soon being made obsolete due to their rabid mistreatment of men. All while claiming the way the guy in the video touched the doll to be inappropriate. Many are suspecting that if fully functioning female robots were to come to fruition, real women would end up voting to give them rights. Oh. Only some of the ridiculous comments that have surfaced as a result of decades worth of backwards feminism. I do not like the way he is touching her face. Like a pervert! We will liberate our cyber sisters. Our flesh may be different, but our chains are both made of metal. Japanese. Kill all Japanese men.
Please click on that first one.
This one?
Oh, it's just an image. Damn it. They should upload the location when they take these screenshots.
Men create fake women to touch because they aren't worthy of the real thing. I would just like to point out, you're acting like men are objectifying women, but women routinely buy dick only. They buy the dildo. If men are willing to go the extra mile, what does it show you on who values the entirety of the whole person rather than just the phallic object winning? Right? Let's see. This is terrifying. Society and men consider women to be commodities or food. As a commodity, if she is beautiful or attractive, she will find a partner, boyfriend or husband. As food, she is a cheap girl who has no shame or self-respect, willing to be the object of many stares out there. You'll never see a male version of these. Guess why? Because women are whores who only want the D. Right? That's why. Anyway, I don't think we need to read all these. I believe in its rights and wrongs if they are handled like that. Oh. All right. Anyway, moving on. A parenting app in China angers expectant dads with claim that breasts will be bigger. I don't understand why they're angry. In China, a parenting app's guidance for expectant fathers.
Hold on. Scroll up.
She's pregnant.
Okay, thank God. Okay, we can continue now.
Wow.
I thought she was holding something else there.
You thought she was hiding a horse cock going up her shirt?
Okay, Reese.
That was me.
You brought it up first with me, okay? You brought this upon yourself.
Don't worry, I put it in this brand too.
Oh, boner nut now.
All right. In China, parenting app's guidance for expectant fathers sparked backlash after suggesting that women's breasts will inevitably become larger during pregnancy. A blanket assumption many fathers found misleading and insensitive. A recent article reports that a popular pregnancy and parenting app in China came under criticism after advising expectant dads to expect their partner's breasts will be larger during pregnancy. The advice, framed as general guidance, drew sharp reactions from fathers and online readers who argued it promoted reductive and body image focused thinking. No, it promoted logic. That's what fucking happens. Critics said the recommendation was a poor example of parenting support. Many pointed out that not all women's bodies change the same way. Oh my God, this is like when you tell a woman that women are on average shorter than men, and they go, but wait, or like women are an average height of 5'4", but I'm 5'6". It's like, and? Critics said that the recommendation was a poor example of parenting support. Many pointed out that not all women's bodies change the same way, and by presenting breast growth as a given, the app risked normalizing narrow body standards and ignoring the emotional and physical complexities that come with pregnancy. Dear fucking God, kill me. In social media reactions cited in the article, several expectant dads stated they felt unsettled and disrespected by the advice, saying it reduced pregnant. You're right. It should say breasts may become larger during pregnancy. Then you can shut your fucking mouth, you goddamn ignoramuses.
Do they not like big boobs?
Saying it sound like a bunch of white knights over here. Saying it reduced pregnancy to a series of body change checkboxes rather than respecting their partner as a person undergoing a unique experience. Every pregnancy is unique. Your breast might invert and have Tomb Raider nipples, right? Like, Others called the recommendation tone deaf or ridiculous, noting that pregnancy-related body changes are deeply personal and vary widely. Jesus Christ. This is literally exactly what I said. The average is like, not for me. I'm not average. Like, Jesus. As dialogue around parenting, body image, and gender norms continue to shift, many are calling on parenting platforms to update their content with sensitivity and inclusivity and acknowledge that not every pregnancy looks or feels the same. Oh my God. I'm just going to move past it. Have I neglected comments? I'm so sorry.
This is the last comment that we haven't read, way up here.
Keep going. Arabs want more super robot shows. Always thought it was a Nigerian prince. Oh. Giving money. Yes. I thought brown dust referred to heroin, not hentai. Maybe the title alone got them in trouble. Most of the PS5 games are on the PS4. At least they were for years, so a lot of people skipped PS5. Yeah. Empty your trash. I did. I did repeatedly. It still says I only have 5 gigs. I can understand that the AI is used to smooth transitions between keyframes and second frames, things like that. If it predominates in creating keyframes, I won't watch. What are we talking about here? Aren't we in games news by this point?
I think that was.
Oh no, shit! I think we're still talking about the.
No, that was the Claire Obscura used AI, maybe.
I don't think they would use it for that, but yeah, they use it for like textures and stuff. They're actually using a posh English-sounding voice actor. That's a huge upgrade alone compared to most modern versions of Lara Croft and Tomb Raider. I wasn't impressed with that first image of Tomb Raider Catalyst. Yeah, not at all. Looks like a mod from one of the recent Tomb Raider games. That Lara Croft in a bikini is a mod from Shadow of Tomb Raider on
Yeah.
Nexus Mod. Oh.
I was gonna say there's no fucking way. It was way too revealing.
And the nips, why?
No wonder
Why are
the
they up
nips were
here? Look like suicide
Modded by
nips. You get a
somebody
little
who's never
cold and
seen
they
real
pierce you in the
titties
throat. Right? I finally played and beat Resident Evil Village. The DLC weapons that comes with the gold edition breaks the game. Oh, really? I should have bought the gold edition. It's amazed. I'm amazed there's even a gaming industry anymore. Who can afford any of this anymore? Am I that much of a broke boomer? Am I that out of touch? Is this money laundering? Well, Peter was stealing pets from people's yards and putting them down. Are the YouTube censors going to nail you for that whole pronunciation? Nah. What person pissed you off?
It was me. I'm the blind person.
That baby fucking shark. Blind person horrified if they read Braille that says, "Do not touch this toxic." He almost looks like Britney Spears. Was that the? Are we still talking about Tomb Raider?
No, that's the
After. Oh, the
robot.
The robot. Yeah, the Armitage 3 OVA becomes relevant again. Watch Clubline. Not all women are buying such things. Not all women are buying. Let it be known. Not all women buy dildos. She looks kind of like she drank too much, and his too teehee. You talking about the Caucasian one? I'm guessing.
No, I think that was the large-breasted woman.
Maybe
that looked like she was pregnant.
And has to pee. That's probably what you meant to say. All right, are we good? Is that the end?
That is the end.
All right, so it says 27 comments on my screen. I'm just going to click on it and go back. Okay. All right, company executive arrested for trespassing at high school. Quote, wanted to smell the shoes. Randy, how could you?
And they don't even show her feet.
Randy, how old are you?
No.
That's
a
not
37-year-old random 11 traveled by Shinkansen from Nagoya to Chiba for one disturbing reason: to break into a high school and smell female students' indoor shoes.
Never.
Chiba Prefectural Police arrested Ryotaro Adachi. That sounds like the name I'd give if my real name was Random. A self-described company executive from Nagoya on December 6th after he was found trespassing inside a prefectural high school in Yachiyo City around noon. According to police, a teacher became suspicious after noticing a closed stall door in the boys' restroom and checked inside, finding Adachi hiding there. You just kick it open. Who's here? And it's like, Jeff Bezos. What are you doing in our high school? And he's like, in the stall, Adachi had brought 5 pairs of indoor shoes believed to belong to female students. During questioning, he admitted to the allegations without resistance, telling officers, I have a fetish for the smell of women. I wanted to smell the indoor shoes. Investigators say Adachi traveled all the way from Nagoya earlier that same day. A Shinkansen ticket dated December 6th, Nagoya to Tokyo, was found among his belongings. He reportedly told police he targeted a Kanto school because unlike Aichi schools that use slippers, Kanto schools usually use shoe-style indoor footwear. Whoa. Police are continuing to investigate whether he had attempted similar acts previously, but for now, the bizarre cross-prefectural fetish mission has left both staff and authorities stunned.
When you were in elementary school, did you have indoor shoes?
No, that's a Japanese thing.
Yeah, that's a Japanese thing, dude.
Well, it's also a Canadian thing.
Oh.
During winter, anyway.
That explains why your horniness could not hold you back from going all the way to Aichi or Kanto region.
During winter, it gets too messy outside. So you have your outdoor shoes and your indoor shoes.
We kick our shoes off at the door and just goes down the hall.
So you You walk around like you wore boots.
You walk around barefoot
and
or in socks.
Wore boots.
You wore boots in class?
Yeah. Stop your. When I say kick, I mean stop your shoes off at the door.
I don't know about where. I would assume where you live is relatively the same as here, but like, if we wore boots, like your feet would be sweating because.
That's why the smell that he needed to get into his nostrils. It all adds up.
Indoor shoes just seems like a better play.
Right.
But I know you guys.
I mean, some people probably have had their own and swapped them out. I never get that.
Yeah.
I didn't have any problems.
I know you guys. Are you wearing shoes right now?
He
maybe.
needs to know.
Well,
they're not shoes; they're slippers.
Tell me about your feet. What are you wearing?
I just mean in general, like in Canada, we are the same as Japan, where we.
Right this very minute.
You did not need to see it. A simple yes or no.
I'm taking a picture. They're not shoes. I'll put it in the mod chat.
In Canada, we.
Here, Randy, my feet pics.
In Canada, we do the socks. Like you take your shoes off.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I wear. Also, I sent you a DM. So you see. But you can address that later.
Okay. You need to put an address on there, bro.
Oh, it's on the. It'll be on PayPal.
Okay. Tokyo executive arrested after throwing containers of saliva on 2 young girls.
Gross.
Randy again?
Oh.
Another 37-year-old? Randy, I'm just disgusted with you.
That's nasty.
Why does her tongue look fuzzy?
Hairy.
Why does it have like a ridge?
Tokyo police have arrested Randy again, a 37-year-old company executive, after he allegedly threw containers of his own saliva onto 2 young girls in separate incidents. A case so bizarre that some would only expect it to have occurred in Japan. According to the Metropolitan Police Department, the suspect, Masahiko Suzuki of Machida City, targeted a 9-year-old girl on a sidewalk in Kachidoki in Chuo Ward on October 14th. A month later, on November 11th, he allegedly repeated the act against a 12-year-old girl in the same area. In both cases, Suzuki is accused of approaching his victims and splashing them with saliva he had collected in a container. The incidents came to light only after relatives of the girls contacted police, reporting that the children had liquid thrown on them while walking on the sidewalk. Investigators reviewed security camera footage and identified Suzuki as the perpetrator. God, I want that footage. Fucking put it in the damn article. God damn it! Once confronted, Suzuki admitted to the allegations almost immediately, telling police he carried out the assaults due to stress from work, the most cliched excuse. Even more disturbingly, he confessed that between early October and early November, he had done it about 5 times, indicating the possibility of additional victims. Were you just drooling into a fucking cup? You like put on a ball gag and just like let it drool out while you fucking touch yourself, you weirdo? Police are investigating further offenses and attempting to verify whether his claim of multiple incidents matches other unreported cases in the area. Damn, that's so gross. Can you think of something worse? Oh, wait. Tokyo man arrested after exposing himself and throwing urine on women's legs.
How old is this man? I need to know.
26 years old. Footnote, damn it. A 26-year-old company employee was arrested in Tokyo Metro's Edo Gawabashi station after exposing his lower body and throwing urine onto the legs of a 38-year-old woman from behind. Randy, I'm so sorry you got urine thrown on you. Police reported that the incident occurred around 8:30 p.m. inside Edo Gawabashi station on the Tokyo Metro Yarukucho line. According to investigators, the suspect, Riku Sano, that's another name, starts with an R. Just saying. 26, a company employee living in Bunkyo Ward allegedly exposed his lower body before approaching a woman from behind and splashing urine onto her legs, soiling her pants. The woman immediately restrained Sano on the spot. No, stop, don't. She's almost 40. She restrained a 26-year-old? She immediately restrained him on the spot, and police arrested him in the act on suspicion of property damage. Sano has reportedly admitted to the crime, telling officers, "There's no mistake that I threw urine." Police say the suspect and victim had no prior connection. The Metropolitan Police Department is now investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident and Sano's motive. Finale article. Are you ready for the SpongeBob?
It's not going to be a good one.
It is not a good one. It is a doozy. I'm going to finish this alcohol before I start it.
We should have finished with this trifecta and just call it a day instead of doing this.
Should have.
It was
Should have.
She was looking like she drank too much or whatever. That was referring to the Predators anime girl. Did AC walk the dog? If not, I predict a clean up in his future.
Oh, fuck. Can't wait to walk drunk. All right, here comes. Okay.
But when I was little, my aunt had shag rugs. She insisted everyone take their shoes off indoors or at the door. That is the best. Like, the idea of dragging dirt from outside into your house all the time seems so dumb.
Dogs are stupid, and they do it all the time.
We wipe our dog's feet with little things.
Little dog foot condoms?
No, with a little towel.
All right.
If it's dirty outside. Anyway.
Here it is. You've been warned. Infant's head found inside refrigerator at Tokyo Kinshicho adult business.
We should have left it off with the trifecta.
Why you put a picture of Kana? A grim discovery was made in Tokyo's Kinshicho nightlife district after an employee at a local adult business reported finding what appeared to be an infant's remains in the office refrigerator, prompting an immediate police investigation. On the night of December 6th, around 9 p.m., an employee at Fuzoku, the sex industry establishment in Sumida Ward's Kotobashi area, called police after discovering what looked like the body of a baby inside the store's refrigerator. According to investigative sources, officers examined the unit and located part of a corpse, believed to be the head of a newborn infant. The Metropolitan Police Department has launched an investigation on suspicion of corpse abandonment. Details regarding how the remains ended up inside the refrigerator, who may be responsible, and when the death occurred have not yet been clarified. The incident occurred in a dense entertainment district near Japan Railway Kinshicho Station's south exit, an area lined with restaurants and nightlife businesses. Police are now working to determine the identity of the infant. Kind of doubt it has a birth certificate. The circumstances leading to the discovery and whether additional remains exist elsewhere. The shocking nature of the find has sent waves through the local community. They don't tell you what age it is, but I just feel like it's not an infant. It's like a baby, but I don't know. Shocking nature of the find has sent waves through the local community, and authorities are urging anyone with relevant information to come forward as the investigation continues. Wow, you're right. We should have ended where we did. Damn. We know for next time. The only one who dodged that bullet was Footnum. And that's because he's in prison for throwing urine on a lady.
He dodged the bullet, but he's getting the chair.
All right. Okay, guys. I hate to say it, but that wasn't even 2 weeks worth of articles. I closed all those tabs. We still have 1,003 tabs open. Fuck. So as we go forward, I just want to let you guys know the plan was to finish the manifesto, or at least get it to the point where I could verbalize the remainder of it, and I'll finish it on my own, and we would do it as the sort of last show of the year. I've already talked to everybody else about this. I'm just sort of letting the audience know, obviously. Without going into too much detail, there are multiple sections to the manifesto, and a few of them have been mostly written, but are not integrated into sort of like the main canon of the manifesto yet. I have basically 1 week left to get it prepared, because Dan is going to arrive on next Saturday, and I expect to have a lot of my time taken up by entertaining him as a house guest and whatnot. And we're gonna watch so much fucking smut. We're gonna watch Zero Woman. We're gonna watch more Zero Woman. We're gonna watch a third Zero Woman. We're gonna watch Naughty Guide to Tokyo Nightlife. Man, we're gonna watch it all, right? I might be able to organize some watch parties if you demand it. but the point is that I don't think, I'm not expecting this week to be very fruitful at work in terms of producing the manifesto. So I kind of have 1 week to tie up the loose ends that are keeping the stuff I've already written from being integrated into the main manifesto, so that I can incorporate and have a smooth transition all the way to the point where my ideas end, and stuff I haven't even started yet will come after, right? So just so the audience is on the same page as us, I am expecting this next week is going to be the do or die time. And judging by how much work I've gotten done in the last 2 weeks, best case scenario, my boss slips into a coma and I have a whole week to do whatever the fuck I want. That maybe will be there. So I'm thinking we're not going to get there by the end of December. So I've talked with the other guys here, and I just want to give the audience like a heads up of what my current plan is. And again, next week is going to be the determining factor. And the whole reason we're doing the podcast on Saturday is so that tomorrow I can actually work on the manifesto all day and sort of get a jump start on it. But the kind of thought I have right now is by the end of the year, the final podcast of the year, we're going to do the watch club for Attack on Titan Junior High. And then we're going to transition into the live action movies, knowing that nobody besides me is actually going to watch them.
I saw them in theaters.
Then we're going to do that for about 4 weeks. And then at the end of January, I think I'll be able to finish up the direction I want the manifesto to go for us to discuss it. And the reason I'm apprehensive about it is that my goal with the manifesto is to give you a perspective on Attack on Titan that is as mind-blowing as reaching the cellar at the end of season 3 and knowing what's in the outside world. I want to convey things that will blow your mind to that level. And honestly, legitimately, some of the stuff I've written will fucking get you there for sure. Like, I am 100% sold that I'm going to help you to look at the series in a new light where that is going to be accomplished. But for what I've currently been writing, I'm sort of like giving you some interesting tidbits, but I feel like if I'm not careful, we're going to end on a sour note. So I'm trying really hard to try to push it forward. And I'm giving internally, I'm looking at December 31st. That is the cutoff date. Truth be told, depending on how next week goes, it'll be January 31st or whatever. That'll be the real cutoff date. But I am treating it like it's December 31st so that I can be more productive with how I'm writing. And I'm hoping that we get there. Anyway, I'll touch base on it a little bit more in the future, but I just want to give you guys a heads up that I just feel like it would be a waste, depending on how next week goes, to end it prematurely. If I can get next week to connect the 3 sections I currently have going, then fuck yes, we'll do it by the end of the year. But I just feel like as soon as I'm expected to be a house guest kind of host, that I'm not going to be able to do it anymore. So I just want to give you guys a heads up. Currently, the idea is that worst case scenario, we're going to finish Attack on Titan Junior High. Then we'll move into the movies and we'll finish that by the end of January, full stop. In February, I'm going to the UK again. So it basically has to be done. Anyway, just want to give you guys a heads up on that. And I am going to end the show because the drink is hitting. Switch over to intros and ads. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Fuck.
Good night.
Yeah, good night, everyone. Reese, you slay me with your nasty. I am looking. Wait, no, this is it. This is not it. Why didn't it switch? Why am I still in the wrong brand? There it is.
Probably because I moved it.
You fucker. Good night.
No place to hide. The Titans come to take our lives. Mama, stop this. Can't take it.